the land, then reiterated at appeal stage. That's been made by the Chief Constable, by various political leaders, by Uachtaráin Cumann Luke Glasgow, by people of influence from all across Ireland, and most importantly, by Bridie Brown, widow of Sean Brown, who was cruelly murdered in 1997 as he locked the gates to his beloved Balahy Wolf Tones Club. And on Friday evening just past, I joined with thousands of people to walk behind the Brown family in an act of solidarity from St Mary's Church in Balahy to Park Sean de Bruyne. Thousands of Gaels who walked behind Bridie and her sons and daughters in solidarity, Gaels just like Sean was, people who care about their community, care about the place that they call home, care about their club, care about sport, and who know that Sean was targeted because of what he represented. An ordinary Irish man who cared about Balahy and volunteered so much of his life to his club. And the message on Friday evening was clear. As speakers from within the legacy sector, the President of the GAA, Jarlath Burns, and others made the call on the British Secretary of State to do something different, to do the right thing. The murder of Sean Brown was traumatic for his family and for the community at the time in 1997, and that trauma has been exacerbated by successive British governments which have added to their pain by refusing truth and justice. The time is now to stop the delay, do the right thing and call a public inquiry.
Even done.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Indeed, Saturday marked a very proud and poignant day for Bangor on the Eisenhower Pier overlooking Bangor Marina, as a very special naming ceremony and service of dedication took place to name and dedicate Bangor RNLI's new lifeboat, the Ruby Robinson. This special event was very well attended and coincided with the 60th anniversary of Bangor RNLI, which was established back in 1965. Since then, the station has served with great honour and distinction, and the Ruby Robinson becomes only the 8th vessel to continue on this proud legacy of saving lives at sea. The new lifeboat represents the very best in life-saving capability, fast, agile and ideally suited to our coastline, and it has already proven its worth in September of last year, rescuing a missing dinghy sailor and undoubtedly saving his life, showing the skill, courage, dedication of the crew and also the capabilities of this new vessel. And it was even called into action yesterday twice within Ballyholme and Crawfordsburn, and both making a real difference. Mr Speaker, none of this would have been possible without the extraordinary generosity and legacy of the late Dennis Walter Philby from England, who kindly donated money to fund this new vessel. Dennis was a quiet, unassuming man who worked for many years on the farm of Ruby Robinson, and in an act of generosity, Dennis left the majority of his estate to fund this new lifeboat. And this lifeboat is born of kindness, friendship and selfless giving. And it was fitting that members of Mr Philby's family attended the special ceremony in Bangor on Saturday, as it was entrusted to the Bangor crew, who continue to answer the call day or night in all conditions 24/7, 365 days of the year with selfless dedication. And I do want to pay tribute to the volunteers of Bangor RNLI, past and present, who for 6 decades have served our communities and our seas and saved lives right across our shores, as well as the very dedicated team at the neighbouring Donaghadee RNLI station who continue to serve at sea with such dedication. Let us remember Dennis Philby, his kindness and generosity, a quiet man whose lasting legacy will now echo across Belfast Lough and beyond, saving lives at sea. And may the Ruby Robinson and her crew always return safely, and may her name be ever linked to courage, compassion and the enduring spirit of public service. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to make some remarks on 2 separate but extremely concerning incidents in North Down over the weekend, and to thank the PSNI and the emergency services for their swift and diligent response over what was a challenging weekend. On Saturday night in Malile, a car collided with pedestrians outside a licensed premises on Main Street, resulting in a number of injuries. This was an irresponsible and cruel incident with seemingly little regard for life. This incident could have been devastating, and I'm relieved it did not result in a fatality. However, I understand those involved sustained serious injuries, and I wish them all the support they need to make a full recovery. Last night, on Sunday, an incident then occurred in Bangor which included the use of firearms on our high street. This has caused great distress to many across our city. We have to be clear, guns have no place on our streets, but what unfolded last night was an extremely difficult and sensitive situation. I wish to commend the PSNI, who had to balance the safety of the public, the individual involved and their own officers, while de-escalating the situation at hand. They showed bravery, compassion and professionalism in incredibly intense circumstances. I hope those involved get all the support they need, and I wish to record my thanks and gratitude to the PSNI for their work over the weekend with a number of challenging incidences across North Down. Thank you.
All Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, I wish to refer particularly to the firearm incident that took place in Bangor last night. I happened to be in the vicinity at the time in a local petrol station, but I was aware there was lots of police running backwards and forwards, but I wasn't aware of just what the situation was that was developing. Now, there's been much speculation, particularly on social media, but also in the press, as to who did what and when. But I think that the speculation at this time really is quite unhelpful, Mr. Speaker. The most important fact is that the bottom line is that no one was injured, and there is a gentleman under the care of the health service at this time. I think in another jurisdiction, the outcome of this incident would have been and could have been completely different. I also want to join in commending the professionalism and the courage of all the police officers that were involved in this incident last night. There was individual officers shepherding people away to safety without any thought of their own safety. And I am aware that there is a full and proper investigation being conducted by the PSNI at this time into the circumstances of the incidents, and I would encourage everyone to give the police the space to carry this investigation out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with thousands of other Gaels, colleagues and I attended the Walk for Truth to Park Sean de Bruyne in Balachi on Friday evening. People from all over Ireland, clubs, counties, marching for justice for Brady and her family into the callous murder of Sean Brown, an innocent man well respected by all in the community. Already, 5 High Court judges have found a public inquiry into Sean Brown's murder is the way forward. The PSNI Chief Constable has supported that. I am aware that currently there are ongoing discussions at government level into legacy issues and for future legislation. We, the people gathered there in their thousands on Friday evening, know and support the right thing to do. I even think Hilary Benn knows the right thing to do. From those people, on Friday evening, there was a very clear message to Hilary Benn, to the Secretary of State, to the British government. Do the right thing, and that's a public inquiry into the murder, a callous murder of Sean Brown.
Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to commend the Royal Ulster Agricultural Society for another hugely successful Balmoral show. The show was attended by over 100,000 people over the course of the 4 days. Fantastic networking event and a fantastic platform to showcase the talent and creativity of our rural communities. I had the opportunity to attend over the course of 3 days. We had our party stand there, and also we had the ERA Committee meeting at the show, and that was a wonderful opportunity. Indeed, the Assembly had a base there as well, and that was a wonderful opportunity to engage with farmers, and we had a very good Q&A session with the Young Farmers Clubs of Ulster as well. So I want to commend the staff and thank the staff for helping facilitate that there. And whilst the mood was very vibrant and good at the show, and importantly the sun shone, farmers are deeply concerned at proposals that are coming down the track which could have a serious impact on their livelihoods and the wider rural economy. And that was a good thing about being there for those 4 days. It was a really good opportunity for farmers and people who aren't farmers to come to you and take the opportunity to speak to you about what concerns they have. And in terms of some of the most key issues that was raised with ourselves, and indeed myself as well, during the show, was the changes coming down the tracks of the inheritance tax, the review of the Nutrient Action Programme, the spiralling rate of BTB, the future of farm support, ammonia and planning, and indeed even the recent trade agreement with the USA was mentioned a few times as well. Indeed, these are issues that we must continue to engage and work with farming organisations and their representatives to help address these where we can, given the huge impact of farm businesses to the vitality of rural communities, the economy, and in underpinning our food security. Thank you.
Brett.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, finally admitted what members on these benches and the public at large have known for years, that our immigration system here in the United Kingdom is broken and that the rules for entering our country must be tightened up. These proposed changes finally inject some common sense into the rules governing the entry to the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, these include that all visa applicants will require to have a certain level of English proficiency, that only those who can contribute to our economy can be considered for entry, and it should be for Parliament and not courts and unelected judges to decide who enters the United Kingdom. But, Mr. Speaker, these words are welcome but must follow with concrete actions and must apply equally across the United Kingdom. Northern Ireland cannot be out of step with the rest of the United Kingdom in ensuring our borders are more secure. The key to these issues, Mr. Speaker, has been felt throughout the United Kingdom and in particularly my constituency of North Belfast. The increase of houses of multiple occupancy and unvetted males is rightly causing concern to families, to children and to our public. Just this week, Mr. Speaker, the courts remanded in custody a 35-year-old male asylum seeker who, in the words of the judge, posed a risk of harm to the general public, which specifically seems to be enhanced in terms of young people. He is charged with indecent exposure to young females in Lower North Belfast. These incidents are becoming all too common, and tomorrow this House will receive a motion from this party. And I see, Mr. Speaker, that members opposite are shaking their heads on this issue. Be in no doubt, Mr. Speaker, the public will be watching people's reactions to this debate tomorrow, because people are deeply concerned about this matter, and they will not be browbeaten into silence on fake charges of racism or being far right. People who are concerned about the safety of their families, of their children, are not racist. They are not far right. And those who believe a government should put the interests of those born here first is not a controversial statement. This party will continue to be a champion for a system that treats people fairly. This party will not be silenced on this issue, Mr. Speaker, and tomorrow the public will be watching.
Mr.
Speaker, I stand to speak about the recent announcement of how the £55 million allocated to early years and childcare will be spent this year. Firstly, I want to say I welcome much of the funding announcement, and having spent a great deal of time with providers and parents and bodies from the sector, they want to see us working constructively on these issues for families. Since the introduction of the childcare subsidy scheme, we said it needed to be built upon. In fact, the very first question I asked in this chamber was that support for families would be expanded to school-aged children. So it is positive that the Education Minister has listened to those calls and extended the scheme to include children of primary school age. The cost of childcare continues to be a major concern for so many families, and whilst this announcement does not increase the 15% subsidy rate, which does need to happen, it will expand the number of families who can avail of support and further help those with multiple children. It is also really positive that programmes like Sure Start will continue to receive some additional funds to help with increasing costs. I have seen firsthand the impact Sure Start has in my own constituency of Lagan Valley. I also hope the committed money for the Pathway Fund gets to providers that applied swiftly. Providers have been placed in incredibly difficult circumstances, with some staff have been placed on protected notice. And of course, I welcome the further investment to support preschools that are transitioning to offer full-time hours. This is crucial to early learning and especially important for children facing educational disadvantage. The $55 million from the Executive is hugely welcome after decades of underinvestment. However, we still await the much-delayed early learning and childcare strategy, which is crucial to securing long-term transformational change for children and families. There has been a huge amount of research done over the years that needs to inform that strategy, and the true experience of families and parents needs to be reflected in that strategy. I say that as parents have shared concerns about the recent NISRA childcare survey. They aren't questioning how the survey has been carried out, but are concerned about how the information has been presented. Within the data for the average monthly costs per child of childcare, it states that in cases where a child is spending 2 days with a grandparent or relative and 2 days in nursery, the child will be included in the 31 to 40 hours band. Surely we can't be combining informal forms of childcare with paid childcare, as that data does not present the actual cost parents are facing. All families are asking for is to be heard, to show the actual costs they are facing per day of childcare and how that adds up week upon week, month upon month. I hope clarity can be provided on this and the true cost of paid childcare are acknowledged in policy making.
Linda Dillon.
Concordia, thank you. And I rise today to speak about the commentary this morning on Good Morning Ulster by the British Heart Foundation around the results, and I'm glad the Minister is here in the chamber to hear this in terms of those diagnosed with heart failure and the increase in numbers, and very, very concerning increase in numbers. And I know obviously you have a history yourself, so you're well aware, but that we now have the highest number ever. And these are not records that we want to make. But I was extremely concerned by the young woman who spoke on the radio show, Mary McFarland, who was only in her early 40s, had 3 young children, was actively having a heart attack and was told by health professionals that she was not, that it was a panic attack. And this is a common experience for young women. It is a very common experience for all women, but particularly for young women, that when they are having heart failure or having a heart attack, they are being told that it's anxiety, that it's a panic attack. They are diagnosed with everything but what is actually happening to them. And I think that we need some education around this. We need to educate ourselves to understand the symptoms. But our health professionals and people around us also need to understand that women have heart failure, women have heart attacks. More women die from heart and circulatory issues than die of all female cancers combined. This is an issue that we really need to take on and challenge, and it is an issue that needs to be taken on in a women's health strategy, and I'm sure the Minister is well used to listening to me in relation to that, but I think it is really, really important. As I said, these are not records that we want to make, and we want to make sure that young women, thankfully Mary was taken to the hospital by a friend, not by the ambulance or not by the health professionals that came out to see her, but by a friend, and her life was saved. She had 3 young children. Very easily it could have been lights out for Mary and a family member lost. So I just want people to know and educate themselves and ensure that our health professionals are educated. Before I sit down this, I did not intend to make this remark today, but I feel I must. As a woman who has very often been afraid, I have never, ever, ever been afraid of a transgender woman or a black man. It is white men from here that I have been afraid of. And do you know why? Because 30 women have been murdered in the north in the last 5 years, and all of them, without exception, have been murdered by white men from here.
Deborah Erskine.
Speaker, I'm very concerned about media reporting at the weekend, which centres around what would seem to be fraudulent activity within DVA. Yesterday, the media reported that some drivers have been able to gain a licence through payment, having not set a driving test, and that a police investigation has now been launched as a result. Let's think about the realities of this. This effectively means that right now in Northern Ireland there are people potentially driving with a licence, having not set their test, and the implications for road safety are huge. And yet the Infrastructure Minister has been silent on this, having known that this was the case. Silent to this chamber on the matter. DVA have not come forward either, and the Infrastructure Committee was unaware, despite having a recent closed session on another issue, and yet we find this out via the media. There are far too many questions to be answered by the Infrastructure Minister and DVA. How long has this been going on? When did the Minister become aware? When did the police step in? How many DVA staff, or indeed driving instructor schools, were involved? Does this centre in one particular area of Northern Ireland? The list goes on. I'm aware that DVA have been sending out letters to people to revoke their licences in recent weeks. The people who have got sent these letters may not have actually been involved in any fraudulent activity, but indeed have been caught up in this farce due to the fact that they may have set their test in a certain time scale or with a certain examiner or examiners. This has huge implications for those people who have acted in good faith and in accordance with the structure of obtaining a licence, an essential document. While a police investigation is underway, it's important that assurances are given to this Assembly and the public immediately about how this is being handled. This is yet another sign of dysfunction within DVA. It must be dealt with, particularly as DVA are undergoing another round of recruitment. Public confidence on this must be restored.
Dr. Aiken.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak to two events over the last few weeks. The first is an attack on the place of worship of our small but much valued Jewish community. The vandalism of Belfast Synagogue here is another stark example of the insidious anti-Semitism that permeates the narrative of far too many political parties and indeed so many so-called peace activists. All MLAs and political representatives of all parties should be joining with me in utterly condemning attacks on our small Jewish community. Perhaps at some stage we also may hear commentary by parties opposite me and beside me condemning the scourge of anti-Semitism, though for some ideological reason this appears beyond them. The second event was the attempt by RTE, some so-called artists and the usual horde of myopic politicians on this island calling for the ban of Israel's entry into the Eurovision Song Contest. No matter that the Israeli broadcaster IPC Can is heavily criticised by Netanyahu's government, and then the singer Yoval Raphael is a survivor of the Nova murder, torture and rape attack by Hamas and other Gaza thugs on the 7th of October, the Anti-Semitism Brigade tried to ban her participation. It's good to see, Mr. Speaker, that their racist and sectarian tropes have been roundly ignored by the real people of Europe. With the entry New Day Will Rise, a song about peace and hope, gave Yoval the largest people's score, bringing the Israeli entry into second place. It was also noteworthy, but unsurprisingly wasn't mentioned by any of our media on these islands, that our nation gave Israel its highest score and Ireland the second highest score. Mr. Speaker, the real people of Europe have spoken. About time the anti-Semites did the same. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to welcome the UK-EU summit taking place in London today. It feels like a lifetime since the Brexit referendum, still calling it breakfast, referendum in 2016 and the UK's withdrawal from the European Union in January 2020. Both moments will be remembered as among the most damaging acts of economic and social self-harm any government has undertaken. As a former Vice Chair of the Remain campaign in Northern Ireland, I was proud to campaign alongside people from every single background to make the case for EU membership. We won the argument here in the North, but we were still dragged out against our will. What followed the referendum was not an honest reckoning with the consequences of Brexit, but a campaign of mistruths and denial from those who championed it. Instead of working to limit the damage, successive Tory governments, backed by the DUP, pushed for the hardest possible version of Brexit, with no regard for the impact on this island or the Irish Sea. Last year's general election delivered more than a change of government. It brought a renewed opportunity to rebuild relations in the EU. For the first time since Brexit, the Chancellor has met with the EU Finance Minister, and today the Prime Minister meets EU leaders to chart a path forward. So from the early details that we are hearing, this is a positive move. We're moving in the right direction, but a lot more needs to be done. I would urge him to focus on three priorities. First, we must restore the freedom of movement of our young people. Our economy and society are enriched by the talent, energy and diversity that mobility brings. Limiting it holds back both growth and opportunity. Second, the electronic travel authorisation must be scrapped. It is doing real and measurable harm to tourism in Northern Ireland. This island has a seamless tourism offer. We cannot allow an artificial barrier to damage livelihoods in this key sector. Third, we need a closer alignment on emissions trading. With joined-up schemes across the islands and the EU, we can avoid price instability, support our industries and keep household energy bills lower. Mr Speaker, people here did not vote for Brexit, and we must never stay silent about the damage it has done, not just to our economy, but to the fabric of our society. Today marks a chance to repair some of the damage, but this SDLP remains clear. The only true path of recovery is through a new Ireland that takes us back into the heart of the European Union. Thank you.
Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Last week I received a partial response from a Freedom of Information request asking for all information held by the Executive Office about a meeting between the First Minister and the Chair of the Executive Office Committee. Tellingly, the handwritten notes from that meeting weren't disclosed as part of the bundle. The little information I did receive was only released after the Information Commissioner issued a formal decision notice against the First and Deputy First Ministers. But what was disclosed was, quite frankly, astonishing. Who within this House was aware that the Executive Office operates something called the Media Monitoring Unit, a name which wouldn't sound out of place in a Soviet ministry? Shockingly, neither would its activities. We don't yet know how many staff it employs or what it costs the taxpayer, but here's what we do know, thanks to my FOI request. Between the 7th of November and the 6th of December, the Executive Office had civil servants typing up 5 full transcripts of interviews featuring me or my staff on The Nolan Show, totalling a whopping 63 pages. These transcripts covered contributions from myself, my assistant Sammy Morrison, and even an expert in freedom of information, Martin Rose de Bam. Let me be clear, these weren't policy briefings. They were media appearances by opposition voices, and they were transcribed at the public expense, not to assist government work, not for accurate record keeping, but to track political criticism. That is not media monitoring. That is political surveillance. TUV is, of course, flattered that we so terrify the Executive Office that our every word must be catalogued and filed away. But how can such an issue arise? Some would call this abuse of public money and public resources, possibly be justified being used in this way. When civil servants are being diverted to transcribe radio interviews with opposition politicians, the public is right to ask, is this the real priority of the First and Deputy First Ministers? If there is money to burn on typing up Nolan's shows, no wonder the public has lost confidence in this place.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, can you illuminate the House on how Mr. Aiken's comments align with stand orders, particularly 24A, 60 of member statements, and also to remind him, just because people support the rights of Palestinians and to try to claim people are anti-Semitic is a disgraceful slur against the name of anybody who stands up for Palestinians, and also really does a disservice to the many Jewish people in America and across the world who are standing for Palestine.
I listened intently to Mr. Aiken's remarks, or Dr. Aiken's remarks, and as I recall, he spoke about the attack on the synagogue, and then he raised the second issue, which was of importance also, and he then reflected that others had refrained from condemning such incidents and said that it was anti-Semitic, and he didn't name any member. So I don't see that any member should be offended if they haven't done anything in that respect. Mr. Aiken didn't name anybody, but he did say that those who refrained from condemning incidents he regarded as anti-Semitic, which I think is, in a political chamber, is pretty reasonable comment. Moving on, point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that it is in the standing orders that ministers bring to this House matters of importance before they reach the media, and given that the anti-poverty strategy that is supposedly being brought by the Minister for Communities was discussed in the media last week, can you look into why we are still not seeing a statement from the Minister for Communities about the very important and long-awaited anti-poverty strategy?
I can't, because, obviously Minister Nesbitt has asked to make a statement this morning. We wait on the ministers, asking us for the opportunity to make such statements. And should the Minister for Communities ask to make such a statement, that will be facilitated by us. I do note that the Executive approved that last week and said that we'll be hearing more about it in the Assembly, which is the appropriate way to do it. So I haven't been notified at this point, but I will not be surprised if I receive some form of notification that we will be discussing this in the next 24 hours. Moving on to the next item on the order paper, and that is a notice from the Minister of Health that he wishes to make a statement. I call Mr. Mike Nesbitt, Minister of Health.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I took up post, the last thing I was looking for was a fight. I have huge respect for the tens of thousands of wonderful colleagues who deliver excellent health care each and every day in Northern Ireland. And that, of course, includes GPs. In fact, I could argue that a GP saved my life, because it was my doctor, fresh into post, who had the professional curiosity that alerted him to the possibility that I had a heart condition, sending me for the tests that ended with me being fitted with 2 stents, then a pacemaker and a defibrillator. So please believe me when I say I have a personal interest in supporting primary care. And that is matched by a professional interest. Members will be well aware of my ambition as Health Minister, the so-called shift left to focus on prevention and early intervention, switching focus from our acute hospitals to concentrate on primary, community and social care. I'm not saying I'm the best friend GPs could have hoped for as Minister for Health, because I'm sure every minister has cherished primary care, but I do hope they understand it is a key focus of mine. That said, I did not come into post to make promises I could not keep or agree to demands that the budget cannot possibly satisfy. Regrettably, that's a demand I've been faced with from the British Medical Association's Northern Ireland General Practice Committee in relation to the GP contract for 2025-26. Believe me, I share their frustrations. Year after year, inadequate budgets for health and social care. But I must question the wisdom of tabling unachievable demands at a time when the budgetary pressures are at an all-time high. I also have to respectfully wonder what they hope to achieve by treating an ally of primary care as an adversary. All, of course, is fair in love war and funding bids, but these tactics make absolutely no sense to me. So by way of background, I'll start with an issue from last year's negotiations, and that was the question of indemnity, something that's been allowed to become toxic over a number of years. Last year, my department offered $5 million, repurposed from within the existing funding baseline, as a short-term fix, pending agreement on a full and final settlement. When I took up post, GPs were accusing my department of unilaterally changing the agreement in the letter of offer. My officials were insistent this was not the case. And from reviewing the agreement and the letters exchanged at the time, I tend to agree. But I offered independent arbitration with the promise to make good any financial shortfall should the GPs be right. The GPs did not take up that offer. And I still do not understand why not, but the suspicion has to be that they recognised they were seeking to shift the terms of a deal that they had previously agreed to. The offer this year is to put that $5 million back into the pot to use for core services and provide a new, fresh, additional $5 million for indemnity. That is a good outcome. I recognise the BMA state that $5 million is not sufficient to cover the full costs of indemnity, but let me explain to members that the value of the offer on indemnity is based upon data on the actual subscription costs paid by GPs in Northern Ireland. This data was provided by the 3 medical defence organisations who provide the overwhelming majority of cover to GPs here, and it was subject to external expert analysis provided by the Government's Actuary Department. I'm content that the offer my department has made in relation to indemnity is fair and meets the needs of the service. As to criticism from GP representatives that the offer is not open to locums, I make no apology. My department contracts with GP practices for the provision of services to the population. It's therefore entirely appropriate that support we offer is targeted to those practices. Indeed, in March of this year, the Public Accounts Committee questioned whether the Department of Health was incentivising GPs to work as locums to the detriment of the service. So I trust colleagues from that committee will therefore be supportive of this approach to funding practices directly for the costs of immunity. The BMA's GP membership has now rejected that offer, and that was one of 3 key demands. A second was the hike in national insurance contributions. I take the view it's deeply unfair to ask GPs to fund those increases. So, despite the deficit position already facing my department, I had already decided it wouldn't be fair or reasonable to ask practices to meet these extra costs. And that's why we put $3.5 million on the table to cover the full costs. And when GPs said that mightn't be enough, I promised that if they could produce evidence, the receipts that proved it wasn't enough, I would make up the shortfall. That's another offer the BMA has rejected. The third GP demand was for more money. And let me be clear, I wish I had far more money which I could invest in primary care. I wish I had more money to invest in all of the really important areas. But the financial realities of repeated budget settlements, endorsed and approved by members of this House, prevents that. But it's simply not the case to suggest that extra investment isn't being made, or, as I read in public statement last week, that money is being cut from primary care. In financial year 23-24, the total investment in general practice across Northern Ireland was £388 million. Already, I've confirmed the total investment in GP services this year will be over £414 million, to include pay uplifts from last year and the recently announced investments in multidisciplinary teams and the primary care elective service. And I expect to make a further 10 to 20 or maybe 20 to 30 million increase once the pay review body recommendations are decided upon for this year. Already we've offered a further unconditional 1 million, yet the BMA told me they wanted 80 million. On at least 2 occasions, I asked their chair to give me a one-pager outlining what new services they would offer in return. It never came. The extra 80 million is not being demanded for reform or expansion or indeed for measures to improve public access to GP services. It would simply be for more of the same. And given the sheer scale of pressures facing all public services across all executive departments, that is not a realistic approach. So that's the position. Giving the GPs another 80 million to do what they're already doing with a vague promise they'll sit down to discuss the severe access issues is not an option I can contemplate, not when there's already a funding gap of £500 million and more in the overall health budget. I've been consistent in stating I will not sign off on catastrophic cuts to reduce that funding gap. And for the avoidance of doubt, catastrophic cuts are cuts that put lives at risk, cuts like closing an intensive care unit bed. So, to summarise, Mr. Speaker, 5 million new money for indemnity, 3.5 new money for national insurance, and 1 million new money, or 9.5 million in total. That 9.5 million was hard to source. The health budget has a shortfall now in excess of £500 million. I repeat, north of 500 million. And I'm facing the quadruple challenge of tackling waiting lists, mitigating the damage to other services from the diversion of 165 million from my existing budget for waiting lists, funding further reform of healthcare, and balancing the books. I met the GPs on Tuesday, the 29th of April. They were clear they did not like the offer and were determined to ballot their members. We asked the direct question, will you advise your colleagues on which way to vote? They were equally direct. They said they would simply state the facts. Our members will decide, quote unquote, was their position. 2 days later, their chair was publicly urging members to reject, quote, the government contract offer. Now, over the last 12 months, MLAs from across this chamber have written to me, highlighting the challenges with access with some practices. Of course, we still have many exceptional GP practices, but from the messages we receive directly from patients, I can see that some are still having to phone hundreds of times in the hope of securing an appointment to see their GP. That is not sustainable. My department contract proposals included a number of small but significant changes to help improve patients' experience of accessing services. Things that are simple to implement and don't involve any additional cost to practices. Things like making sure practices make some of their appointment slots pre-bookable so that patients don't always have to call back another time when the daily capacity has been reached. And making sure practices make the most of the digital functionality they already have to make ordering repeat prescriptions easier. And making sure that when patients walk in to make an appointment, they don't have to buzz their way into the practice and are dealt with appropriately by a member of staff there and then, rather than having to go outside and phone in. I also wanted GPs to establish patient participation groups to give patients a voice in how they're served by the practice, and for practices to undertake patient satisfaction surveys. Some of the proposals had already been included in the previous year's contract, the only change being some changes to wording. Yet, instead of agreeing to these, the BMA offered only to join a new working group to consider them. That, Mr. Speaker, was not acceptable to me, nor would it be acceptable, I suspect, to most members of this House. Furthermore, I also asked them to commit to share with their members our latest proposals to address the now wholly untenable access issues. Regrettable they gave no assurance that they would forward that paper. So the time for general open-ended discussions on improving access is over. I think I'm entitled to expect to see concrete proposals from the BMA. The BMA's Northern Ireland General Practice Committee has asked to meet me following the ballot result, and I remain 100% committed to dialogue with the BMA and with all the other professional groups and trade unions in the health service. My record speaks for itself on that. So I met with the General Practice Committee Chair earlier today. My Permanent Secretary is due to meet the BMA tomorrow to jointly discuss how we expand and enhance GP services, how we can shift resources gradually but steadily from hospitals into community-based services. But I had to tell the Chair that the GP contract on offer for 25-26 is at the very limit of what I can do. In financial terms, the cupboard is bare, and there is no point pretending that I can serve up a sumptuous three-course meal. There is nothing to be gained from further contract negotiations, which would only also offer false hope that a better offer might be forthcoming. It will not. We are at the end point for this year. I have, therefore, taken the decision to go ahead and implement the contract on offer. I do so mindful of the pressures GPs are facing in relation to national insurance bills and the long-standing concerns about indemnity cover. I want the funding I have been able to earmark for these areas to be released and to provide immediate assistance. Further delay will help no one. Of course, as always, I'll continue to engage closely with the BMA and GPs moving forward. My door is always open for genuine engagement and discussions. I should also remind members, in conclusion, of the importance of distinguishing between GP contract negotiations and pay negotiations. Pay is a separate process, and I await publication of National Pay Review recommendations on pay increases this year for GPs, also for other doctors and the wider health service workforce. I have said, all things being equal, my intention is to implement these pay increase recommendations as promptly as possible. That would, of course, add further pressures on my overall budget, particularly if increases are proposed well above inflation. The likelihood is that my budget shortfall is going to grow even further. And that's another reason why I can't go any further on the GP contract this year, or indeed on so many other parts of health and social care crying out for additional funding. Mr. Speaker, I will now listen carefully to what members have to say. I can only hope no one will turn this into a party political issue, but I commend the statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I'm sure that'll be an interesting meeting tomorrow. That's the end of the statement. I'm now looking for questions. Colin McGrath.
Speaker, Minister, today's statement is not just a failure of a negotiation. It reads like the Executive declaring war on our already overburdened GP sector. In any trade union agreement, if you publicly detail the content of those negotiations and then impose a settlement that has already been rejected, then it follows that there will be retaliation.
I think
we shall have to wait
said, Mr.
and
McGrath,
see.
Mr. McGrath,
Minister,
I think I just said it asked for questions.
Yes, I'm just getting there, Mr. Speaker.
Well, can we get to it?
Thank you. Minister, if you are willing to go to war with our GP sector, has your department assessed the impact of imposing this settlement on GPs without their approval, and will you take responsibility for the collateral damage that will undoubtedly follow?
I would ask the member in return, Mr. Speaker, will he take responsibility for his language? We are implementing, we are not imposing this on the GPs, but you are using that inflammatory language, and I think that is a matter of regret. I have gone as far as I can go in terms of the financial offer. I have detailed it to you. I'm not the first to make it public. The GPs were balloted by their GP committee, so they know what the offer was. They know it was 9.5 million. They know 5 of it was for indemnity. They know at least 3.5 was being made available for national insurance, and another million put into the pot. Twice I asked, tell me what you would do with an additional 80 million in terms of service delivery. And I didn't get the response, because the answer is it will only be more of the same. I cannot fund that.
McGuigan.
Minister, you began by saying you weren't looking for a fight, but your statement is extremely combative and emphatic that you can't do any more for GPs. But equally emphatic is the fact that 99.7% of GPs have rejected your contract offer. The BMA talk of GP burnout, of early retirements, potential contract handbacks, recruitment and retention issues, and have stated the potential for collective action and reduced service and protest
or anything here, Mr. McGuigan?
So, Minister, can I ask you if you can reassure us in this chamber, but more importantly patients at home, that this approach of yours and the standoff will not have a detrimental impact on patient access to GPs and ultimately patient outcomes?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no alternative to taking this course of action because the money does not exist. And let Hansard record that the statistic that the member has quoted is the response of those who voted. It seemed to me the member was trying to imply that was 99 or whatever % of all GPs. It was only the GPs who voted.
And Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say, Minister, it is an interesting way to conduct a negotiation with this type of statement in the House. Minister, do you understand, first of all, how GPs will view this particular statement, given the fact that your department spends well over £500 million per year on administration of health in Northern Ireland? Do you accept that the GPs are quite entitled to look at the 9.5 million as a rather poor settlement.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just gently suggest to the member, when she says this is a strange way to conduct a negotiation, the negotiations are over. I'm not conducting a negotiation. The negotiations are over.
Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our GPs deliver 10 million appointments every year on 5.4% of the health budget. 5.4% of an £8 billion health budget, significantly below the 8 to 10% of other UK nations. Your stated ambition is to shift left into primary and community sector. What justification is there for continuing to underfund GP practices in Northern Ireland, and will you commit to a plan to move closer to parity with the rest of the UK?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. I would love, as I said in my remarks, to fund the shift left immediately. How do I justify not increasing the money? And by the way, I don't necessarily accept the 5.4%. I think all these things are open to debate. How do I justify it? Because to fund it, you are talking about catastrophic cuts. You're talking about potentially closing an intensive care unit bed. The member's a nurse. The member knows how catastrophic those cuts will be. Now, I am prepared, and I've spoken to the chair today, and I've said, let's talk, and she has agreed that we should talk, and what is on my agenda is the longer-term view of how we achieve that shift left. But at the moment, with a £500 million hole in the budget, I can't find £80 million for GPs.
Dillon.
I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Minister, for his answer so far. Minister, you've outlined in your statement, you've just said it again, that there could be catastrophic cuts that will cost lives. The inability to access a GP, the inability to have fully functioning, sustainable GP services is costing lives and will cost lives into the future. We had evidence given at the committee last week about the late diagnosis of many palliative care patients. If you cannot access your GP, you will get late diagnosis, if diagnosis at all. So what are you going to do? You have said that it's no longer a negotiation, but how does that align with your stated commitment in ongoing dialogue with BMA and GPs?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member is aware that I'm very conscious about access to GPs, and we wanted to make access to GPs part of the negotiations, which would have led to a bilateral agreement between my department and the GP committee. We were not able to get there. In fact, we refined our asks in terms of access. I think we made them simple, cost neutral to GPs. At the last meeting I had, when they said they were going to ballot their members, I asked the direct question, are you prepared to share our latest proposals on access with your members before they vote? No such commitment was given. So we're not in a good place. I accept that, and I accept if you can't get timely access to the GP, the implications for the service user or the patient can be extremely severe. I want to fix this, but I can't fix it with money.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. I agree that an open-ended period of negotiation with little or no prospect of the funding situation changing would only provide a distraction from the wide-ranging discussions that the Health Department will be having with primary care. Is it the Minister's hope that through the new access indicators, that as well as GPs receiving financial clarity on indemnity and national insurance, that patients will also see real benefits from this contract?
Minister. Right, I thank the member for his question. Yes, of course I do, and I think I said in my remarks, one of the access issues we were proposing was pre-bookable slots, so that the people who are making tens and dozens and dozens and dozens of calls, and sometimes to be frustrated to be told all the bookings for the day are gone, might be able to pre-book. I think that would be of great comfort to many of the people who spend a lot of time on redial.
Alan Robinson.
Minister, the BMA say that the 3.5 million made available by the Department to increase national insurance costs may not be enough to cover the actual cost of GPs. But you say 3.5 million will cover the full costs in your statement. Can you provide evidence that this indeed will cover the full cost? And if so, has that evidence been provided to the BMA?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. I did make the point in my remarks that we based the 3.5 million on government actuaries and the three big indemnity insurance companies, so we have a solid evidence base. I'm actually not sure to what extent we've disclosed the entire the statistics to the BMA, but what we have done, which I think is much more important, is I have given a ministerial guarantee to that committee that if they can prove that 3.5 million is not enough, and they should be able to prove it through receipts, that we will make up the shortfall. So they should not lose out. They should not have to fund a single penny of the additional hike in national insurance contributions.
Senator McAllister.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, this statement is nothing short of a disgrace and at times personalised attack on members of the GP committee. Given our GPs see 200,000 patients a week, but our constituents need more access, and this is the first time, I believe, since devolution that a contract has been imposed on medical staff ever in Northern Ireland. Are you satisfied with that, and do you think the patients will actually get more access to their GPs?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I find the member's language inflammatory and far from helpful. And once again, we are implementing, not imposing, this contract.
Ferguson.
Speaker, it is vital that patients can access their GP when they need them, and ensuring our GP surgeries are viable and sustainable, and it's a key component of this. Is the Minister convinced that what he is currently proposing can deliver on this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am convinced that we have dealt with, on a long-term sustainable basis, the toxic issue of indemnity, which has become toxic over a number of years. Absolutely, we have done that. I think we have covered the hike in national insurance, whether it's 3.5 million or might be a little bit more. We've managed to put another $1 million into the core funding envelope. I know that's well short of what the GPs want. So is this a perfect solution? Of course it's not. As I said in my remarks, I'd love to give more money to every core element of health and social care delivery. The budget isn't there to achieve that.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank the Minister for his interesting statement. Access to GPs is an issue that's raised with me on a daily basis, and particularly the case for rural patients who have to travel further. He will know that in the southwest area we've had a collapse of services. I am concerned that this statement will actually push further collapse. But I want to move on to my question, which is really around the increased technology that he mentions in his statement, the pre-bookable slots, ensuring patients are dealt with when they walk into practices. How is this actually going to be effectively monitored through his department in an independent way? Has he seen any improvement in relation to this over time, as there was money provided by the previous Minister, Minister Swan, in the last mandate, but yet we don't know where exactly that money went to improve telephone services?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member. The money that Mr Swan put in was to improve access services, telephony and IT, and there are IT solutions to achieve what she's questioning. On her concern that this may lead to collapse of GP practices, I would just suggest to her that if we had decided to withhold the 5 million for indemnity, and to withhold the 3.5 million for national insurers, and not put the extra $1 million in, that would have put more pressure on GP practices who are struggling with their finances.
Stuart Dixon.
Minister, for your statement so far. Minister, given that GP practices which are run by trusts and those which have returned their contracts and become GPs, again organised by the trusts, have their practice and indemnity paid for them, does the Minister not clearly see that there's a clear need to pay the indemnity costs for all other GPs whose practices are not within trust responsibilities?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If I understood the member correctly, he's asking for indemnity for all GP practices, and that is exactly what we are providing. No, GP practices.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Minister, there are 312 active GP practices last year, giving £1 million in new money in funding for all of these practices. represents £1,600 each for 6 months and or £3,200 for 12 months. Can you explain exactly what a practice could do with that type of money?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member just needs to realise there isn't a limitless pot of money. 1 million is not fantastic, I accept that, but no money is worse. So we have done what we can, avoiding catastrophic cuts elsewhere in health and social care delivery.
John McCall.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, do you think that the contract investment, the GP contract investment, will attract more GPs to be able to stabilise this service? I mean, our constituents want more access to GPs and we need you to stabilise. And what are you going to do if we see more GP handbacks?
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question. Of course, if you want to make becoming a GP attractive, you would be putting more into GP practices. But the money does not exist. There is a £500 million shortfall in the current health and social care budget. Now, we are investing, absolutely, and we're also investing in the GP workforce. And what I could say to the member, to help primary care, to deliver and to grow, which is the question, you have to train, develop and retain the GP workforce. And despite the number of GPs who are principal, salaried and retainers, it's increased by about 9% between 2018 and 2023, but that has been offset by changing patterns of workforce. But the annual intake to GP training sits at 121, and that's an increase, Mr. Speaker, of 86% since financial year 2015-16. So in less than a decade, we're up to 121.
Paula Bradshaw.
And thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, I would very much concur with others who have already spoken today in terms of the tone at which you have delivered this and certainly the content of your statement. And you have come to this chamber many times saying that the Department of Health needs more money just to stand still. And I don't know how that actually equates with your lack of sympathy that you've expressed through your statement today in terms of the ability of the GP practices.
Question, Ms. Bradshaw.
I would ask how what you say in this chamber many times around the Department of Health's budget, how that equates to your lack of sympathy for the GPs who are trying to run
Minister.
the service.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would just draw the member's attention to the fact I began by saying that I believe I am a friend of the GPs because of my emphasis on shift left. What I've done is state the facts. If the member doesn't like the tone, that's a matter for the member.
Justin McDulday.
Minister, two GP practices in South Armagh are on the cusp of being managed by the Trust, with the managing GP having stepped back from my funeral surgery in Mullaban. Locums and the Trust are managing that. And in Rathkeelan surgery in Mullaban, the managing GPs are scheduled to step back as of the end of August. That's 10,000 patients impacted. Minister, what are the implications of this statement on the possibility of implementing and inserting new managing GPs in my funeral surgery in Mullaban and Rathkeelan surgery in Crossmaglen? And how does that impact my constituents in Mullaban, in and around Mullaban and in and around Crossmaglen? Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. I cannot quantify how many GPs, how many surgeries are now beginning to contemplate contract handback, but I can tell the member this. If we hadn't put the additional 9.5 million in, it is likely that even more would be finding themselves thinking in that direction.
Alan McCrossan.
Minister, I know you're aware that there's huge concern amongst our public in relation to access to GP services. In fact, the PAC are conducting an inquiry at present, and it's public knowledge that over 12,000 people responded to that inquiry, people who are concerned. Minister, do you believe that this statement from you today will worsen an already very serious crisis, and furthermore expedite those GPs who have not decided to hand back contracts, that eventually now unfortunately will hand back contracts, because this is a very difficult situation that has been made worse by a minister who, it would seem, is not willing to respond to the concerns of GPs and the public in this matter?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I thank the member for his comments. Am I unwilling to respond? Well, if you're talking about giving GPs an extra £80 million for doing more of the same, then I am unwilling to respond because I can't afford to respond in that way.
Timothy Gallison.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, numerous concerns have been raised with me regarding access issues by 2 different surgeries that have been taken over in the last 12 months. What steps can you take to ensure future contracts will have better patient access requirements built into them from the get-go?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member. I outlined some of the measures that we were intending to propose to the GPs in my opening remarks. We will continue to press GPs to address the very serious issues of access.
Gary Carroll.
Thank you, Minister. Despite your opening comments, not only have you picked a fight with the BMA, but it seems like you brought your boxing gloves, your head guard and the gum shield as well. And this statement is laden with events and accusations that they may challenge, but I'll leave that up to them. Minister, you talk a lot about collaboration and working together since you took up this post. How does this statement meet that threshold?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I thank the member, but I can assure him there was no accusation in my opening remarks. I regret the fact we've come to this pass, but it is a pass, an impasse, because the GPs want £80 million that I don't have, and in fact would be questionable whether it would be the best investment across health and social care. I regret we're in this position. I would just emphasise I've spoken to the chair of that committee today, and we have agreed that we will now meet again and discuss a way forward. That is not to say that these negotiations for 25-26 are still open. They are not, but we need to take a longer-term view for the sake of all the people of this country.
Claire Ogden.
Speaker, Minister, ultimately this is a decades-long failure of your department's workforce plan within primary care. Demand is far outstripping supply and GPs are under considerable pressures. It's not 1 or 2 GP surgeries, it's every GP surgery right across Northern Ireland, which means this is a systemic issue. So how are you increasing capacity within the community, including dental, pharmacy, audiology? Because there's major problems there and that's only coming down the line.
Speaker, I thank the member for her question. I've said previously, she makes the point that this is the outworkings of perhaps decades of underinvestment or failure or missing opportunities. I've said previously, I am not going to criticise what has gone before because it will not improve the outcomes of a single patient or service user. So I want to be forward-looking. I've already told you about the increase, the 86% increase in the last 9 years in GP training places. I've made a major announcement last week in terms of pre-registration training right across a whole range of specialties, and I would just direct the member to that statement.
Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement, and I do welcome the almost £10 million funding towards primary care. Of course, if budget had allowed, the reality could have been quite different. Minister, I'd like to ask if you can give us an assurance that rural constituencies such as my own in Fermanagh and South Tyrone will benefit from the added investment from this assurance for the GPs, the GP settlement. And Minister, I'd like to ask, on top of the MDT rollout, the improved MDT in rural constituencies, how that can be accepted by the GP Federation.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question. Yes, in terms of the rurality, this will be an equitable distribution. That £5 million for indemnity and the 3.5 plus, potentially plus, for national insurance is not for urban or rural. It is for all the GP practices. In terms of monthly disciplinary teams, the member is aware that recently the Transformation Fund promised £61 million to increase the availability of MDTs, but this will only take it to, I think it's 12 of the 17 GP federations. So unfortunately we will get to the end of this decade before we are looking realistically at making MDTs available to every GP in all 17 GP federations.
Thank you. That concludes questions on the statement. The next item of business on the order paper is a motion to suspend standing orders 10(2) to 10(4). Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That Standing Orders 10.2 to 10.4 be suspended for 19th of May 2025.
Thank you, and I call on the Minister for Finance to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. Before we proceed to the question, I want to remind members that this motion requires cross-committee support. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the motion is agreed. The next item of business is a motion on the budget 2025 to 2026. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly approves the Programme of Expenditure Proposals for 2025 to 2026 as announced by the Minister of Finance on the 3rd of April 2025 and set out in the budget document laid before the Assembly on the 12th of May 2025.
Call on Finance Minister.
Moved.
The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 4 hours and 30 minutes for this debate. The Minister will have up to 60 minutes to allocate at his discretion between proposing and waiting. A member of the opposition will be called first and will have 10 minutes to speak. A representative of the Finance Committee be called second and will also have 10 minutes to speak. All other speakers will have 7 minutes. I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
And as you know, I'm a man of few words. So I don't intend to making a very long introductory comment, but if provoked, I'm prepared to use up my time at the end. So, Last Concordia, I have previously made a statement to the House on this budget, but I welcome this opportunity today to debate this more fully with members. The agreement of this budget shows this Executive's determination to work together and do things differently, using our limited resources to deliver what matters most. It reflects our programme for government having specifically ring-fenced some £441 million for our shared priorities. While the funding received following Chancellor Spring's statement could not be included in the formal departmental budget outcomes, the Executive did agree how this money would be allocated in June monitoring. Including these indicative June monitoring allocations, this budget provides departments with £19.3 billion, which will be spent on running our public services and investing in our infrastructure. £16.8 billion of this has been provided for day-to-day services, including £1.2 billion earmarked for specific purposes and £15.6 billion of general allocations, which may be spent at the discretion of individual ministers. With health receiving £8.5 billion, education receiving £3.3 billion and justice £1.4 billion, these three departments alone account for some 80% of the funding for day-to-day spending available, providing vital funding for health services, schools, policing and the wider justice system. This budget will mean £215 million going towards cutting health waiting lists and supporting investment in elective care. £165 million of this earmarked within the health budget settlement, with a further £50 million being provided at June monitoring. The Health Minister's recent statement to the Assembly announced a package of initiatives to tackle hospital care backlogs, including a waiting list reimbursement scheme, demonstrating how this funding will make a difference. As the Health Minister said in his statement, this provides a sharper focus, targeted in a way to have an effective impact on waiting lists. It invests in our children's futures, while also helping hard-working families by doubling our investment in early years and children's strategy to £50 million, with a commitment to provide a further £5 million in June monitoring. We can already see the positive difference this uplift in funding will make, with Minister Given announcing last week that it will help enable the extension of the childcare subsidy scheme to cover school-aged children. It is estimated that the number of children who would benefit from the discount will now increase by 60%, from the current 15,000 to approximately 24,000. Education is further supported with £75 million for the EA pay and grading review and £15 million additional for special educational needs. This budget provides £322.5 million to support our agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development,
recognising the importance of this sector to our economy and local farming communities. $5 million has been earmarked for investment in Lough Neagh, recognising its importance and desire to protect it. $15 million has been earmarked to build the skills base our economy needs both now and in the future. Recognising the importance of safe communities, Justice has received earmarked funding of an additional $5 million for this purpose, along with $16 million for the Executive's programme on tackling paramilitary activity and organised crime. This is on top of the $37.8 million of security funding provided by the Treasury. The Executive Office has been provided with an additional $2 million towards ending violence against women and girls. It also receives $150 million for HIA victims and truth recovery. The Department for Communities receives $47.3 million to fund existing welfare mitigations and $16.9 million to support benefit delivery. The budget recognises the need for transformation, with $21.3 million for transformation projects in health, justice, infrastructure and special educational needs, as well as $25.4 million for the integrated system, which will support all departments. Importantly, in terms of today's spending, excluding earmark allocations and in-year transfer, this budget provides every department with an uplift on its 24-25 final budget allocation. Turning to capital investment, $330.6 million has been provided for executive flagship projects, with a further $102.8 million for Stroud Shared Education Campus and $59.9 million for Shared Integrated Education. $100 million has been provided to deliver social housing. In line with that commitment, we are also investing $105.7 million in wastewater infrastructure. Some $99 million has been provided for city and growth deals, inclusive futures and complementary fund projects. In line with our commitment to climate change, $12.3 million has been provided for the Just Transition programme. Departments have also received $1.6 billion of general capital allocations, which will provide investment in our schools, hospitals, road networks, supporting the construction industry and our economy. Financial transactions capital funding is a catalyst to stimulating private sector investment in infrastructure and other projects that benefit our region. For the first time, this funding has been oversubscribed, with $58.7 million being made available to support initiatives including co-ownership and capital grants to businesses. This is a positive development. Those who vote against the budget today are voting against every single announcement I have just read out in this last 5 minutes, in the absence of any alternative proposals. In closing, with increased demands on services and rising costs, significant challenges remain as we strive to deliver the public services people rightly deserve. However, I believe the 25-26 budget prioritises the funding we have available to make a real difference for the betterment in people's lives across society. This budget provides record levels of funding for our public services and helps facilitate the delivery of our programme for government priorities, but challenges most certainly remain. There are many in this chamber with opinions on where the executive ministers should spend money, fewer who will say what services they should stop to make this happen, or where they would like to see changes take place. Simply put, additional funding for one area means less funding for another. Articulating problems is very, very easy. Working together to address them is what we are elected to do. As Finance Minister, I have worked to build consensus among my executive colleagues and focus on what we can do together. I hope 25-26 will be our last single-year budget, as I intend to bring forward recommendations in the autumn for a 3-year resource and a 4-year capital budget, reflecting the period covered by the spending review. I believe the multi-year budget has the potential to be a game-changer and enable departments to plan on a longer-term strategic basis. Work has already started on multi-year budgets, with the Department of Finance Budget Sustainability team supporting departments with their 5-year budget plans. The benefits will only be realised if the Westminster Government uses the spending review as an opportunity to invest in public services. I have made this clear in my meetings with the British Government. I continue to make the case to the Treasury for the Executive to be fairly and properly funded, reflecting our relative need. The recent work by Professor Hultham has been crucial in making this case. Last Concordia, there is no doubt that the financial outlook remains incredibly challenging, particularly given the Government's continued policy of austerity. Behind these millions and billions are people and families hoping and striving for better. Now that each Minister has their funding envelope, it is incumbent on each of us to manage our budgets efficiently and effectively. All decisions must be taken with the intent of making things better and making every pound count. I will keep working together in partnership with my executive colleagues and continue to press for better funding for our public services. I commend the budget to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole for the opposition.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I will today be speaking both in my capacity in opposition and also as Chair of the Finance Committee, and I am going to yet again draw attention to the anomaly whereby I am obliged to divide my time between those two rules.
Matthew, can I just point out that you've raised this before, okay? You've been told before that a member can only speak once to a motion. I appreciate the point that you're making, and it is in standing orders. If you're unhappy with that, I would suggest trying to go down that route, but I understand the point you're making.
I will be pursuing this point, particularly because others in this chamber make a great play of the importance of opposition in other chambers on this island. I intend to do my job in opposition in this part of the island and have it properly respected. But anyway, we will move on. And Madam Principal Speaker, on behalf of the Finance Committee, I am giving the views because we've had some important scrutiny in that context. Thank you to the Minister for bringing this debate, following, as it does, from the Committee's budget debate prior to the Easter recess. In the past number of months, the Committee has met with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury to discuss the budget process alongside Scottish and Welsh counterparts. We will be engaging on an informal basis with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland soon. In the past, the Committee has been critical of the Executive for not explicitly linking budgets to PFG. However, members welcome the development of 5-year business plans and, indeed, indications of moving towards multi-annual budgets following the comprehensive spending review, and I acknowledge the Minister made that point today. We're all aware of the extremely challenging budget envelope that we have for 25-26, and the Fiscal Council has noted the considerable general pressures that departments face, not least through the impact of the autumn statement and the rise in employer NIC contributions. The Committee looks forward to receiving briefings from the Department this week on the fiscal framework, including, we hope, and I may say more about this soon, the report on our relative need from Professor Jerry Holtham. We are, as I said, at this point still largely dependent on regional rates and RRI borrowing. The Committee also, in terms of money raised independently from the Treasury. The Committee also acknowledges the funding provided by financial packages including New Decade New Approach, Fresh Start, Shared Education and Housing and the Executive Restoration Package. As the members are aware, these financial packages are confirmed separately by the Secretary of State, who sets out the funding and any relevant conditions. Now, I mentioned the impact of the rise in employer national insurance contributions, and the Treasury has confirmed that the Executive will receive £146 million from Westminster main estimates to offset this cost. However, the Committee is aware that this is approximately £60 million short of what is needed for core departments and does not extend to the wider public sector, such as GPs and dentist practices, nor indeed councils and community and voluntary sector who are involved in the provision of public services. The budget's uplift of 5% to the regional rate for domestic and 3% for non-domestic properties provides in total £732.3 million of funding in 25-26. The Committee has engaged with officials regarding the levels of unpaid rates. The Committee also welcomes the uplift in the Executive's borrowing power through the Reform and Reinvestment Initiative, the Reinvestment and Reform Initiative delivered in the Restoration Package. This additional £20 million in 24-25 rises with inflation in subsequent years, so its addition gives the Executive the ability to access £225.7 million of borrowing for 25-26. With Treasury allocations and funds available from June monitoring, the Executive budget for 25-26 stands at just shy of £17 billion resource DEL and just under £2.5 billion capital DEL. We are pleased, it has to be said, that of the £58.7 million of FTC available. For the first time, FTC bids have exceeded the allocation, so that is a welcome development, something that many of us, I think from all parties, have called for, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Across Resource and Capital DEL, £440.6 million has been earmarked for PFG priorities, including £357 million in the Budget 25-26 outcome and £83 million of indicative June monitoring allocations. Resource DEL allocations include a welcome £215 million to cut health waiting times. Capital DEL allocations include the allocation of £21.3 million of the £47 million available from the Executive Restoration Package. There is still some work to do on the Public Sector Transformation Board. The committee has applied considerable scrutiny to the work of the PSTB, and we will be engaging further with the Minister and Secretary of State on that. Turning to the Department of Finance's own budget, non-ring-fenced DEL for 25-26 amounts to £240 million, with capital DEL of £32.1 million. On a number of occasions, the committee has considered the Executive Restoration Package cliff edge when the short-term budget support being provided runs out, but the 24% Barnett consequential top-up has not had time to build up to a similar level. The committee particularly notes looking forward to being briefed by Department of Finance officials this week regarding the fiscal framework and the work of Professor Holtham. It's vital that the Executive's budget is set at the appropriate level. Through its membership of the Interparliamentary Finance Committee Forum, we have engaged significantly with our counterparts in Wales and Scotland and will continue to and also engage with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury. I look forward to hearing members' comments and those of the chairs of other statutory committees. We very much welcome the fact that this debate has been brought forward by the Minister. Now, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in my remaining 5 minutes of my 10 minutes, the Minister having taken 10 minutes of his 60, I will endeavour to give the view of the official opposition. And the view of the official opposition, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is that this budget represents drift, inaction and distraction by the Executive. The Minister said, interestingly, contradictory things in his opening remarks. He talked about the tightness of the spending settlement, but he also said departments have had, in his words, from that lecture a few minutes ago, record levels of funding. It is true to say that in the last financial year, the Executive, which was the first year back after restoration, the Executive did experience record levels of funding. The question we are asking today is what have they done with it? And how clear and specific are the targets set out in this document, the second full-year budget that a restored Executive is laying out? How ambitious, realistic are those plans are? The answer, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is I'm afraid not at all. There has been consistent drift and inaction from the Minister, and I just want to pick a few specific areas. On water, no plan for investment. On the cost of doing business review that he and his colleague, the Economy Minister, made great play of in response to the increase in employers' national insurance contributions. This research that they commissioned an academic to do, the response to that in policy terms from the Finance Minister and the Economy Minister, forwarded on to London. On electricity investment and infrastructure, no clear plan for investment from the Finance Minister or his colleagues. Compare that to what his counterpart Owen O'Brien and other Sinn Féin TDs were possibly with some merit saying in Dáil Éireann just a few weeks ago, calling out the absence of strategic investment in water, in infrastructure and a whole range of other priorities south of the border. Who's in charge of those things north of the border, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker? Well, it's Sinn Féin. It's a Sinn Féin Finance Minister and other Sinn Féin ministers. Now, I accept that we are in a different situation on this side of the border. I accept that we are not yet in a sovereign Irish government representing the whole island, and the Minister will probably say to me, but the choices I have are not the same that a Minister in Dublin. That's true, but I would expect to see from a Republican Finance Minister a little bit more ambition than simply to say London isn't giving us enough money, therefore we can't take action. The Minister said in his statement that he wanted to see alternatives. Well, I'm glad to say the opposition has today published a detailed alternative plan, a 5-point approach, which is different from that published by the Executive. There are things the Minister and his colleagues could do to increase investment here in Northern Ireland, but they are not doing it. He isn't doing it. He isn't taking the power, for example, to increase infrastructure investment by more innovative use of infrastructure financing. He isn't taking increased fiscal powers. In fact, I had to press him in the committee to find out whether there was any plan at all to increase fiscal devolution. You wouldn't know it from what's in this document, because there's no intention to increase our fiscal powers whatsoever. There is a consistent argument that we aren't getting enough money from the British government, and that is of course true. I wouldn't disagree with that. But the test of people in power is not what they do to blame others for the limitations on their power. And by the way, there is a legitimate and robust argument that the UK government is not funding this place to need, and as opposition we've consistently agreed with the executive on that. But we've also said, show us your alternative. You maximise the powers you have in terms of fiscal devolution, local revenue raising, greater use of alternative sources of funding. Back in 1919, from 1919 to 1921, Michael Collins was a Republican Minister of Finance who went and raised money internationally to help pay for the new Irish Republic. I would expect a Republican Finance Minister to show a little bit more initiative than simply waiting for the UK government to increase allocations. I would expect a little bit more ambition from the Minister. This document does not have the level of ambition that we need for our public services. It doesn't come near to the kind of aspiration we should have for our people, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. No plan for long-term investment in our infrastructure, no plan to take more powers to this place rather than simply shift blame to others. It is, I'm afraid, a further example of the executive's drift, inaction and distraction. So the opposition cannot and will not support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Colm Gildernew, Chair of the Communities Committee.
Margaret Freelas Cancorlia, and I rise to speak as Chairperson of the Committee for Communities. On behalf of the Committee, I wish to confirm our support for the motion before the Assembly today, approving the programme of expenditure proposals for 2025-26. The Committee has engaged with officials from the Department on its budget reallocation for this financial year, most recently at our meeting on Thursday, the 8th of May. Consequently, members have been provided with a picture of both the financial landscape for a department with a remit that touches the lives of so many citizens across the North and employs over 11,500 people, over one-third of the NICS headcount. Members remain particularly concerned about potential impacts on housing, social security, employment support, local government and community development. The Department for Communities has been allocated a total of $938.1 million in resource DEL, $270 million in capital DEL and $48.1 million in financial transactions capital. The Committee notes that these allocations are set against a backdrop of significant and rising pressures. Crucially, the Department faces a non-ring-fence resource DEL shortfall of some $98.6 million, or 12% against its stated requirements. We also note that while additional funding for civil service pay awards and national insurance contributions is included, it does not fully cover the pressures faced by the Department and its arm's-length bodies. The Committee welcomes the earmarked resource funding which met departmental requirements in full, including the $16.9 million for up to 400 additional benefit delivery staff. However, we also note the Department's advice that this funding is not yet recurrent and that recruiting these posts will be challenging. The Committee will maintain a keen interest in the recurrent nature of this essential funding and in the very high levels of agency staff usage. During our recent session with officials, the Committee explored several areas of specific impact and concern arising from this budget settlement. The allocation for new social housing starts, for instance, at $63 million, will support approximately 1,000 new homes. This is welcome, but it falls significantly short of the 2,000 home target, and the Committee supports the Department's intention to bid for further in-year funding. I now turn to the arts, culture and heritage sectors. Although some additional support for national museums and libraries has been indicated, the Department's briefing confirmed unmet bids for further investment across these areas. The Committee has been awaiting a detailed departmental briefing on this pressing issue, which has regrettably now been postponed on 2 separate occasions. We also await briefings on the anti-poverty strategy and languages strategies. Concordia, as Chair of the Committee, I recently had the privilege of attending the Equity Trade Union Conference in Derry, where for all the recent successes we have to share, the funding threat to our burgeoning film and TV sector was made very clear, echoing our own feedback from stakeholders gathered earlier this year. Culture and the arts have been a significant contributor to so much of what we do, and we have all been proud recently of many of their achievements, and the committee will continue to monitor the health of this sector closely. The voluntary and community sector have also featured prominently in our discussions. An additional $2.8 million to help address pressures such as the real living wage and employer national insurance contributions is a positive step. However, the committee remains attentive to whether this meets the full scale of need and will continue to explore how a coherent and supportive approach can be promoted for all third sector organisations. A significant concern for the committee is the continued absence of a dedicated ring-fenced budget line for the anti-poverty strategy. While we understand work is ongoing, the committee will be seeking assurances as to how statutory obligations to tackle poverty will be resourced and delivered effectively by the department and the department in conjunction with other stakeholders such as councils. Furthermore, the committee will closely monitor the implications of welfare changes emanating from Westminster, particularly those outlined in the recent Green Paper, and will be seeking clarity on the adequacy of consultation around these changes and of funding for employment support programmes and the status of Barnett consequences in this critical area. The Committee for Communities is committed to its role in scrutinising the Department's expenditure and the delivery of its extensive range of services and supports, and we will continue to engage constructively with the Department as it navigates these financial challenges and works to deliver for all of our communities. Prior Laskin Collier now make a few brief remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson for Communities and Housing. As I have already outlined, the budget position for 25-26 is a challenging one from a community's perspective. I think it would be fair to describe it as a standstill budget, as it largely reflects the budget position from last year and doesn't provide much room for new spending. A key concern I would have at this stage is the shortfall in funding for social housing, of which only $63 million was allocated, and as I've already said, will only allow for half of the 2,000 target new social homes to be built. I would urge the Communities Minister to continue to raise with the DWP the proposed cuts to disability benefits, which will cause untold harm to some of the most vulnerable in our society. What these cuts will mean for people here remains unclear. And it's absolutely vital that we continue to be able to protect people. The austerity agenda of the Labour government has been roundly rejected, and they should abandon these cruel cuts immediately. And finally, Prior Laskin Collier, whilst I acknowledge the reports of the anti-poverty strategy being brought to Executive last week, I would urge the Minister for Communities to engage meaningfully with the sector to address their concerns, including the absence of any ring-fenced budget to support its implementation. After many years of waiting for an anti-poverty strategy, we need to ensure that we have a robust and ambitious plan which will effectively tackle the root causes of poverty and deprivation. It is unclear as to why that strategy, having been brought to Executive last week, has not been brought as a statement here to the Chamber today, but I would urge the Minister to bring that statement forward as a matter of urgency so we can continue to press on this important strategy on behalf of all those people who have been waiting for it for so long.
Thank you, Colin. I call him Philip Brett, Chair of the Committee for the Economy.
Deputy Speaker, and with your indulgence I'll make some remarks on behalf of the committee and then in my personal capacity after that. On behalf of the committee, can I thank the Minister for bringing forward the debate on the 25-26 budget and for laying the associated budget documents last week. The Economy Committee had previously received oral evidence on these matters in December from the then Minister. We heard from officials on the 5th of February and then noted further written departmental submissions on the 26th of February 2025. We heard from the current Economy Minister on the 9th of April and lately have received the Department's estimate memorandum for 25-26. The estimate memorandum helpfully provides comparisons for key budget lines, contrasting the closing position for 24-25 with the proposed opening budgets for this year. However, despite the Executive agreeing the budget and a budget document being laid, the Department for the Economy has yet to provide the Committee with impact assessments for the allocations for 25-26. As indicated in my remarks on behalf of the Committee last month, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, without these, members have found it impossible to determine what the budget might actually mean in respect of skills places, apprenticeship numbers, further education places, or indeed higher education places, all of which could significantly impact on our economy. Some information has been provided in respect of Northern Ireland's civil service pay pressures and the further education pay deal. As I indicated in April, if FE lecturers accept the pay offer of around 5.5%, which I understand today they may have, it may be a further pressure of perhaps around £5 million upon the Department's current budget. How this will be addressed, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is not clear at this time. The Department previously advised that it is expected that pressures associated with higher education provision would largely be met in the 25-26 budget. However, in subsequent papers, the Department appeared to advise of a baseline cut of higher education, including student support. Some of these have been offset by further allocations that were made in recent weeks. However, the Committee is again at this time still not clear on what the overall impact of this cut will be on higher education places. The programme for government includes a significant commitment to promoting economic development. The skills barometer shows that the skills need is going to be in Northern Ireland going forward. But unfortunately, the Committee cannot be absolutely sure at this time that all the promises set out in the PFG will be met by the budget allocation. I just want to make a number of remarks in my role as economy spokesperson on behalf of the party. The budget only arrived in my pigeonhole this morning, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, so I wasn't quite able to get across 117 pages, but I will have my remarks in relation to the section for the economy. Can I firstly congratulate the Minister on securing a pay settlement with FE lecturers? I think in fairness to the Minister, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, she recognised the important role that they play in our economy and indeed to young people right across Northern Ireland, and she was determined to get an outcome of that and had my and the Committee's support. So can I thank her for that? And secondly, in relation to allocating and securing FTC allocations, it's an issue that the Committee had raised previously with the Minister, and she has honoured her word about making bids for that, and the Finance Minister has made allocations. So can I thank her for that? Turning just to some other comments I want to make, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I do have huge concerns in relation to the proposed cuts to higher education here in Northern Ireland, particularly to our institutions at Ulster University in Belfast and Coleraine, and indeed to Queen's University Belfast. This, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, has made its way into the media in recent weeks by a letter sent by the three higher education institutions here in Northern Ireland and our two teaching colleges to outline the serious concerns they have with the current budget. I also received a copy of a letter sent to the Minister by Queen's University dated the 12th of May, setting out clearly the concerns that they have in relation to allocations and to quote the letter, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the grave impact that the allocation would have to higher education and to capital projects here in Northern Ireland. I do welcome, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, on page 53 of the budget, the Minister's commitment to increase domestic and international air connectivity. However, no details are set out in the budget of how they propose to do that. There is no line, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, for the long-awaited Route Development Fund or indeed for airport support outside of what had previously been provided. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Committee will look to interest ensuring that we receive details of how the Minister proposes to allocate her budget, and the Committee will support her in trying to make Northern Ireland continue to grow its economic status. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. I call Paula Bradshaw, Chair of the Executive Committee.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office, and I want to thank the Minister of Education for bringing this motion to the House today and giving committees and indeed members an opportunity to make further comment on the programme of expenditure proposals for 2025-26 prior to the passage of the number 2 bill. Principal Deputy Speaker, the Committee for the Executive Office considered written and oral briefings from the Executive Office in March 2025 in relation to its budget, and it has received several further written updates. It is also due to meet the Department's Permanent Secretary in the coming weeks to discuss the departmental plan for the next financial year. Members noted that the executive budget for 2025-26 is challenging. The committee noted during the briefings that the allocations for TEO agreed by the executive in the budget are considerably lower than TEO's bids, and this means that many of the pressures felt by the department cannot be met. This remains problematic and will be compounded if there will not be the same opportunities for in-year to access additional funding through monitoring rounds and consequentials. In the past, the TEO has been reliant on in-year allocations to fund and continue key programmes. Members are concerned that the progress made in previous years could be lost if programmes are having to be scaled back, delayed or even cancelled because of reduced funding. Members noted that allocations for in-resource DEL, when taken with the baseline, will enable the current commitments to be taken forward in line with the spending plans for ending violence against women and girls, and that the funding for good relations will ensure delivery continues to be maintained at current levels. What is somewhat disappointing is that, given the importance of these programmes to communities across Northern Ireland, it does leave little room for emerging needs or expanding provision. Members noted that the funding available to non-departmental bodies only partially meets pay and inflationary pressures over and above the baselines that were brought forward. We remain concerned that continued pressures of this type could impact NDPB's ability to discharge their functions fully, effectively and effectively. In terms of earmarked resource DEL, an allocation has been provided which is below the departmental requirements of £168 million. This funding is mainly for victims' payments and forecast costs for the Truth Recovery redress payments and the cost of establishing and implementing a statutory public inquiry. The committee will closely monitor these requirements during the year and looks forward to the introduction of the bill in the coming weeks. Members also noted that capital allocations will allow inescapable pressures to be met, including an allocation to meet the financial transactions capital net requirement. The committee is seeking further information on a number of areas, for example the North West Development Fund, and is exploring the good use of public money in relation to accommodation and establishment costs. We will monitor the impact of reduced opportunities for in-year allocations on delivery of key areas of the Department's work. And finally, we welcome the much-trailed anticipated move to multi-year budgets and the certainty that this will bring to TEO and its delivery partners. The development of TEO's 5-year business plan and greater alignment between the budget and the programme for government. Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to now make some remarks in my capacity as an individual MLA. So there are a number of really important areas of work that there is funding for, albeit in a less than optimal allocation, which I think that the fact that there is money going forward is important, and we need to see the action met from the Executive Office themselves. And I'm referring to the long-awaited review of the TBUC programme and the promise that the next round of funding, the next iteration of that, will see an alignment with emerging issues in relation to good relations in its broadest sense, and in terms of tackling racial tensions. Linked to this is the, again, long-awaited draft refugee integration strategy. We know that the Executive has signed that off. We're just waiting to see when we will see the implementation plan and funding programme. But we do know that last summer the PSNI received £2.8 million in the October monitoring rounds to cover the costs of the summer riots, for example. This is money that I believe, and my party believes, would be better spent in terms of even allocating to the Executive Office for its good relations projects, for its race relation projects, and I think that we would find a more harmonised society could be produced as a result of that, rather than the fissures being widened and allowed to fester. I haven't mentioned it in my remarks as committee chair, but we are also looking at the three bodies, the Irish Language Commissioner, the Ulster Scots and Ulster British Commissioner, and the Office for Culture and Identity and Cultural Expression. So we understand that each of those will receive approximately £1 million a year for running costs, and while we as a party are supportive of the establishment of those three bodies, we do recognise that that's a lot of money has been allocated to that, while we see a constriction on the money for frontline grassroots projects. So we will be keeping an eye and ensuring that that money is spent effectively. Moving on then, in terms of victims and survivors, and I'm including those impacted by the Troubles, those who've lived through the hell of childhood abuse, and those who were so badly treated and forced to live with varying degrees of their lives through separation from their children. Many of whom have never got to meet their adult child or their birth mother. And I'm talking about the mother and baby institutions. So we're supportive. We're very keen to see the bill in terms of the inquiry and the redress scheme coming forward, and I'm also pleased to see the commitment from the Executive Office to continue to fund the specialist support services for them in this budget. We cannot assume that the passage of time is lessening the psychological impact and the need for these tailored support services given the particular circumstances that the people have lived through. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I call on Robbie Butler, Chair of the ERA Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs on the final budget 25-26. And as I stated at the draft budget stage, the committee was of course pleased that the Executive agreed to earmark resource deal of over £300 million for agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development. However, the Ulster Farmers Union highlighted to the committee at the Balmoral show last week the need for long-term ring fencing of the agri-budget, inflation-proof to ensure continuity and planning. We were delighted to have a formal briefing from the Young Farmers Clubs of Ulster at the Balmoral show last week, which was followed by an informal Q&A with the YFCU and their ERA committee, when we were joined by members of our own Economy Committee here. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, with your indulgence, I would like to highlight some of the financial matters raised by the young farmers. We heard of the desire of young people to get into and stay in farming, also to be nature-friendly farmers and to help improve our environment. But they struggle to secure finances due to high land prices and perceived risks by financial institutions. Also, there are financial barriers limiting their ability to invest in modern equipment, technology and sustainable practices. Members then heard of the need for additional financial incentives, grants or expert advice to help young farmers navigate the planning process. The proposed changes to agricultural property relief and inheritance tax policies are also causing worry, and these changes will lead to the fragmentation of family farms. And on that note, it should be noted by the House that on Friday past, the UK Government, the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee called on the Government to delay announcing its final agricultural property relief reforms until October 2026. That comes into effect in April 2027, which would allow for better formulation of tax policy and protect vulnerable farmers. DAERA officials provided the committee with an oral update on the draft budget 25-26 proposals on the 6th of February. At that time, only 15.7 million resource DEL was allocated compared to bids of around 50.9 million. Regarding capital DEL, the committee heard that DAERA had submitted bids to DOF totalling 179.2 million capital DEL against the proposed allocation of 119.5 million capital DEL. On the 3rd of April 2025, the Executive agreed the final budget 25-26, and this confirmed the opening allocations from DAERA as 599.5 resource DEL, 31.8 million ring-fenced resource DEL, including depreciation, and 119.5 capital DEL. In our meeting last week at the Balmoral show, we considered a written briefing from officials. Unfortunately, the only change from the draft budget 25-26 allocations was an extra 3.4 million resource DEL for the pay award from the 1st of August 2025. The £19 million general allocation will cover some, but not all, of DAERA's statutory obligation on bovine tuberculosis compensation or contractual pressures on pay and running costs. There is no change from the draft budget 25-26 capital DEL allocation of £119.5 million. This is £7.1 million less than DAERA's £126.6 million inescapable and high priority bids, and so we were advised by the Minister that he has agreed to make an opening over commitment of around £15 million. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, there has been a reallocation within the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, and the £12.3 million Executive earmarked capital will now fund three main projects. Those are the bovine genetic improvements at 5.5 million, the sustainable utilisation of livestock slurry at 5.4 million, and the farming for carbon projects totaling 1.4 million. The committee is pleased to hear that the Executive has also agreed indicative Executive earmarked resource DEL allocations to DAERA at the June monitoring round of 1.4 million for employers' national insurance contributions and £5 million for Lough Neagh, which aligns with the protecting Lough Neagh and environment priority in the PFG. And the committee also recognises that the final budget remains an extremely difficult outcome for DAERA, and on the 5th of June the committee will be discussing with officials further work required as part of the June monitoring to determine the extent of the pressures. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee remains concerned at the disparity between the resource deal bids and the allocations for specific statutory functions and projects, ranging from as little as 1/6 to around 1/2 of what was bid for. The trajectory of bovine TB remains upwards. Compensation for 24 to 25 was projected at almost £42 million at the time we reported in the draft budget, but now is looking to be closer to £50 million for the year 25-26 and possibly more. The committee has focused on a number of areas of capital allocation. For example, Farming with Nature has a capital allocation of £4.5 million, and the Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation Framework has been allocated £4 million. We have continued our programme of external meetings and hearing from stakeholders about the impact of the funding shortfalls. At our meeting on the 8th of May, we held an evidence session with officials on the consultation on the proposals for NAP. We heard at Balmoral that farmers are committed to playing their part in improving water quality, but the UFU warned that the proposals failed to reflect the complexity of on-farm decision-making and risks undermining both environmental progress and farm viability. Both the UFU and the YFCU highlighted the lack of engagement with industry on the new aspects of the NAP, and some members expressed concerns that incentives and support to farmers to play their part in improving the environment was lacking, leading to no carrot, just stick approaches. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it remains to be seen if the Minister receives significant allocations in future monitoring rounds, and the committee will continue to support the Minister in seeking additional funds as needed. It is expected that the Chancellor's announcement on the 11th of June of a comprehensive spending review will cover 3 years of resource spending and 4 years of capital spending. This should provide for longer funding periods for organisations, but the lack of multi-year budgets was cited by many rural groups as a significant issue. And if I could just turn to some brief remarks on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party.
You've less than a minute, Robbie.
I'll wrap it up pretty quickly if I can then. Okay, I want to highlight the unprecedented pressures facing our agri-food and rural sectors. Whilst the wider budget implications do extend further than our own finance department here, there is no doubt that the most imminent crisis for the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs is the future viability of farming families in Northern Ireland and, crucially, food security. We have to be clear that Labour's proposed inheritance tax reforms are draconian, and the risk of fragmentation to family farms is very real. But added to this is the lack of action to address the spiralling bovine tuberculosis crisis, the blunt approach to the NAP proposals with no identified support or incentives for farmers, and the cumulative threat of damaging trade deals, whether that is with the US or the EU on the Mercosur deals. Our farming sector is being squeezed from all sides.
Time's up.
Madam
Thank
President.
you. Thank you, Robbie. So, as question times begin at 2 o'clock, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. The debate will continue after question time, and the next speaker will be Philip McGuigan.
Ready to go, Minister? Okay. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for questions for the Minister of Communities. I will start with the listed questions, and I call on Timothy Gaston. Timothy.
Jimon.
Minister.
Neither my department nor any of its arm's-length bodies have provided any funding to NECAP since 2017.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome that confirmation from the Minister that no money from your department has been provided to NECAP, and I trust that will continue going forward. As the Minister responsible for local government, what are you doing to stop this pro-IRA rap group from turning Belfast City Council-owned Boucher Road playing fields into their personal propaganda stage?
Minister.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, the member will be aware that although I oversee local government legislation, it is up to individual councils to make their own decisions in those regards. But I hope that local councils would take into consideration some of the good relations issues that have been raised in light of some of the comments that have been made by NECAP, and not only by NECAP, but all of those that would seek to engage in what is essentially the glorification of terrorism.
Mr Buckley.
Speaker, would the Minister agree that both the UK Government and Irish Government would need to fully distance themselves from the funding of racist, anti-Semitic and sectarian state sponsorship in the view of NECAP? And would he further agree that some members in this House who suggest it would be mad to complain about such comments from NECAP is quite irresponsible, to say the least?
I completely agree with the member. In fact, I think it's not only the right thing to do, but I think it's our responsibility to call out behaviour such as this. There are always things that we can disagree with that other people do in the arts sphere, but this is going far beyond anything that comes anywhere close to just dealing with artistic licence. This is the glorification of terrorism, and this is also supporting, calling for violence towards MPs. So not only should there not be criticism of that, I think it's incumbent upon us to call that out, and I would also call on the UK Government and the Irish Government as well to consider their actions in this regard.
Mr McMurray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Minister outline how funding decisions for cultural and artistic outputs balance freedom of expression with public accountability?
Well, he'll be aware that the Arts Council is the primary body responsible for funding the arts in Northern Ireland, and they have policies that help them to work out where those boundaries and where those barriers are. For example, they have their good relations policy and their equality policy, and I obviously, as Minister for Arts, want to make sure that we do everything that we can to showcase the wide range of artistic talents that we have in Northern Ireland. But let me be very clear, that should never come at the expense of standing up for what is right and standing against clearly what were, in these circumstances, the wrong comments.
Mr Carroll.
Minister, can you detail whether your department have given any funding, either through community arts funding, to any organisations that have publicly been singing up to our necks in Fenian blood?
Well, as he'll be aware, it's up to the Arts Council to determine funding policies and everything around that in regards to their policies. They have their own equality and good relations policy, and it's only right that those are fully implemented, and where the standards have fallen below what is expected, that action should be taken in regards to that. What I won't do, however, is what some are trying to do, is judge the entire bands community by the actions of a few if they have fallen beneath expected standards.
Mr O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, I don't think anyone should trivialise when individuals trivialise violence, whether they're artists or not. For the sake of consistency, can I ask that when he met the Loyalist Communities Council, was he clear with them, and did he explicitly say to them the trivialisation of violence, including by Loyalist paramilitaries, was wrong?
I have been consistent on this. I have not trivialised this, and this was part of my discussions as well. I made it clear that I'm looking to the future. I made it clear that there is no role for violence or threat of violence in our society, and the member shouldn't need to ask that question, because I've been entirely consistent on this. No matter where it comes from, violence and the threat of violence is wrong, not only now, but it always has been, and no one should ever seek to justify it.
Mrs Erskine.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question 2.
Mr Deputy Speaker, a total of 37 applications were submitted under the Northern Ireland Football Fund's performance programme from 38 different clubs. One application was made jointly by 2 clubs, and one application was received from a local council in partnership with a performance club. Applications are currently being considered, and decisions will be taken in the near future. future. I hope to announce the first projects to be taken forward under this rolling programme of investment from late summer 2025.
Mrs Erskine for a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer there. The Minister will be clearly aware of Dungannon Swift's win in the Irish Cup final recently. I hope he'll join with me in congratulating them. But Dungannon Swifts is testament to homegrown talent, and particularly in terms of Dungannon youth and bringing grassroots sport to areas and giving people an opportunity. So will the Minister ensure that funding through his department inspires the next generation and that grassroots funding will be prioritised?
Absolutely, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm more than happy to congratulate Dungannon Swifts on their incredible victory, and I know the member has written to me and has asked me to host a reception here in Parliament Buildings, which I'm more than happy to do. She's absolutely right to highlight the importance of grassroots sport right across Northern Ireland, and in particular in regards to football. I'm looking forward now for attention to be turned towards the grassroots element, and I hope to make an announcement on that in due course, and of course help grassroots sport right across Northern Ireland.
Mr McNulty.
I wrote to the Minister about this fund in March, and at that time he couldn't tell me the number of applications to the fund or the total value of funding applied for through applications to the fund. Does he have those figures now, and what action will he take to reduce any unmet demand? And do you have any figures that quantify the downstream value of active participation in sport from a grassroots level across the board?
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would say it's almost unquantifiable in order to measure the impacts that sport will have in Northern Ireland, because the benefits are huge right across the departments that we have here in Northern Ireland. You will be able to see those impacts, whether it's in health or education, potentially even in the justice system as well. Getting people, especially young people, involved in sports at that grassroots level has a huge impact. That's why I'm such a strong supporter of it. I don't have in front of me, and I haven't seen yet, the full list of applications, but I can reiterate what I said in response to Mrs Erskine, that we've had a total of 37 applications from the performance clubs.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr Crawford.
Please.
Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, my assessment is that through the £28.9 million that my department has allocated in 24-25, successful outcomes were delivered. But if we are to address economic inactivity and see more disabled people thriving in work, we must significantly invest and increase the capacity of existing provision and implement new provision.
Crawford for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, I understand the paper is with you currently and your department on whether your department will continue funding the employment support scheme. Can the Minister advise when he will make a decision, and if it is to cease the funding, how will he ensure that those who require this support will not be adversely impacted?
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have a number of employment support schemes. Some of them have been dependent upon direct finance from the UK Government. I hope to be in a position very soon to come to this House and announce the budget decisions that I have made. But I absolutely believe in those programmes, first of all because I believe in the dignity of work and believe that some people need help to get back into work, and that should be provided because it is good for them and good for society, but also because of the economic benefit in return that we get from people being in work. I'm absolutely committed to that. It's a significant part of my anti-poverty strategy that I brought forward last week, and I look forward to that being supported fully.
Mr Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Does the Minister agree that we should be helping more people with disabilities get into work, and what action will he be taking to ensure that happens?
Yes, absolutely. I've met with many disabled people who have told me about their desire to get into work, but they've also told me about the barriers that exist to them getting in to work. We have 325,000 people in Northern Ireland that are economically inactive. 122,000 of those have a disability or a long-term health condition. We need to make sure supports are in place to help those, and we'll be bringing forward actions in both the anti-poverty strategy and the disability and work strategy to make sure that that happens and we see a real positive change in people's lives.
Mr Blair.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank the Minister for his replies. Can I ask the Minister what actions fall under his department's direct ownership within the disability and work strategy, and how these will be prioritised for implementation?
Well, that strategy will be coming forward shortly, but it is, of course, important to note, first of all, that it will be an executive strategy because it's not something that this department deals with alone. But there are a number of barriers that are holding people back getting into work, and some of those employment supports can be delivered through my department. That's something that I have been doing, but it's something that I will continue to do, and hopefully we'll be able to ramp that up in a coordinated way through the Disability and Work Strategy.
Mr. Delarky.
That a whole question 4.
I met with representatives from Belfast City Council and Coltis on the 26th of March, during which I advised that I am happy to support the FLA and look forward to working with partner organisations to ensure it's a successful event.
Mr. Delarky for a supplementary.
Well, thanks to the Minister for his very short answer. It's great to see the FLA coming north again. It was in Derry in 2013 and a fantastically successful event. What's your department doing to support grassroots organisations such as Coltis?
Well, the event itself will clearly be a responsibility for Belfast City Council to promote, but I have offered any assistance that the department can give. We're happy to do that, and to support organisations right across Northern Ireland that want to promote the culture and music of the area. And that's why I think it is so important that this event is coming to Belfast, so that we can showcase not just what the city has to offer, but hopefully various music and cultural traditions from right across Northern Ireland.
Mr. McClone.
Minister, at the last Communities Question time, you confirmed to me that you would be happy enough to attend FLA Ceol na hÉireann in Belfast if you had received the invite. Can you tell me, have you received the invite yet?
I haven't received the invite yet, but I made clear at the meeting that I had with the organisations, with Coltis and with Belfast City Council. I'd be more than happy to support that next year, but with it being more than 12 months away, they maybe haven't got the invites out just yet.
Ms Mahone.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, can you outline how the FLA will contribute to the development and delivery of the department's strategic aims when it comes to arts, culture and shared community spaces?
Well, first of all, I hope it will put the spotlight on Belfast and on Northern Ireland, and I hope that it will inspire more people to get involved so that they can understand the rich artistic, cultural and musical traditions that exist in Northern Ireland. We'll certainly be looking at actions that we can take to ensure there's a legacy from this event.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Buchanan.
Please.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to confirm that I've asked my officials to develop a programme to provide funding to fund small-scale renovation and improvement projects for community halls and facilities which deliver benefits to the wider community. I will be making a formal announcement on a new programme next month.
Mr. Buchanan for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, so far for your answer. Minister, do you agree that it's time for this to be a more permanent, recurring fund year on year?
The members already looking forward to it being regular, and of course I'm more than happy for that to be the case, because I go out to community organisations right across Northern Ireland, and the state of facilities is often raised with me. In fact, Joanne Bunting just had me out at Bloomfield Community Association last week, where we were discussing that very issue. So this will allow us to gather information and data on the vast number of community facilities that we have right across Northern Ireland, and I will look towards securing a recurring funding pot to support these facilities, which in many cases act as a fundamental asset within local communities.
Mr. Harvey.
Deputy Speaker, that'll be Q7, Minister, please.
Sir.
Based on gathered evidence, it's apparent that the existing strategic strategy framework remains appropriate. I have therefore decided to retain the existing active ageing strategy, whilst instructing my officials to bring forward a new action plan based on the existing strategy framework.
Mr. Harvey for a supplementary.
And thank you for your answers so far. There has been extensive commentary about the other social inclusion strategies. Can the Minister ensure the active ageing strategy is giving its proper place and the same prominence?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe in New Decade, New Approach there were 14 social inclusion strategies that were mentioned, and I'm certainly keen that progress is also made in the delivery of active ageing provision. Too often the older population can be taken for granted, and we saw this with the Labour government's decision to cut the winter fuel payments. So I will continue with this strategy and the subsequent action plans, and look forward to taking this work forward at pace, subject of course as always to executive agreement.
Mr. Gilden.
And Minister, given the growing numbers of older people facing poverty, can you advise the House when you will bring a statement here on the anti-poverty strategy which you brought to the Executive last week?
My intention is to meet, as we had previously discussed, with the expert panel and other key stakeholders. I intend to do that before it goes to consultation, but of course I will bring it to this House so that the members can have the opportunity to question me, and I look forward to that.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I'm glad to hear that the active ageing strategy, the action plan, will be updated. But as Mr Harvey had mentioned, there are other social strategies there. I was just wondering, Minister, if you could provide us with an update of when you will be delivering each of those strategies. I know you have a time frame for that. I'm particularly interested to see the LGBTQIA and the gender strategies. After all, we don't want just the good-looking ones at the front.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to progress these and make sure that we make a real difference for people right across Northern Ireland. So all of these will be considered, and we look at the actions that can be taken that actually will make a difference. But of course, all of these will be subject to executive agreement, and therefore I am not in control of the timeframes.
Mr McGrath.
And whilst the Minister is practically a youngster, as most of us are getting older and progressing in years, and we know that there will be an increasing number of older people in our communities, would the Minister agree with me that maybe some form of formal, official older people service, akin to what we have in terms of a youth service for young people, something of that should be developed so that organised activities in every area across Northern Ireland for older people to engage with, to have information about what's helping them, to tackle loneliness and social exclusion and all other benefits, that would be of great use to people as we grow older?
Well, I'm very grateful to the member for his kind comments. I'm always open to looking at ideas that can help make sure that we deliver for the people that we're sent here to represent. My only caution around that would be I don't want to set up another body that's there for administration if we can do those things in other ways. So, for example, I do believe there are good supports there. For example, the Make the Call service is one example of something that does predominantly help older people in our society, but whether it is through the actions that will be in the anti-poverty strategy, the housing supply strategy, money I've given for winter fuel payments or for supporting people, I'm committed to delivering for older people in Northern Ireland, and I'm happy to work with anybody else that will help me in that.
Ms McAfee.
Mr Deputy Speaker, environmental health officers have powers to deal with damp and associated mould issues through enforcing the statutory minimum fitness standard for all housing tenures. My department issued guidance on damp and mould to social housing providers in January 2024, and the Housing Executive has developed and is delivering an extensive action plan that will address the wide-ranging contributing issues of damp and mould within their properties.
And I thank the Minister for his response. AWAB's law, which is part of the Social Housing Regulations Act 2023 in England and Wales, requires social landlords to fix dangerous damp and mould within set timescales and address all emergency hazards within 24 hours. This will come into effect in October 2025, with His Majesty's Government also consulting in extending this to the private rented sector. Will the Minister be following this course of action?
Grateful to the member for raising this issue, and it is an important one. I'm looking for the most appropriate way forward on this. One option is the possibility of including some of the provisions within AWAB's law into a change in the decent homes standard. That may be the most appropriate response to that. Of course, we'll keep that under review.
Mr Milton.
Question number 10, Deputy Speaker.
Construction work on the Inner Wall City Public Realm project began on January the 6th, and works are scheduled to last approximately 18 months. Those works have been progressing well, and my officials continue to meet regularly to ensure this progress continues with full engagement with all local stakeholders.
Mr Milton for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his response, and can I welcome the £1.2 million provided by your department to restore the Austins building in the city centre. Minister, can you outline any further plans that you may have in terms of restoring buildings within Londonderry city centre?
I'm delighted that we were able to provide that capital grant funding, and we will continue to look for ways in which we can help buildings see new use, because we do have many unused buildings throughout our towns and cities, and we want to make sure that we are looking at options that are available. But I hope this £1.2 million for Austins will be the start, and we will see organisations like the Inner City Trust work together with the department to make sure that's delivered.
Mr Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome progress on the inner city scheme that the original question referred to. But will the Minister consider a regeneration scheme for Foyle Street adjacent to the city walls, where beleaguered businesses have suffered from the prolonged closure of the street due to Northern Ireland waterworks? There's good news that the street will be reopened to traffic at the end of this week. However, the street still could do with a facelift, and any intervention from the Minister would be welcome.
I'm more than happy to ask officials to look into that, see where that is on any potential schedule or list, and take evidence if need be to determine the need in that area, but certainly happy for that to happen.
Mr Blair.
Thank you. Question number 12.
Victims of domestic abuse are provided with support to both access and maintain social housing. When applying for a social home, victims of domestic violence are awarded primary social need points within the housing selection scheme. Following my decision to remove intimidation points from the housing selection scheme, all victims of violence, abuse and trauma are now able to access the same categories of points within the scheme for violence or the threat of violence.
Mr Blair for a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for that reply. Can the Minister give us any information on the work that his department or its agencies might be doing with other bodies to ensure that progress is made with regard to ensuring that victims of domestic abuse can be better supported through social housing, and how the department is helping shape such policies and partnership?
Absolutely, and there are a number of organisations that we do work with to ensure that this is the case, and in particular you'll see the outworkings of that in the Housing Executive's Domestic Abuse Action Plan. I believe that that has resulted in some good working with other organisations, including the PSNI. However, if the member has any further suggestions of how or who we should engage with, I'd be more than happy to hear from them.
Ms Bunting.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister has made mention of the removal of intimidation points and the impact that that might have on those who find themselves in the situation of domestic abuse. Could you perhaps outline exactly what the impact might be and how victims of violence and abuse in general, as well as domestic abuse, can be assisted by his new proposal to remove intimidation points?
Well, first and foremost, this is the levelling of the playing field, and we have seen that already start to work out. I received a very kind email from a constituent over the weekend who had been waiting for a long time and always seemed to have been passed over, a victim of domestic abuse and domestic violence, and has now received the home that she's been waiting on for a long time. So I hope that's the first of many people who are going to be helped by this changing policy that will mean that there is the levelling of the playing field. I don't believe that will solve all of the problems by itself, but it's an important start that we can make. But I will continue to support those who find themselves in this situation, whether it is through the Supporting People programme or other actions that my department or the Housing Executive can take.
Mr Tennyson.
Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the anti-poverty strategy was presented to the Executive at the end of March, and its publication was agreed for consultation at the Executive meeting last week. I look forward to the consultation period, to hearing from people so that we can have an effective anti-poverty strategy in place.
Mr Tennyson for a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. Minister, the strategy was heavily trailed in the media last week ahead of the Executive meeting, and yet as we stand here today, neither members of this House nor the sector have seen a copy of that document. Why the delay, and does that speak to a disrespect to those of us in this chamber?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd always said that I would consult with those that were involved in the co-design of the group before I publicised the document. That is meant as no disrespect to this House, but those that were involved in its co-design, I believe, deserve the right to be consulted as well. But I can assure the House I'm looking forward to its publication. I'm looking forward to that debate so that we can look at it, see what improvements could be made. But ultimately, what I believe we have is something that is realistic, something that is deliverable, and something that can make a change in people's lives.
Thank you very much indeed. And as Ms Brogan is not in her place, we will move swiftly on to topical questions. And I will call Mr McCrossan. Daniel.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, I will follow on from Mr Tennyson in saying it is deeply disappointing that we learned of this executive approval of the anti-poverty strategy from the media last week. You were very public in that press conference in relation to it. It has annoyed quite a lot of people. You provided some form of an update. When are you going to actually come to this House and provide a statement as to what is in this anti-poverty strategy? And does it lack the same ambition as the budget discussion today?
As soon as I consult with the groups, I will bring that to this Assembly. Unfortunately, I did not hear the debate that took place today, so I'm not sure how useful or not that was, but I hope that we will have an opportunity to have a proper conversation around these issues, because what we do now have going out for publication shortly is an anti-poverty strategy that's something that is deliverable, realistic, and deals importantly with the root causes of poverty.
Mr Crossan for a supplementary.
Sir, I could be forgiven for asking this question. Why did you do a press conference and then say it's going for consultation at the same time? Surely that's preempting the consultation to some degree, and actually most people who've contributed to this process will be deeply annoyed by that. And can you outline if your department has ring-fenced any budget for the implementation of this strategy, or is it simply going to be like the child poverty strategy, sit on a shelf and do nothing?
It's not going to sit on the shelf and do nothing, and that's why I wanted to make sure that we do publicise something that actually will be deliverable and something that will make a change. It's going to be very difficult for us to ring-fence a budget for all of the measures that are within the anti-poverty strategy, because they're so all-encompassing, because poverty is not something, Mr McCrossan, that we deal with just with one or two simple measures or objectives. There are many different things that we need to do, and that's why it's a cross-departmental strategy within health, within education, within justice, within communities. Many of our departments will have a significant role to play. In fact, so much, maybe nearly everything that we do is connected in some way to poverty, so it is not possible for us to be in a position to simply say we're going to ring-fence this funding. I have heard for many months the importance of, before going out to publication, that we consult with the groups. I needed to get the executive approval first. Now that we've got executive approval for publication, I want to make sure we're consulting, and we'll certainly have the debate in this place after.
Mr Deputy Speaker, Minister, can I ask what your department is doing to support regeneration in town centres across North Antrim, particularly in addressing derelict buildings and attracting new investment?
Well, there are many actions that the department is taking to deal with these issues. I don't have the specifics of the investment in North Antrim, but I'm happy to provide that information to him. But it is absolutely key that we do invest in our towns and our cities, that we seek that regeneration, that we reuse those derelict buildings in particular for social and commercial purposes. And I hope that when I make those announcements in the coming weeks, you will see the seriousness of my commitment to that.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, can you confirm if any additional funding or targeted schemes will be made available to small businesses looking to revitalise vacant properties in towns like Ballymena and Ballymoney?
Something that we are looking at, and there has been some success in other schemes, such as the Vacant to Vibrant scheme that we've seen in Belfast and elsewhere. The return on that investment has been incredible, and I think that should hopefully give an indication of where I will be placing resources in the coming years.
Corla, can the Minister tell us what engagement he had with the anti-poverty sector before publishing the anti-poverty strategy?
As I said in my previous answer, I'm intending to engage with the sector in the coming days before publication.
The Minister will be aware that there's a high degree of scepticism within the anti-poverty sector that the strategy is ambitious enough. And will the Minister give a commitment to listen to the sector as part of the public consultation process? And will he or has he invited any of the co-design groups to any briefings as part of that process?
Of course I will. There's not much point in having a consultation if you're not prepared to listen to what people are going to say. I am committed to making sure that we hear the different views, and if groups or individuals or political parties have ideas of what they would like included in that strategy, they have the opportunity to do that. Obviously, executive parties have already had that opportunity. Others will have the opportunity to do that as well. But what is important, as other members have highlighted, is the fact that we need to publicly we need to publish something that is actually deliverable, and there's no point having a lot of objectives and aims within the strategy if we're not able to fund them and if we're not able to deliver them.
Minister, can you give an update on when the disability strategy and the disability in work strategy will be presented to the executive?
I hope that that will be within the coming weeks, but I don't have a firm timetable on that. But I do hope it will be very, very soon, because these are important issues, a significant part of the economic inactivity challenges that I highlighted previously. And I look forward to making sure that we get executive approval and move forward with those as quickly as possible.
Okay. Thank the Minister for that. Given the changes in disability benefits being imposed by the British Government, we obviously urgently need to see both disability strategies delivered. Can I ask the Minister what measures his department is considering to support disabled people to get into employment?
Of course, these strategies and all of the strategies that we talk about will not be fixed in stone. They do need to adapt to the times in which we are living, and I think the changes from the UK Government, what they have announced, highlight how important it is that we are able to be responsive and help in whatever ways that we can. Again, there will be responsibilities for all departments, but within communities in particular, we want to make sure that we are in a position to help those, for example, through employability programmes. I've heard time and time again from disabled people who say that the system works against them, that they aren't getting the help to break down those barriers into work, and those are the people that I want to make sure we can help in particular.
Mr McAleer.
Good. Minister, you may be aware that the Tyrone Fleadh has started in Fintona, County Tyrone. So it's going to be a full week of talks and music and parades and language and culture. I'm sure, Minister, you'll join with me in commending the Cultus in organising this fantastic event, and also recognise the important cultural, social and economic impact an event such as the County Fleadh has on local areas.
Absolutely. As I said in my answer to the previous discussions, I welcome any opportunity for us to highlight the rich cultural and musical heritage that we have. I'm not familiar with exactly what is going on in his own area. I'm more familiar, having been briefed by the organisers of next year's event, but certainly I welcome any opportunity to highlight those that encompass all of the musical traditions in Northern Ireland.
I thank the Minister for his response. The Minister could give us an update on the Heritage, Culture and Creativity programme.
Work is being taken forward. There are still a few changes that need to be made to that, a little bit more work to be done, because we want to make sure that is effective and make sure that that is fit for purpose. But again, in the coming weeks, it is another strategy that we will bring forward, and importantly, something that will make a real difference, because the arts sector in particular has struggled in terms of funding, in terms of support, and I want to make sure that we change that.
Last Concordia. Minister, can you give me an update on the timeline in relation to the Irish language strategy?
Well, last week at the Executive, we have agreed the next stage in the process, which is to take all of the work from those expert advisory panels, to look at that, to examine that in departments, look at what the impact of those will be, both for the Irish language and the Ulster Scots language, heritage and culture working groups. So we will take that, we will look at that, and then we will consider the next steps.
And Minister, could you tell me, we'll say presently, how many people you have working on the Irish language strategy within your department, and do you think it is sufficient?
Well, I don't know the exact number of people that are working on that strategy. I do believe it is sufficient, because we're going out now to the other departments for them to analyse and assess the costs and the deliverability of some of the recommendations that have been made. So the work is now handed over to those departments, and we look forward to hearing the responses from them.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, can I commend you for bringing forward the anti-poverty strategy to the Executive? First time that this strategy has been brought forward, and 18 years in the making. Minister, you also succeeded in getting departmental collaboration and agreement. In this question session, you have talked about the importance that the strategy is both deliverable and effective. To do that, Minister, do you agree that you will need the help and support of all of your executive colleagues as outlined in the initial agreement on the issue?
Minister. Well, first of all, in answer to her first question, yes, I am pleased for her to commend me for the delivery of the strategy. She's more than welcome to do that. But yes, of course, this is the important point, is that this is not a DFC strategy. This is a cross-departmental strategy, because the issues that we need to deal with are found in education and health and disability and debt, substance abuse, childcare. It's about fuel poverty and place, and housing and advice services, and training and employment services. So we need everybody to work together on this, and we need to make sure, and I can't emphasise this enough, we need to make sure it's affordable and it is deliverable, because nothing turns people off more than strategies that are unachievable, that they know will never be achieved, and that is what creates so much dissatisfaction and disappointment in politics. So let's make sure that we can get something together, that we can make sure we deliver, so that we can actually make a difference.
Dodds for a short supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, maybe you would detail the child poverty statistics, and perhaps explain how the strategy will help us to drive down these figures.
So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the last year that we have figures available, the number of children in poverty in Northern Ireland was 25%. In the whole of the UK, that was 31%. That's not acceptable. It's not acceptable 1 in 4 children in Northern Ireland are in poverty, and that's something that I'm determined to change. And I'm determined to change that by making sure that as an executive we focus on all of the issues that I have outlined, because in tackling poverty and in tackling child poverty, we need to take a whole system approach to this. We have identified, we've got the work, we've got the literature and all the reviews that have been done on this. We know what the issues are, and that's why I'll be bringing forward, hopefully in the coming week, the 3-pillar approach of making sure that we reduce the risk of people falling into poverty, we minimise the impacts of poverty, and we help people to escape poverty.
Sugden.
Minister, I understand the Riverside Theatre in Korean at Ulster University is likely to close indefinitely. I appreciate it's not directly your responsibility, but how do you feel that that will be the only council area, particularly on the North Coast where we need tourism, that we won't have this type of facility?
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that. If that is the case, you will be aware it's not a direct responsibility of the Department for Communities. However, after the adjournment debate in this place, I did write to the university around that. Of course, my officials will be willing to help in any way that we can to ensure that the arts can continue to develop, and I'm more than happy to discuss that with her.
Sugden for a supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate that response. Does that include potentially looking at a new facility in the Causeway Coast? And obviously that would have to come with capital funding.
need to be very, very careful in my response to the members. You'll be aware of the budgetary situation that we find ourselves in, but of course we're happy to explore all options, and if we're not able to fund those ourselves, we may be able to signpost in the right direction.
Ladies and gentlemen, that completes the 15 minutes of topical questions. And
Members, we move on to questions to the Minister of Finance, and we'll start with listed questions. Question 2 and 15 have been withdrawn. I call David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 1.
With your permission, Last Concordia, I'll answer questions 1 and 12 together. The spending review is an opportunity to invest in public services and support a shared ambition for economic growth. Together with my devolved government counterparts, we discussed the upcoming spending review with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury at the Finance Interministerial Standing Committee on the 27th of February. I then wrote to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury on the 10th of April on a range of executive-specific issues to be considered in advance of the spending review, due to be announced on 11th of June. A joint letter from the devolved finance ministers to the CST also issued on the same day. This covered a number of common issues. Together with my counterparts in Wales and Scotland, I met with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury on the 24th of April to discuss this issue raised in our joint letter. Following this, a joint letter to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury issued on the 9th of May, pressing for the further Finance Interministerial Standing Committee meeting and bilateral meetings in advance of the spending review.
David Brooks for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today of all days, the Minister will be well aware of the needs and asks from around the Chamber and from departments. In recent weeks, I have engaged with local police, who it's clear are stretched, and we'll all be aware of the pressure our housing stock is under. But today, particularly in advance of Ministerial visit, I've asked for next week to Dundonald High School. I wanted to ask him what he has been doing to impress upon Whitehall the crisis in our school estate, with maintenance backlogs numbering 450 million.
Sure.
The member will be aware that my predecessor commissioned Professor Jerry Haltham to carry out work in relation to identifying the true need of spend here in this region. That work has now been complete, and I can confirm to the House today that I have issued that report to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury and also copied the Secretary of State on it as well. That report looks at our devolved institutions and our spend in very detail. It looks at education and other areas as well to see what the difference in spend is required here and elsewhere, and I can assure the member that I have continued to press the Chief Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of State in relation to the need for this place to be fairly and properly funded to allow us to deliver education, policing, whatever it may be, and also to ensure that the services we deliver are in modern, state-of-purpose buildings such as new schools.
Carolyn Cullen, first of all.
Collier, as well as the issues that you've just outlined, Minister, can you give us an overview of what other executive-specific issues that you raised with the Chief Secretary to the British Treasury, please?
Sure.
There is an ever-growing list of issues that we're raising with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, and I hope that the spending review resolves some of them. I expect it won't resolve others, and those discussions will have to continue. But as an example, as I've noted, funding at need, including potential cliff edge, agricultural support funds, access to Treasury reserves, housing executive borrowing, local growth and renewal funds, Internal Market Act, and specifically in relation to financial assistance powers, Casement Park, cost of doing business, tax-free childcare, inheritance tax, fraud and ERA benefit, employers' national insurance contributions, mother and baby homes, and transformation. As I say, some of these matters may be answered as part of the comprehensive spending review. How satisfactorily they're answered remains to be seen, but other matters I suspect I will have to continue to engage with the Treasury about.
Call Steve Aiken.
Apologies, as I slowly limp up. Minister, thank you very much indeed for your comments. The question I would have is, when you're dealing with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, is there any indication that we're going to re-look at how debt is classified, and whether there's going to be changes in how we look at RRI and our ability to tap into that, particularly for things like infrastructure spending?
Sure.
There has been no direct comment from the Chief Secretary of Treasury. That I am aware that Rachel Reeves has made comment in this regard over a period of time, and it will be interesting to see if the comprehensive spending review is used to see how we classify debt, and will it help alleviate some of the pressures on departments in repay. Obviously, with any borrowing, you have to repay it, and will it open up opportunities for investment in infrastructure in the future? So I await to see what the comprehensive spending review says on this matter.
Call Jim O'Donnell.
Concordia, question number 3.
Minister.
I am keen to see the baby loss certificate scheme progress urgently to give bereaved families formal recognition of their loss. I want all parents and families who have suffered the devastating loss of a baby to feel that their grief is recognised. The Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill, which will provide a power to make regulations to form a scheme, is currently at committee stage. While I acknowledge the importance of due process for scrutiny, I would hope this stage could progress as quickly as possible. My officials and colleagues from the Department of Health are working closely together to progress arrangements to consult with the stakeholders on the detail of the scheme. I have already met with SANS on this and have further engagement in my calendar with other key stakeholders. I intend to launch a public consultation before the summer to ensure that everyone here can provide their views to help us shape this scheme so it meets the needs and expectations of those who have experienced the loss of a baby. Once the process is complete, my officials will draft the required secondary legislation and operationalise the scheme. If these matters progress smoothly, I anticipate that the scheme would be operational by the end of the year.
Dolan for supplementary question.
Thank you, Minister. Once the scheme is in operation, will there be a charge for a baby loss certificate?
Minister.
It is not my intention to charge for the baby loss certificate or place unnecessary barriers in the way of anyone who is seeking the certificate.
Jerry Carroll.
Minister, have your officials as part of this bill looked at that addressing the anomaly affecting some of my constituents who are same-sex couples, unmarried, living in the north, went through IVF treatment in the south? My understanding is as things stands, the non-birth mother won't be named on the birth certificate. There seems to be an equality and rights gap. Has your department looked at this yet?
Sure.
It's not an issue that immediately jumps to mind that has been raised with me by officials, and it's a matter which I will take under further consideration, and I've no doubt you'll raise it through the committee's considerations as well. As I said to the previous questioner, we don't want to be placing barriers in the way of people here. We want to make sure that this is a compassionate scheme that encapsulates everyone and allows those who wish to obtain a certificate to do so.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Question 4.
Minister.
It is for the Department of Infrastructure to determine NI Water's funding within the budget envelope agreed for the department by the Executive. My intention is that the 25-26 will be the last single-year executive budget. The multi-year spending review being announced by the Chancellor in June will set resource budgets for 3 years and capital budgets for 4 years, with a commitment to hold a spending review every 2 years. This will provide a basis to build our longer-term trajectory for departmental spending. I will be making recommendations to the Executive on a multi-year budget to align with the spending review period. This will involve looking at the entirety of the public spending profile going forward and considering it in the context of the priorities for the programme for government. Multi-year budgets will not solve the issues facing the Executive, but they will allow a more strategic and long-term roadmap to be set out, helping departments and stakeholders to plan accordingly. The Executive's programme for government, along with the investment strategy, which I hope will be finalised soon, are indicative of the Executive's aim to plan on a longer-term and more strategic basis.
O'Toole for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, the CDL settlement for the budget that we're debating today increases, CDL meaning capital investment water, increases by just between 1% and 2%, I think, for water infrastructure. Last week in Dáil Éireann, your colleague Owen O'Brien moved a motion which agreed that, and I quote briefly, Mr Deputy Speaker, as a matter of urgency, the Government must set out its plan for the funding and delivery of increased capacity of critical infrastructure required for the delivery of housing, including drinking water and wastewater. When will you be setting out a plan for north of the border along those lines?
Sure.
I'm delighted that the colleague has taken more of an interest in southern politics. I suspect that he's moving beyond his partisanist approach within the party. It's good to see it. If I had, I think it's a £12 billion surplus in my budget, I would expect you to be standing up in the chamber and calling on me to do exactly what my colleague done in Leinster House last week. I don't have a €12 billion surplus in my budget. As I said in my response, the Executive has now published its programme for government. It's voting on the Assembly's voting on the budget today. We hope to have the ISNI strategy published soon, and in the autumn I'll be bringing a 3-year budget to the Executive and a 4-year capital budget, which will be an opportunity for us to plan forward in relation to our infrastructure across the whole realm of areas.
Cathal Boylan.
Margaret, last one, could I ask the Minister how much funding did DFI get in 25-26?
DFI's resource budget outcome of £638.2 million for 25-26 is an increase of £78.7 million, a 14% increase from its opening 24-25 resource budget. This allocation should enable the Department to meet its highest priority measures and its essential services. The Department's 25-26 capital outcome is £917 million, representing some 37.5% of the total capital allocated to departments. This represents the important role infrastructure has in our society. The capital budget outcome will enable some key schemes to progress: the A5, the A1, and essential investment in water and wastewater treatment works.
Donnelly.
Speaker, can the Minister outline whether he has had a discussion with the Infrastructure Minister regarding a new funding model for Northern Ireland Water?
Minister.
I've had no discussions with the Infrastructure Minister in relation to a new funding model for NI Water, though I am conscious that the Infrastructure Minister has responded to a number of debates and questions in the Assembly in regards to this matter.
Shamma Holland.
Question number 5, please.
Sure.
I have written to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury on EU replacement funding beyond 2025, both directly and jointly with my counterparts in Scotland and Wales. This issue has been central discussions point in my meetings with the Treasury. I have also written to and discussed this matter with other British Government ministers, including sending the agreed executive position paper on successor funding to the Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner. The Shared Prosperity Fund, the successor to the European Social Fund and European Regional Development Fund, will be delivered by the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government in 25-26. This is intended to be a transition year to provide time for a successor programme to be developed. It's unlikely we will have clarity on funding post-26 before the spending review in June. Clearly, the longer we are left without clarity, the more difficult it will be to deliver an effective spending programme. This is an unacceptable position. My officials are working closely and collaboratively with other executive departments and with the community and voluntary sector to gather evidence in order to inform the development of any potential successor funding. This will help us move as quickly as possible and effectively as possible once we have had clarity which we require from Whitehall.
Shamma Holland for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. Can you give us an assessment of the impact on the community and voluntary sector from this arrangement, the transitional arrangement, and whether you've had any engagement with the community and voluntary sector to ascertain how they can overcome the barriers that they're facing with this transitional period?
Minister.
I met representatives of the community and voluntary sector a number of weeks ago on this very matter and discussed the challenges they face. It is far from ideal. I think we require clarity, and it almost seems now like a standard answer to every question, but I don't expect any clarity from any government department in Whitehall ahead of the June or the spending review. The Treasury has almost gone into lockdown in terms of its deliberations on what it's doing. Departments in Whitehall are waiting on decisions from the Treasury, and none of those decisions are going to be announced ahead of the 11th of June. So I would hope that clarity will be brought to this matter, along with a whole lot of other matters on the 11th of June, and then we'll be able to give certainty to the local community and voluntary sector on the way forward. The funding envelope, I hope, is satisfactory to carry out the important work the community and voluntary sector do here.
Declan Kearney.
Agus muoithe leis an ara socht de ragrithe a léirú haige seo. Minister, the loss of European funding is probably one of the most extreme demonstrations of the legacy of the Brexit arrangements which were imposed upon us. Therefore, what would you say to us are the requirements on this British government to meaningfully engage with this issue with a view to ensuring that the funding pressures created are alleviated?
Sure. I think it's imperative upon the British Government to properly engage in this matter. The Executive has given them a paper on what we believe should be the way forward, an agreed position around the Executive table. As I said, I've raised it with the Treasury, I've raised it directly with the Housing Minister, and I've also raised it with the Deputy Prime Minister as well, which reflects the importance I place in regards to this matter. I am somewhat disappointed in the lack of engagement back on this matter. And I would hope that the government lives up to its commitment on its manifesto, that it is going to devolve these powers back to local devolved institutions such as our own. But I also hope that they properly fund the schemes moving forward, because as we've seen with the previous government, while they did put a scheme in place, it was significantly underfunded from what the European Union was providing.
Mr McNulty.
Minister, what work has been done to identify charities from whom the Executive Commission's services and who may be impacted by a loss of EU funding, and how might this jeopardise Commission services, and what steps are being taken to mitigate this?
Sure. It would be up to each individual department to do an audit of what services they bring in from the community and voluntary sector and how it may be impacted by a loss of this funding. However, I do emphasise this. I'm not suggesting we are going to lose the funding, but at the moment we don't have clarity, and ahead of the spending review we don't have clarity. So the quicker clarity comes forward and funding comes forward, then departments and the community and voluntary sector will be able to sit down together and work out a programme for the remaining period.
Colmore Bradley.
Speaker, question 6.
Mr.
My department is currently assessing its entire accommodation requirements as part of the civil service estate. The implementation of the civil service hybrid working policy in 2021 has significantly changed how the civil service uses its estate and has provided opportunities to progress a leaner, greener and modern estate situated to the needs of the civil service in delivering today's public services. It's important we have a modern, fit for purpose and right-sized office estate that is welcoming environment for people to work collaboratively. The first stage in the strategy aims to reduce our in-scope footprint by 40% by 2028 through consolidating the office estate and divesting of surplus properties. County Hall Coleraine was not included in the first stage plans. However, I have been advised that the building is under-occupied at present, and a review of the civil service accommodation needs in the area will be undertaken over the next 18 months. My officials are currently consulting with departments who occupy the building to collect information and better understanding of their accommodation needs. Following this, we will engage further with departments to consider how best to address the current and future requirements. Consultation with trade union representatives will of course be carried out as this work progresses.
Bradley for supplementary.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer there. It's pretty clear and pretty concise. But the County Hall is a large building capable of housing 600 to 700 people. Currently there are under 200 people there. It stands on the edge of Coleraine Town Centre. It's a landmark building and it could be utilised in a better way. And I look forward to the Minister coming back to the House and giving us an answer on how it's going to be utilised going into the future.
Minister.
I don't wish to preempt the review which I mentioned in my original answer that's going to take place over the next 18 months. But once the review is complete, I will ensure the member receives confirmation of what the plans are.
Emma Sheeran.
I
thank the Minister for that answer.
Your department has done to improve regional balance?
One of the maybe perhaps unintended consequences of the new policy in relation to allowing staff to work from home or from different locations has ensured that more regional balance has been facilitated as staff will be working closer to home or from home, and therefore in terms of investment or spending will take place closer to home than what previously had been the case. There are 6 Connect hubs, 6 Connect 2 hubs were opened in August 2022 allowing staff to work remotely at 6 regional locations: Ballykelly, Ballymena, Bangor, Craigavon, Downpatrick, Omagh, as an occasional alternative to working from home or in their designated office. we are continuing to work through our location of our buildings and where they're best placed, best use of, and as I've said to Mr Bradley, in terms of reviewing the current estate to make sure it's cleaner, greener and meets the needs of the workforce and delivery of public services for the modern era. And as part of that, I want to ensure that regional balance is taken into account as well.
Owen Tennyson.
Evan, Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
The independent report by the Ulster University Economic Policy Centre, published by my department on the 6th of May, provides an important evidence base to highlight the detrimental impact that decisions taken in Westminster are having on our businesses, community and voluntary sectors, as well as our public finances. The report sets out that there are many factors that make up the cost of doing business, including the cost of labour, energy, property and transport. However, one of the main areas for concern highlighted by employers across sectors has been the impact of the changes in employers' national insurance contributions, which came into effect in April. I have shared a copy of the report with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury and impressed on him when we met on the 24th of April the need for support or mitigation to be put in place to ease the strains of the impacts of the national insurance contribution changes. I also highlighted the disparity in VAT and the negative implications for business, especially for hospitality businesses operating near the border. I want to see a reduction in VAT to enable our hospitality sector to compete on a level playing field in the all-island economy. I have urged the Chief Secretary to take urgent action to address these issues in the June the June spending review.
Owen Tennyson for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. Minister, given that the sole action off the back of the cost of doing business report so far appears to have been to forward that to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, is there anything actually in that document that the Treasury wouldn't have already known?
Sir.
Well, I think it is an important piece of academic research to show to the Treasury that the differences in here in relation to other regions they have responsibility for, and highlights once again that when they're making decisions in Whitehall about this place, they either need to take into account what their decisions and implications are for this place, or they allow us to make those decisions. So I think that's first and foremost. And to suggest that's the only action, just as all they've done is posted off the Chief Secretary of the Treasury. The decisions were made in Whitehall. That's where the decisions were made. So the implications are required there. I've also shared it with my executive colleagues so they can understand in terms of any engagement, dealings or policy areas they have directly with businesses, the challenges that business face as well. And it's also worth noting that through our rates relief schemes, we're already offering business £250 million of rate relief annually. So the executive is playing its part in this regard.
Before I call the next supplementary question, I want to remind members that they must not walk between or stand between a member asking a question and a minister answering a question. That includes private conversations mid-question on the opposition front bench. Philip Brett for a supplementary.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, as I raised with you a few weeks ago when you were at committee, the report highlights the impact of the Windsor framework and the continual displacement of Northern Ireland within the UK internal market, and that's economic impact. Will the Minister ensure that the Executive makes a collective appeal to the UK Government to fully restore Northern Ireland's place within the internal UK market?
Minister.
Well, I think those who thought Brexit was a good idea 8 years ago, 9 years ago now, should have a long enough now time to reflect to suggest it wasn't such a good idea. And perhaps, and I haven't seen the detail of the agreement between the British Government and the EU this morning, but perhaps within that agreement there is a further easement of the barriers that were put in place by the decision of 8 years ago. I don't want to see barriers and borders for business. I want to see a free flow of business across these islands and beyond these islands and across this island. I think that's a good way of doing business. So let's see what the implications of this morning's deal between the British Government and the EU are and what our next move should be.
On Nick Matheson.
Speaker, question 8, please.
Sure.
The deadline for departmental June monitoring returns is Thursday the 5th of June 2025, with executive consideration expected to mid to late June. The Barnett consequences confirmed in the Chancellor Spring statement, combined with confirmed Barnetts in respect of employers' national insurance contributions, have resulted in 158.5 million resource DEL and 2.4 million capital DEL being available in June monitoring. The Executive agreed how this funding will be allocated as part of the budget, and they have been presented in the final budget 25-26 as indicative June monitoring allocations. This includes allocations to support programmes for government priorities, including childcare, waiting lists, special educational needs, making communities safer, and Loughney. It also includes general allocations to help departments address the increase in employers' national insurance contributions.
Matheson, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Is the Minister able to provide any more detail on how far the June monitoring allocations will be able to go to help alleviate those pressures you referenced in relation to employer national insurance contributions in the public sector?
The Executive took a decision to use the allocations, around £146 million, which came from Barnett consequences in relation to national insurance contributions, in a more strategic way than simply just salami slicing them up and handing them out to departments. For instance, the £50 million that has went to health to help to add up to the $215 million to tackle waiting lists and elective care centres could be attributable to that funding. Funding for Loughney, funding for skills, etc., can be attributable to that. Departments then receive an allocation beyond that. How departments use that allocation is a matter for them, and departments are best placed to report back how they used it and how it helped alleviate against the national insurance contributions pressures. I'm not suggesting the funding available would help support departments in full, but the decisions are theirs.
Call Cathy Mason.
Minister, you outlined there in your previous answer about much needed funds for childcare. Can you outline how much funding will be allocated to childcare in the June monitoring?
Minister.
Between the June monitoring and the budget this year, we'll be increasing our childcare and early years strategy funding to £50 million, doubling it from last year, which I think is a significant strategic move and investment by the Executive going forward. We have also committed to ensuring that an additional £5 million goes on top of that as part of the June monitoring round, so a total of £55 million towards the early year strategy and childcare and this Executive has placed this year.
Call Michelle McElveen.
The civil service is an equal opportunities employer and is committed to building a diverse and inclusive civil service that reflects the society we serve. Learning and development for the civil service is provided through various sources, including external groups identified as subject matter experts and corporate membership aligned to Section 75 groups. It is appropriate to adopt an approach that ensures learning and development resources for the civil service include subject matter expertise and or lived experience insight. Each public body has its own arrangements for training, provision to address the learning needs of their organisation.
McElveen for a quick supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. The Civil Service and some other public bodies have been members of the Stonewall Diversity Champions programme since July 2018, run by the lobby group Stonewall, providing access to training and resources. And while the annual spend of £2,575 is small, the impact can be huge. Given Stonewall's stated position that a man who has transitioned as a woman has been rejected by the Supreme Court as wrong in law, will the Minister recognise the conflict that arises in this situation and ensure the civil service and other public bodies withdraws from this programme?
Quickly if possible, please.
As I said in my question, it's vitally important that when we're providing training to our civil service colleagues that we have people who have the lived experience providing that training as well. Stonewall and all other organisations will be treated in the same way in terms of bidding for funding, etc. But I will not be discriminating against any group It's an inclusive service we run, an inclusive civil service, and that's the way it will remain.
Members, that ends the period for listed questions. We now move to 15 minutes of topical questions. Questions 4 and 7 have been withdrawn, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, you labelled me partitionist earlier on. You're fully entitled to do that in the spirit of robust debate in this chamber. It's not me pursuing one policy on one side of the border and another one north of the border. You mentioned earlier on the 13 billion surplus the Irish Government has. That's correct. Wouldn't it be great if we were in one state able to spend that money? Until that date, what are you specifically doing to take more power as Finance Minister here so that the UK Government, the Treasury, cannot have this baleful power over how we spend money? Because you're very good at explaining the limitations to the Treasury. I'll get there, Mr Deputy Speaker. You're not so good at saying what specifically new fiscal powers you will take. Minister.
Thank you. Well, I think I welcome the fact that you're moving on beyond partitionism. But that's what I meant to say if I didn't say it, so I welcome that. I welcome the fact that you're moving beyond partitionism. You and I have this repetitive conversation every time we meet in this chamber. I will put on the record quite clearly, my focus at this time is getting this department, the Department of Finance, and this executive through the spending review. It is the most significant fiscal event for perhaps 5-10 years. Right? So I think it's only right and proper that I use my energies and time at this period to steer us through the spending review. When I get us through the spending review, I intend to look at fiscal devolution and what powers we should be devolving at each stage of that journey, because I do believe it will be a journey. It will not be the Big Bang Theory, it will be a journey. So let's get through the spending review, and then you and I'm sure, will have many debates, and among others in this chamber, around the next phase of the fiscal transition and maturing of this institution as well in relation to its taxpayers.
Supplementary.
Big Bang Theory is also a sitcom, and there's a lot of comedy happens in this chamber, but I'd like to see some serious business too. Can you confirm, you keep saying this is all we're going to see mañana after the spending review. The most recent budget, the one we're debating today, offers a capital settlement of 335 million for wastewater. That is a 2%, barely 2% increase. Are we going to see a long-term plan to increase investment in wastewater this year?
Sure.
Well, it's a question best placed to the DFI Minister. I'm sure as all ministers will be bringing forward, and the members are aware, we're looking at 5-year sustainability plans as we move forward, and we have the 3-year spending plan, 4-year capital budget. So that's a question best placed to the DFI Minister. All ministers will have to look at their forward spending programme, because I want to see the 3-year budget as a transformational budget rather than simply dividing the budget by 3 and moving forward. So I want to see transformation at the centre and at the core of the 3-year budget. So that's my principles when I look at it. Questions about individual ministers' responsibility are best placed to them.
Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, how will the increase in procurement control limits benefit those who do business with government? Thank you.
Sure.
The increase in procurement control limits is about simplifying the process. Ministers and colleagues and MLAs will be aware that many times this is raised as an issue which is increasing costs in the public sector, that there is too much red tape, too much bureaucracy in relation to how we procure materials and other goods for our arm's length bodies and our services, etc. So the recent changes that were introduced are about simplifying that, lowering the levels where more paperwork is required, and ensuring that people who work in the sector fully understand how they can save money by using the procurement exercises in the fashion which we have laid out.
Ferguson, supplementary.
Minister, as you mentioned, we often hear of schools and colleges, etc., and how long it can take them to have simple repairs done. Will these changes make things much easier?
Sure.
I believe they will if the opportunity is given to staff and colleagues to train and fully understand the services involved in front of them. And sometimes the difficulty is getting the time and the space even to do that. But the changes mean that procuring goods and services between 5,000 to 10,000 require evidence of a price check of 2 prices. The threshold where the tender must be advertised on e-tenders has increased from 30,000 to 50,000, which eases up things. So I think there is opportunities. I want to bring further changes to the procurement process forward. We also always have to be mindful that we're spending public funds, and we have to have the right practices and processes in place to protect those public funds. But I do think at times there's a danger that we gold gilt these things, which makes it very, very difficult to deliver public services.
Patrick Delargy.
Last Kencolia, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, what work is your department doing to better understand our productivity performance compared to other regions?
Sure.
NISRA is currently working alongside the Department for the Economy to explore the development of improved productivity statistics. NISRA are in the process of setting up a new team to develop a suite of productivity metrics to facilitate greater understanding of business productivity and to provide policymakers with more timely data than is currently available from ONS.
Supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and as we know, timely data is particularly relevant here. As the Minister knows as well as I do, productivity is a key pillar of Minister Archibald's economic strategy, and I want to ask, how does your work in your department interface with the work in the Department of Economy, and I suppose how can we encourage collaborative working on this issue?
Minister.
I think NISRA obviously is ideally placed to assist the Department of Economy in this role, and I think in relation to other departments as well, around the collection of data and the understanding of data in a timely basis, and ensuring then that our policies and procedures are targeted in a timely fashion to respond to those. While we have relied on ONS and others for this data, I think it's only right and proper that we, as has been happening at NISRA and the Department of Economy, are working together so we have a more timely response to this, which allows the Department of the Economy to have the facts and figures, but also allows the rest of the Executive to understand how we should respond.
Question 4 is withdrawn. I call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Is he aware that Stonewall, which his department funds, has now been referred to the Charity Commission for actively encouraging organisations to disregard the implications of the recent Supreme Court ruling and the subsequent Equality and Human Rights Commission guidance?
Sure.
I wasn't aware of that. But the member will also appreciate being referred to a body is not the same as being found to have been wrongdoing by a body. So if there is to be a report, I look forward to reading the report.
Supplementary from Peter Martin.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Can I ask him, does he remain content for both his department and the Northern Ireland Civil Service to continue to support Stonewall through public funding and wider policy terms, despite the mass exodus from this programme, including even the aforementioned Equality and Human Rights Commission?
Sure.
I am content at this stage that Stonewall remains part of the broader range of organisations that provide training and support to the civil service. I've answered this question numerous times in the Chamber, both verbally and in writing, and my position remains the same.
Danny Baker.
Minister, last week we had the Balmoral Show, a fantastic showcase. How is the 25-26 budget supporting our farming community and the agricultural industry?
Minister.
I had the opportunity to visit the show last week, and it is a great spectacle and great entertainment, and the weather added to it. The 25-26 budget supports our agriculture, agri-environment and fisheries and rural development with a 332.5 million ring-fenced for this, recognising the importance of the sector to the economy and local farming communities. There is also a capital allocation of 12.3 million for the Just Transition Programme in line with our commitment to climate change. This budget sets out a direction of travel which shows the Executive is prepared to use our limited resources to do what matters most.
Danny Baker for supplementary.
Minister, and you mentioned you visited the Balmoral Show last week. Would you agree it's a great opportunity for the government to interact with the public?
Sure.
It certainly is. One of the advantages of this place is that there is an opportunity for the public to have direct interaction with MLAs, ministers and others at the show. I spent a bit of time at the LPS stall, who were providing information to guests at the show in relation to how you can get help with your rates, particularly loan pension schemes and other schemes. And the feedback from that stall was fantastic in terms of the interaction they were having with the public and how they were able to be there and support members of the public who thought that they weren't entitled to support. But that chance to step up and talk to somebody from LPS proved to them that they were entitled to support, or a family member was entitled to support. So it was a great opportunity for the executive and others to engage with the general public.
Speaker, Minister, could you provide an update on your department's work in relation to divorce, including the introduction of no-fault divorce?
Minister.
I don't have all the details in front of me at this time, but we are planning to move forward with this policy and this legislation moving forward, but I will keep the member informed of it.
There's something supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. I think it was your predecessor who anticipated this would require new legislation. Do we anticipate that this legislation will be in place before the end of the mandate?
Minister.
I would certainly hope that is the case.
Well, Cathy Mason.
Minister, last week, Minister for Education announced an extension of the childcare subsidy scheme that was going to cover school-aged children. How is the 25-26 budget supporting this?
Well, as commented on earlier, we're providing £55 million to childcare this year. It's a doubling. In fact, it's over a doubling of the support that was provided last year. And by doing so, it allowed the Education Minister to make his announcement last week. So currently we have an estimated number of children who would benefit from the discount will increase by 60% from the current 15,000 to approximately 24,000. That's a real, tangible change in people's lives and support for people as a result of the Executive's budget.
Mason, supplementary.
And thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, how has NISRA, which sits within your department, been helping to support the Department of Education with the gathering of data for the development of the early learning and childcare strategy?
Sir.
Yeah, again, it's another good example of how NISRA is assisting government departments beyond my own in terms of how and why we deliver public policy and what impact, both positive and negative, it may have in relation to citizens. So NISRA are engaged with the Department of Education conducting a childcare survey of households. It's the first of its kind here. This survey will play a critical role in improving the evidence base on childcare usage and costs. The childcare survey findings provide a valuable picture of childcare usage across the whole population, which has not been previously available.
Guy, for a very quick topical.
You're catching me here. Can I ask the Minister to provide an update on the 5-year financial sustainability plans the Department need to produce as part of the Executive's budget sustainability plan?
The budget sustainability team within the Department of Finance are currently engaging with other departments, working with them on the development of each department's sustainability plan.
Very quick supplementary.
Does the Minister envision these plans effectively complementing a multi-year budget that the Executive hopes to set from next year onwards?
They have to complement each other for them to be useful and to work. As I said earlier, I want to see the next multi-year budget as a transformational budget and used in a strategic way, not simply dividing a budget by 3 and moving on.
Members, that completes topical questions. Full list of topical questions. Thank you for that, and thank you, Minister. Please take your ease before we move to the next item on the order paper.
All right, members. We'll get on to business here. Owen Tennant has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Clerk, please read the question.
to ask the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs for an update on the impact of the UK-EU Summit on Northern Ireland.
Call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome the agreements announced today as part of the UK-EU Summit. Like everyone else, I will need to take some time to consider the full text of what has been agreed. But on the basis of what I know to date, I believe this is a significant and incredibly positive outcome. I am glad to play a role in terms of getting this over the line. I want to thank all the officials involved in these discussions, including till late last night. Whilst responsibility for SPS controls does not rest with me, I am clear that there are real benefits from alignment of regulations in GB with those in the EU, and achieving this would mean the removal of almost all certification and controls on movements of SPS goods from GB to the EU. I am also pleased that there is a wide scope to the agreement, covering all of the SPS, including marketing standards, organics, pesticides and food compositional standards, and I welcome the commitment of the UK and the EU to work together to work towards establishing a link between carbon markets by the way of an agreement linking the UK emissions trading scheme with the EU emissions trading system. Hopefully this work will result in the avoidance of potential future problems for Northern Ireland that might arise by having separate, unlinked emissions trading schemes for the UK and the EU. I would emphasise that the announcements today are a commitment to work to put various agreements in place within certain parameters. There will be no changes overnight, and in the meantime, I am committed to the full, faithful and timely implementation of the current Windsor Framework arrangements until further agreements are in place. Hope this can take place as quickly as possible, but there is no definitive timescales at present. Thank you.
Mr. Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I commend the Minister for his advocacy on a veterinary and SPS agreement. And can I ask, I'm sure the Minister will agree with me, that the best way to mitigate the tensions created by Brexit is through a closer relationship between the UK and the EU, and surely that must include negotiations on a customs union.
Minister. So I've always been consistent that Brexit was a really bad idea for Northern Ireland, a bad idea for the UK economy. And I do regret that the UK Government set red lines going into these negotiations, not to consider joining a customs union or the 4 pillars of the single market. We're all very clear in terms of the impact of Brexit upon the UK economy, and it's the Office of Budget Responsibility set that out. It set out in recent analysis that Brexit will result in a 15% trade reduction and a 4% reduction in national income in the long term. That's the reality of Brexit. But the announcement today is positive because it helps to deal with some of the practical issues we've been experiencing in the last number of years in terms of movements. The challenges around customs will still remain, but what's been announced today will deal with practical issues that consumers, businesses, our farmers and agri-food have been dealing with. What does that mean? That means, for example, in terms of the movement of food, sausages, ready meals, animals, seed potatoes, practical issues that we've been experiencing over the time in the past. That over the time ahead, hopefully we'll get these negotiations over the line and move forward. But I wish this government have a bit more ambition and look towards joining a customs union, because we should have ambition for our economy in terms of growth.
Declan McAleer.
Thank the Minister for his response, and like himself, we believe that Brexit was a disaster, inconsistent with the wishes of the people living here. However, we do welcome anything that reduces any impediments east-west or west-east in terms of trade. So, Minister, would you be confident that this latest agreement, and I appreciate it still has been long since it was agreed, will make the movement of agri-goods easier and ultimately perhaps reduce costs to the consumer in the long run?
When I came into office in February of last year, I told this House that I was going to be focused upon solutions rather than problems. Some people in this House seem to go looking for problems and look to enlarge them. I'm focused upon solutions. I'm also focused upon engaging with both the UK Government and the EU, and that's what I've been doing since I came into office. And that's really, really, really important that we do that. I'm also about showing trust and building that with the UK and the EU. So that's why I'm very much uphold that commitment to full, timely and faithful implementation of the Windsor Framework. And I'm confident if we do that, we'll be able to complete these negotiations and be able to deal with those practical issues. There's a lot of technical details we need to work through, and that's why I'm going to be going to Brussels in the next number of weeks. That's why I'm also going to continue to engage with the UK Government. So issues such as used agricultural machinery, and other issues such as the movement of animals for show and sale. These are practical issues that people have been raising with me when I'm out and about, and I want to bring a resolution to those. I do not underestimate the challenges of Brexit. It was missold to people in Northern Ireland and across the United Kingdom. When I went to the Oxford Farming Conference in January, I got a round of applause when they said that Brexit's a really bad idea. Do you know why? Because farmers across the United Kingdom know the impact it's had. But this deal is a positive move for Northern Ireland, and I want to thank the UK Government for getting it over the line. Because when they came into office last year, they inherited an absolute mess. But what they did is they engaged with me on a consistent basis, listened to the needs of Northern Ireland, and I'm confident they're going to continue to do that.
Michelle McElveen.
Too often in negotiations between the UK and the EU, our fishing industry has been the sacrificial lamb. Today's agreement is no different. Does the Minister agree with me in the same way that the annexation of Northern Ireland should not have been the price the previous government paid for exiting the EU, that the interests of the Northern Ireland fishing industry should not be expendable? He said here today that he looks for solutions, so will he give a commitment to this House to bring forward additional financial and practical support to assist our local fleet and processors as they grapple with reduced access in the years ahead?
So the rollover of the current agreement for a further 12 years until 2038 will bring a degree of certainty to this area, but I know that there's challenges around this. But I'm also conscious that this is not a surprise in terms of the outcome. But what's been included within the statement is a £360 million fund for fishing and coastal communities. That announcement was made. As soon as I heard about that, I spoke to the Minister in DEFRA and said, I want a slice of that cake, because I want to deliver that support to Portavogie, Arglass and Kilkeel ports. That's what we need to do. But just in terms of the greater outcome around this and sacrificial lambs, it's not lost upon me. Your previous leader said that he could live with 40,000 jobs being lost in Northern Ireland. I'm about creating jobs, not losing them.
Here, here. Steve Egan.
Thank you very much, Minister, so far. Minister, in the joint communique, they said that moving goods between GB and Northern Ireland will be easier, reducing the speed for paperwork and checks due to the removal of SBS and other requirements. But as customs declarations, as you've pointed out, will still be required, particularly for the faithful implementation. How does the Minister envisage that's going to reduce costs and bureaucracy? And bearing in mind, of course, I was a Remainer and probably still would be.
Thank you, Mr Aiken, or Dr Aiken, to give you your full title. I think this is an important issue you raise, because that's why I've set out at the very beginning today in terms of my concerns around customs. I think it's regrettable the UK Government didn't grasp the opportunity to join a customs union, because that would address a lot of the issues that will still remain regardless of this agreement. But, as ever, I go looking for solutions. So, Lord Murphy has been tasked to do a review of the Windsor Framework, and I think in the context of this announcement, I will be engaging with him, and I think it's really important that the focus of his work needs to turn to the simplification of those customs arrangements, such as, for example, the tariff reimbursement mechanism. We need to be able to simplify and streamline that, because these are challenges, and we need to work ways to overcome them. The best way to do that would be a customs union. I think very clearly within my lifetime we will join a customs union, and the sooner rather than the better.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Just building on the issue of the fisheries, obviously another 12 years of fishing with EU fishing fleets within these waters will give them another 12 years of advantage in terms of getting staff, because they're able to get staff from right across Europe and even beyond, something that we're inhibited from doing. Did that form any part of the discussions, and are there any of those solutions that you referenced for our local fishing fleets and processors?
Thank you, Colin. You raised an important issue, and to be fair, you've been consistent in relation to this, because labour force challenges, particularly in our fishing industry, but also, for example, in the butchery and within agri-food, and also within the mushroom sector, are acute. I am disappointed when the UK Government reached out to devolved administrations and they asked what was our views in terms of the white paper which they published last Monday. They asked the views from all the devolved administrations, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland. I provided that input to the Executive Office because I think it's important we address these labour challenges. Unfortunately, the Executive Office never sent a letter.
Aoife Finnegan.
Minister, do you believe that this will improve the availability of veterinary medicines?
So unfortunately, veterinary medicines is outside the scope of this agreement, and that is regrettable. But what I have to say is that since the new government came into post, the point I made to them is that what you need to do is engage with the experts on the ground. So there's been engagement with officials in my department, looking at the problem and how we can address that. And the problem that was perceived to be around last summer to now is significantly different. Now, I know there's significant challenges still remaining around that, but I've got a commitment from the UK Government today. They will intensively engage with both me and my officials in terms of a proposed arrangement to deal with the issue of veterinary medicines, and that's really important we do that, because we need to give certainty to our farmers, to agri-food and veterinary service in Northern Ireland. So we continue to do that. That's why I want to get over to Brussels very soon as well. Let's get an agreement over the line around veterinary medicines.
William Irwin.
Seeds, plants, food products, and live animals between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. A grave threat to the supply of veterinary medicines, which continues to loom large. Does the Minister accept, therefore, that while some progress has been made, there's still much more to do in terms of addressing the harm of the Windsor Framework in its widest sense, not least in terms of customs and goods regulation? Furthermore, does he regret championing the erection of those barriers in the first place?
So I've already answered the question in relation to veterinary medicines, and I continue to do engagement to get a resolution to that. I've outlined a position in relation to customs. Was it me that championed Brexit?
Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, would you agree with me that today is an important step forward in a reset of relationship between the United Kingdom Government and the EU, and that we need and must go further in these relationships?
So today is an historic moment for our relationships between the UK and the EU. It's been a long time coming. And part of me looks back in terms of previous years and go, what was it all about? I think I know what it was all about, Stuart. It's about putting ideology over people's jobs and livelihoods. And we need to actually take a step back and understand what we're here to do. We're here to serve. We're here to make sure that people are be able to support their families. We want to see job creation, and we want to see a boost in trade. And there's many aspects within this agreement that is important, particularly in relation to that security pact. It's important we stand together across Europe against Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And it's really, really important that we do that. And this deal contains significant elements around that, and I welcome it.
Anne Armstrong.
The removal of export health certificates and other routine checks coming into Northern Ireland, businesses will no doubt see a reduction in cost, but when can we see current checks stopping? Minister.
So the process has to continue now, where we actually get the legal text and we conclude the negotiations, and the framework's been set out within this. I've been told by the UK Government they're talking about months rather than years. But I think it's really important I set out that the full, timely and faithful implementation of the Windsor Framework remains. If you're going to do a deal, you've got to support it and you've got to deliver upon it. And that's why that will continue until we get these negotiations completed. I think it's very useful in terms of the SPS agreement. They've set very much the parameters for any exceptions around that. And I think that's really, really important, because that gives me assurance around issues I've been on the record about, such as, for example, in relation to precision breeding and lab meat. So I've set that out. But this is a moving feast, and it will take a while to get this completed. But this is massive progress. Massive progress.
Patsy Malone.
Very much. Good can call you. On the sausages bit, Minister, I don't know whether you've received any news from the MP for East Antrim yet, any white smoke or anything, but we'll maybe get a positive from him yet. But seriously, to get back to the alignment of the SPS checks, Minister, how do you see that in light of our unique position under the Windsor Framework? How do you see that as helping to benefit further our agri-food sectors, given the setbacks they've had as a result of Brexit?
Thank you, Patsy. And whilst this will help deal with that issue in terms of the move of sausages from GB to NI, I have to admit I'm always still a fan of Cookstown Sizzler. That's where my loyalty lies. Nothing to do with your constituency at all. But what this will do is we'll continue to have a situation where we have that access to the single market beyond just agri-food. That's unique access that Scotland, Wales and England and many people I speak to are very jealous of. And I do regret that within this announcement there isn't that confirmation in terms of that alignment across wider standards, because that is a concern that's been expressed. So, you know, there's lots to be positive about in this. There's a lot more that I would like to have seen. and I will continue to argue that case, because to be able to have that alignment in terms of standards will help us. But I speak, for example, to the manufacturing industry, and they're very, very clear that having that access to the single market is a real benefit for Northern Ireland, and I think it's important we acknowledge that. I also speak to many people within agri-food, for example our dairy industry, who are very, very, very keen to ensure that we retain that Windsor framework and the safeguards that provides for their industry.
Speaker, the Minister says he's solution-driven, but the reality of the Minister, and indeed all of the rigorous implementers who seem to be out in force today, is that they can't make any solutions. The solutions that they think are the right ones are actually made in Brussels, and we are the rule takers. Is there any benefit in having an Assembly Minister which cannot legislate for agri-food in Northern Ireland, which cannot control the environmental laws that we have in Northern Ireland? Because that's the reality that you advocate.
Minister. So what I advocate is that we engage in Brussels, and it's very clear within this agreement that there's an opportunity to engage. I will answer the question. There's an opportunity to engage in terms of the law formation. But what is seemed to be forgotten is that your party, the DUP, denied this Assembly entirely the ability to influence health. What's the situation in health? Longest waiting list in the whole United Kingdom. We wouldn't sit. People used down tools and walked away and denied us the opportunity for democratic scrutiny of health, education, justice, the environment. And I think it's important this Assembly sits and it does its job.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like other members of the DAERA Committee, I know something of the effort the Minister has made with the UK Government and indeed with the EU on these matters. Can I ask him what help might be provided from this announcement to assist us with making progress on climate and also on the environment more generally?
Thank you, John, and I do welcome. It's within the joint statement and it's paragraph 21, and it states, as a joint statement from the UK and the EU, that we recognise our shared commitment to climate security and will strengthen cooperation on international aspects of the issue. It also states we remain committed to the goals of the Paris Agreement and also implementing the Global Biodiversity Framework, and we look forward to working together to address pressing climate issues. This is really, really important that the UK and the EU are resetting relationships beyond just SPS areas, but also in terms of climate, the environment and, very importantly, security, and I think we should welcome it.
Buckley.
Interesting to hear the Minister got a round of applause from farmers in Oxford, because he's certainly not getting them in Northern Ireland, farmers who still continue to feel the full force of his environmental extremism. So given the Minister's desire to break down barriers, after years spending putting them up, will he join with me in calling for the dismantling of needless and harmful UK-EU border checks at Northern Ireland ports? And further to that, can he confirm that today's agreement will enable livestock traders and pedigree breeders in Northern Ireland to bring their livestock to GB, sell and take home those that aren't sold, free of impediment?
Minister.
To some of the issues you have raised, Mr. Buckley. It does deal with the issue in terms of the movement of animals for show or sale within the context of the threat of blue tongue to Northern Ireland, and we have to be very conscious of that. And it will deal with lots of other issues such as used agricultural machinery. This is practical issues, and I only wish we had got to this position a long time ago. And this is a really, really important delivery for our agri-food industry and for the farming community. These are issues that people have been bringing to me. And with the greatest respect, rather than engaging in pantomime politics from yourself and the rest of your party, I've been engaging in solutions.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the answer so far. And given the progress made between the EU and the UK is in part through engagement and rebuilding of relationships, what further engagement does the Minister plan to undertake with the EU?
So I intend to head to Brussels in the next number of weeks to have that engagement, and I think it's important we have that sustained engagement, but I'll also be doing that with the UK Government. Can I also say that I'm very conscious in terms of agri-food and our farming community. One of the biggest concerns is in relation to inheritance tax. So I raised that this morning as part of my engagement with the UK Government because I think it's an important issue. I made a request that I have an engagement with Treasury around this. I have a particular concern, and it comes from a mental health perspective in terms of older farmers who did not see this change on the horizon and the anxiety it's causing. And I've asked for that meeting with Treasury so we can particularly focus upon mitigations, because I think the UK Government needs to listen to the concerns and needs to respond to them.
Robbie Butler.
Speaker, given, Minister, that Brexit was certainly missold, but the Windsor Framework was certainly missold, has there been overstatement and a bit of hyperbole in regard to this agreement between the UK Government and the EU, given that industry experts are now coming out and saying that it is tantamount to an agreement to agree, and a lot of the stuff that has been promised hasn't actually been detailed yet?
So, Windsor Framework was very clear and set out, and I think it's really important we understand that we base the progress upon that, and the full, timely and faithful implementation of the Windsor Framework is important. I've been clear here that this agreement doesn't deal with a number of issues of concern, and your colleague Dr Aiken touched upon that, and I agreed with him around customs. Veterinary medicines isn't as part of this, so there's a number of areas that are not there, which I think we all wish would have been there. But there is significant parameters set in terms of negotiation around that SPS agreement that gives me confidence that will resolve those significant issues in terms of movements from GB to the EU or GB to NI. And I think that's very, very clear that that's the progress around that. There's a lot of detail around this, and I could bore you all in relation to that, but I'm going to put a lot of work together with my officials to get that sorted.
Thank you,
Mr Speaker. Minister, I've been intrigued to hear the DUP rail against a deal which appears to begin to address many of the issues they've been railing against, which was caused by the Brexit they championed in the first place. But in any case, Minister, we can benefit still, hopefully while mitigating some of the East-West challenges, from the unique export potential that our food producers have to the EU market. I hope that competitive advantage still exists, but what are you doing to enable our food producers to benefit from that huge export potential that they have relative to GB?
So I think you're right that there is that potential and opportunity we have for Northern Ireland. That's why I'm going to be engaging in a number of trade missions over the time ahead, both to Germany and also to Canada, because it's a significant market for us. I think what the businesses need certainty, and it's really important we give them this. That's why I keep talking about the full, faithful and timely implementation of the Windsor Framework, and it's really important that we do that so they know that they're engaging in a process which they know the rules aren't going to change, and this is really, really key for us. The agri-food industry have been through a lot of difficulties over the last number of years. You have to remember, Matthew, for example, one of the people who came along here to solve Brexit was Liz Truss.
And the DUP Trust.
And the DUP championed Liz Truss economics. So I understand why some people in business may have a bit of hesitancy in terms of moving forward, but this deal is positive and hopefully gives people confidence and able to invest for the future. And why do we talk about invest for the future? Because it's about people's jobs, livelihoods and supporting their families.
John Mahone.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. I'm just wondering if you could go into a bit more detail on the 360 million for the fishing industry and for coastal communities, please.
Thank you, Shan. So that was announced today that there will be a fund of £360 million for fishing and coastal communities, and I will engage heavily with DEFRA in relation to what we're going to get as a result of that, because I think it's really important we do support our fishing and coastal communities. And I understand the challenges this deal has for the fishing communities, and I know that, and that's why I want to engage to see what we can do to support those towns, of which I've been to Portafogie, I've been to Ardglass, I've been to Cookcale. I know the issues, and we need the funding to be able to support them.
Philip Brett.
For his lively update to the House this afternoon. Given the Minister's self-purported involvement in this process, can he update the House on did he secure the removal of pet passports, which is the ridiculous situation where domestic pets moving from GB into Northern Ireland require documentation, or does he still subscribe to his party leader's view that the protocol must be implemented rigorously?
So we still need to work through this in terms of the detail around pet travel and what the arrangements are in place in regards to that, and we will continue to do that. I can't solve everything of the mess that your party created, but I'll do the best I can.
Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's no denying that today's announcement certainly shows progress out of some of the mess of Brexit. I'd like to ask the Minister what an SPS agreement will mean for people and businesses in Northern Ireland.
Minister. So SPS veterinary agreement probably means nothing to many people in Northern Ireland. But what essentially it is that Northern Ireland is part of that EU single market in terms of food, animal and plants. And they're very, very keen to ensure that we have the top level of biosecurity around that. And I do thank the staff who are implementing the situation at the moment to safeguard Northern Ireland and our agri-food industry. But what this will do is will mean common standards across GB, the EU and NI around those areas. So the situations that have been, the difficulties that have been in recent years in terms of the movement of plants, such as seed potatoes, rose bushes, animals for sure, sale, also in relation to food, whether it's sausages, takeaway meals and all the rest of it, that will largely be resolved. But the issues around customs will still remain. And that's why as a party we've been consistent from day one that we should join the customs union.
Brian Hickson.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Does the Minister recognise that the UK internal market is and always has been the largest marketplace for Northern Ireland businesses? And so we must judge any change in terms of how it improves access to that market and undoes the damage of the Northern Ireland Protocol. So I wish to ask the Minister specifically, does he regret that he and his party called for the rigorous implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol, which was subsequently changed thanks to the stand taken by the DUP?
This was not changed due to the stand caused by the DUP. What the DUP did is they crashed public services and they left this place without democratic scrutiny. What happened is that the UK then found a willingness to engage with the EU on a respectable basis, and that's why you negotiate international agreements. I understand the importance of the UK single market, but also understand the importance of the EU single market. And we have the best of both worlds in relation to, for example, agri-food, where they can export to the EU and also to GB. And I think that is really, really important. I know there is challenges. I do not underestimate them. I really do not underestimate the challenges as a result of the situation we have arrived in as a result of Brexit. But I speak to many people in our agri-food industry in Northern Ireland, and because they can export to the EU and also to GB, they do see that as an advantage. And that political certainty hopefully allows them to grow. And what I don't judge things by is ideology. I judge things by in terms of, is this going to make people's living standards better? Is it going to secure jobs? Is it going to secure businesses? And often the needs of businesses in Northern Ireland have been ignored, particularly by your party, and it's about time we listen to them.
Here. Really awesome.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Despite all the spin from the rigorous implementing minister, Northern Ireland still remains fully under the EU's customs code, with Regulation 217/625 treating GB as a third country and Northern Ireland as EU territory, with the damaging Brussels border still in place. Does the Minister seriously believe a deal handing the EU access to our fishing waters for 10 more years will be welcomed by an industry that has already been plundered for decades?
So there's lots of issues in the member's question, but ultimately I want to look at where the benefits is. Northern Ireland's economy is actually, if you compare it to the rest of the UK, doing a bit better. You know, that there's a reality around this. In terms of damage, look at the damage that Brexit has caused around it all. What happened back in 2016 is that people said this big red bus was going to arrive. All this money, public services are going to be great. Guess what? The bus never arrived.
That concludes questions to the Minister for Agriculture and Environment and Rural Affairs. We now move back to the budget debate, and I call Philip McGuigan.
And I welcome this opportunity to outline the Health Committee's consideration of the 25-26 budget to the Chamber. I should say at the outset that the committee does recognise the budgetary constraints and pressures that the Health Department is under in this financial year, and indeed this goes wider across all executive departments who are under pressure. I could almost give the same speech that my colleague, the previous chair of the committee, gave at this stage last year, but I won't. The committee is still hearing of the significant issues facing the health and social care sector, and especially in services delivered in the community. We are hearing of pressures from GPs, from dentists, from community pharmacists, from the hospices and from the community and voluntary sector, who at this stage are unfortunately having to look at cuts to services due to a lack of available funding. Indeed, the committee held a debate in relation to core grant funding just a number of weeks ago. The Department of Health has been allocated £8.4 billion for health and social care services in 25-26 fiscal year. So this represents an increase of £642.5 million, or 8.3% compared to the previous year. Despite this increased funding, we must acknowledge the significant challenges that persist within our health system. The North continues to grapple with the longest waiting lists on these islands, with hundreds of thousands of patients waiting for a first outpatient appointment and many more waiting more than 2 years. To combat this, the budget includes an executive ring-fenced allocation of £165 million, specifically aimed at reducing waiting lists, and an additional £50 million has been earmarked to further support this initiative. These targeted investments are critical steps towards improving patients' access to timely care. For a number of years, we have heard this Minister and the previous Minister outline that this is a level of investment needed to make a difference in health. And as a committee, we are keen to see this investment make a significant impact on the waiting list. I would also outline that over the last 12 months, the committee has raised considerable concerns in relation to capital projects within the department's remit. We have seen significant delays and overspend in relation to the new maternity hospital, and over a year after the handover, we are still no clear as to when the new hospital will open. We have seen and heard the significant issues with the mental health inpatient unit, and while the committee will continue to monitor progress on these projects, the committee is keen to know that the department and the trusts have learned lessons from these projects, and that these lessons learned will be implemented in the building of the new Children's Hospital. The committee thanks the Minister for agreeing to provide it with us, the committee, with regular quarterly updates on progress of the build. The committee welcomes the additional transformation funding that will allow a further rollout of multidisciplinary teams into the community. This only further underlines the need for transformation across the health and social care sector. The Minister has rightly outlined his plans to shift left and to see more services provided in community settings. However, we need now to see the actions of the department and the system follow the Minister's words and lead. A prime example of this need to shift services into the community is in relation to the committee's inquiry into palliative care. We are hearing evidence from clinicians and families that due to a lack of funding in community services, the palliative care patients are having to attend and be treated in emergency departments when they could and should be supported at home or in community services, which not only puts considerable strain on an already pressurised system, but delivers worse outcomes for patients and their families. We have even heard of examples of palliative care patients dying in emergency departments. We must provide patients with better outcomes and deliver treatment and support in the appropriate setting. Our health and social care workforce is the backbone of our system, and I would like to thank those staff that work in their system for the support, help and treatment that they provide across all our communities, and we need to ensure we have a framework and system in place that supports our workforce to deliver better outcomes for patients. The committee has been advised that there is a significant shortfall in the budget for this year. The committee had been advised that the shortfall was £400 million, although we have seen in recent news reports that the Minister is now saying there is a shortfall of over £500 million. It is therefore disappointing that the committee has not had sight of the detailed spending plans for the incoming year. The committee has been advised that the department is still working through allocations, and therefore the committee isn't clear on what the priorities will be in the incoming year. We do have the Minister coming to brief the committee on his priorities on the 29th of May, and we look forward to hearing further information on the budget. The committee remains committed to working with the Minister and the Department to ensure that additional funding is provided to the Department of Health throughout the year, and it is important that the Department has detailed plans for how it may spend any additional allocation it will receive during the year. As Chair of the Health Committee, I am happy to support the Minister in any discussions with the British Government in relation to additional funding for our health service. We must understand that there is little scope for transfer of funding from other government executive departments, and we must make the case to the British Government to support our health service workers before it is too late.
Speaker, I rise as Chairman of the Committee for Justice and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. The outcome for the Department of Justice in the 25-26 budget provides the Department with a resource allocation of £1,415.3 million and a capital allocation of £100 million. The resource DEL includes earmarked funding for a range of matters, such as additional security funding for the PSNI, funding for the Executive Programme on Paramilitarism and Organised Crime, and transformation funding. The budget document notes that indicative allocations of £10.3 million have been agreed by the Executive for June monitoring to help tackle the employer's national insurance contributions, additional funding for the Safer Communities Programme, and funding for judicial salaries. When this is taken into account, this may be the Department's largest ever budget settlement, but as it is outlined in this budget document and also directly with the Committee, this must be set in the context of the fall in the Department's share of the block grant since the devolution of policing and justice. The increase in the allocation to justice is undoubtedly welcome, but there are still significant pressures to be faced in the coming year, including those arising from the increased employer national insurance contributions, which will not all be covered by the June monitoring allocation. The revised pay award assumptions and the funding required to implement the uplift in legal aid remuneration as recommended in the Burgess report. In addition, exceptional pressures of £227 million in relation to holiday pay, the McLeod injury to feelings remedy and the PSNI data breach remain. As I have outlined to the House before, the services of the Department of Justice are mainly demand-led. That demand shows no signs of abating, quite the opposite, an example of which is the increasing prisoner population. It is disappointing, therefore, that the Department's reducing reoffending and prison population transformation bid was unsuccessful. This remains a priority area, and the Department has advised that it will continue to bid for funding for work in this area and that it also intends to resubmit the bid at a future opportunity. The Committee has repeatedly heard of the need for further investment to address years of underfunding so that delays across the justice system and increasing demand can be met. That underfunding has been suggested by the Department to be equivalent to £220 million below where it would have been had funding kept pace with inflation. This has had real impact on the delivery of vital justice services. In a recent report published on the 2nd of April 2025, for example, His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services said that neighbourhood policing is suffering the effect of the budgetary cuts, and I quote, "The continued financial pressures facing the service, if unresolved, are likely to further affect the service it can provide." In response to the publication of the report, the Chief Constable described the budget as beyond disappointing. The Committee has noted the clear indications from the Department that difficult decisions will be required in order to manage the pressures it faces. It has warned that this will present challenges in delivering against Programme for Government priorities, in particular the Safer Communities priority, and worryingly and frustratingly, the ability to increase police numbers. The Committee intends to closely monitor this as the year progresses. Turning briefly to the capital allocation, the Department received £100 million against a final bid of £135.3 million, which it has stated will be used to address inescapable capital bids. It will still, however, present challenges in modernising the justice system. The Committee undertook a visit to the Courts and Tribunal Service and heard that they are planning for an ambitious estate modernisation programme that is expected to cost over £75 million, alongside an IT transformation programme to improve access to justice for staff, the judiciary and stakeholders. From the visit, it was clear that this is not modernisation just for the sake of it, but rather is needed to address what is quite literally a crumbling estate in places and to transform the way Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service does business. I will now make very brief remarks in my capacity as DUP Justice spokesperson. It is well known that the Justice budget is predominantly demand-led, and thus the Minister has very little room in which to manoeuvre, approximately around 5%. However, the Department has indicated it will have to make tough decisions, not only on the prioritisation of services, but the potential cutting of services, which would have a significantly detrimental impact. Nevertheless, the Minister has outlined her ambitious legislative agenda for the mandate, some of which is rightly driven by court judgments and which is urgent, lest Northern Ireland should be out with the law or prove a weak link in the rest of the UK's justice system. We in the DUP would urge her to ensure that other proposals in her programme are properly and fully costed, that her department is mindful of its position of potentially having to cut existing services before it provisionally adds on new ones, and that whatever comes forward to this House can be financially stable and sustainable for the future. Thank you.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise first as the Chair of the Education Committee to speak to the Budget Bill 25-26. The committee was comprehensively briefed by the officials on the resource budget for this year on the 7th of May. Regrettably, the committee did not receive a detailed capital briefing, but it has been clear that in the future it expects to be briefed on both resource and capital at the same time rather than having these separated, which has been the Department's recent approach. The Department has received just over $3.2 billion in non-ring-fenced resource, $388 million in capital, plus an extra $55 million to fund the ongoing investment in early learning and childcare. While this represented a 3% increase in last year's closing resource position, the committee was advised that substantial pressures will be the feature of the year ahead. The committee was advised that the Department of Education is currently facing inescapable resource pressures of $310 million and a capital shortfall of $83.7 million. The $300 million savings will largely have to be found from the EA budget, it appears, and current allocations mean that a number of pressures are going to place a significant constraint on EA's services, including school maintenance works, home-to-school transport and school catering, all spend that directly impacts children and young people directly. The budget impact on school buildings was highlighted as a particular concern. Officials signalled that they hope this budget will increase as the year progresses, but concerns were highlighted that this provides little room for any meaningful strategic planning in relation to the maintenance of the school estate. The issue of school budgets were also highlighted with officials by members, and we were concerningly informed that as of the 31st of March 2025, as we begin the new financial year, 581 schools were in a deficit of $180 million in total, while 391 schools were in a surplus totalling only $75 million. These are deficits ultimately carried by the Department, and it is money that is not being invested in our children's education. The committee recognises the pressure that this places on our school leaders, who are working incredibly hard to manage budgets in very constrained circumstances. Committee members considered a range of areas where the Department's budget is facing additional pressure, but SEND services and the transformation of those receive particular attention. The Department highlighted that significant demand-led SEND pressures will be unable to be met based on current allocations. Assurances have been made that statutory requirements will be met, but it is difficult to see how we can meaningfully get on with the job of SEND transformation when we're unable to fund the services required just to deliver business as usual. The committee will continue to scrutinise all aspects of the Minister's spending plans and delivery in the year ahead, and while it is recognised that there are undoubted pressures, the committee will expect to see evidence of the Department delivering efficiencies where possible, while still delivering for children and young people in terms of the direct delivery of educational services. Mr Speaker, I will now make some remarks in my capacity as Alliance Education spokesperson. Whilst highlighting the significant pressures facing the education budget, it is vital to consider other areas of significant spend by the Minister, which can, in my view, only be described as questionable in the context of the financial constraints we faced, particularly in relation to capital spend. We are currently awaiting clear details how the Minister's curriculum capital investment programme will be further rolled out based on this budgetary allocation, particularly in the area of PE that has been highlighted as being the likely recipient. And I am not in any way disputing the importance of investment in PE, but the message that I hear from the educational sector is that school leaders want to be better consulted on how the Minister reaches his capital priorities. Schools would like the opportunity to be able to share with the Minister what they need to run their schools rather than pet projects or pilot programmes that may get investment to some schools, but not all. Last week, the Minister, the First Minister and Deputy First Ministers marked the beginning of the construction of the Struhl Shared Education Campus in Omagh. And at the moment it is my understanding that the overall cost of that project will be £375 million. But serious questions to my mind do remain as to whether or not that project delivers value for money. Those questions have as yet remained unanswered. This total cost represents close to the equivalent value of approximately the Department's entire annual capital budget for this year, and that is being spent on just 6 schools must surely invite some scrutiny in such constrained financial times as to whether or not more cost-effective projects should and could have been developed. The pressures are immense across the Executive. We are all aware of that, but it's not all doom and gloom in the educational world. The Minister's announcement on Thursday regarding the additional £55 million investment in early learning and childcare is very welcome, and I look forward to seeing how those plans will be brought forward in more detail in terms of how the investment will be delivered. Alliance is very clear that investment in education is critical, but I am clear that the scenario where funding continually lags behind per pupil spend in every other neighbouring jurisdiction is not acceptable. But the Minister must not just bemoan the lack of resource, but also spend the budget that he has strategically and take seriously the work that is required to transform education services to avoid perpetuating a school estate characterised by duplication and division. Regrettably, I see no appetite from the current Minister to take on this challenge. Furthermore, Alliance will always continue to highlight the need to reform these institutions. It has already been highlighted in this debate that the cycle of instability and collapse in government undoubtedly impacts our budgetary process in an entirely negative way and has made strategic investment extremely challenging to deliver. It is vital that the veto is removed from politics in this place to ensure that we are not placed in that position again. Members will undoubtedly support the budget bill without too much enthusiasm today, as it does point to a year of difficult financial decisions that lie ahead. So in this context, the ongoing work to make the case for the best and fairest financial settlement from Westminster does remain critical. But it is also vital that ministers are prepared to be brave and ambitious in delivering transformation in their departments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gemma Dolan.
And thanks to the Minister for his outline on the details of the budget. I want to begin by recognising the ongoing efforts of the Finance Minister to prioritise the delivery of public services in challenging financial circumstances due to increasing costs and the British Government's continued policy of austerity. Funding to reduce health waiting lists, support childcare, end violence against women and girls and protecting the environment are just some of the examples of this budget reflecting the priorities that have been included in the programme for government. Health, receiving almost half of the entire budget, reaffirms the commitment of the Finance Minister and the wider Executive to support our health service. £215 million allocated specifically towards cutting health waiting lists is a welcome intervention to help alleviate the pressures that are currently being faced, and I've had positive interactions with many constituents about the reinstatement of the cross-border health scheme in particular that was announced by the Health Minister earlier this month as a result of this investment. It is vital that we continue to do all we can to support hard-working families. Therefore, the doubling of the funding available for the early years and childcare strategy to £50 million, which has enabled the childcare subsidy scheme to be extended, is another welcome measure which will help parents remain part of the workforce or return to work. The investment in city and growth deals, including the Mid-South West in my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, will be a key driver in helping with addressing regional economic imbalance and will see the delivery of a vital piece of infrastructure in the A4 Enniskillen bypass. The continuation of funding for welfare mitigations is an example of locally elected representatives stepping forward to protect the sick and disabled at a time when the British Labour Government are continuing the legacy of their Tory predecessors, attacking some of the most vulnerable in our society. I am conscious that the Minister intends to move towards multi-year budgets following this year, and this has the potential to enable departments to make plans on a longer-term strategic basis. However, we also need to see those in Westminster change direction and invest in public services in order to increase the capacity and ability of services here. I also want to reiterate my support for the ongoing work of the Finance Minister with the British Treasury to ensure we are fairly funded, reflecting our level of need. Going forward, we also need to see more fiscal powers devolved, which would provide more flexibility for us to shape policies which are suited to our local needs, until constitutional change enables those elected here to have full control over our own political and economic affairs.
Deborah Erskine.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise as Chair of the Infrastructure Committee. As indicated during the recent debate led by the Committee for Finance, the Committee received oral evidence from the Department for Infrastructure, TransLink and Northern Ireland Water to consider their assessment of their funding requirements for 2025-26. It is a well-rehearsed argument that right across our public services, the assessed requirements compared to the funding available leaves us all to face the reality that many of the things we want to achieve, we will struggle to see those fully realised. The Committee is well aware of the Department's capital requirements. However, the lack of a multi-year capital budget leaves uncertainty for those with aspirations to improve the lives of those right across Northern Ireland. And as I previously stated, not only does this complicate delivery, it is undoubtedly a more expensive way to fund capital projects that can take a number of years to complete. Throughout its scrutiny, the Committee noted the Department's assessment that its opening draft resource allocation is 8% less than what it considers it requires, and with increased rates of contributions, the Department and its arm's-length bodies need to act decisively to manage this additional pressure. As we've seen over recent weeks, Northern Ireland Water had forecasted it would be in an overspend position in 24-25, and this has resulted in the Minister's decision to engage forensic accountants to examine its spending. The Committee looks forward to examining the outputs of this review when it will receive evidence on the 11th of June. The Committee acknowledges that RRI capital borrowing of some £105.7 million has been secured for Northern Ireland Water. However, despite efforts to examine whether this borrowing will be additional to what it would normally receive, the Committee notes that no final decisions have been made. When looking at the Department's own equality impact assessment, it would suggest that Northern Ireland Water's capital allocation is likely to effectively be reduced from £323.7 million to £244.3 million, and then supplemented with RRI borrowing. The net result seems to be that Northern Ireland Water will just be £26.3 million better off in terms of capital, despite borrowing by the Executive of some £105.7 million. Whilst I do not underestimate the amount of money Northern Ireland Water receives from the Department, it is important to remember that the anticipated allocations arising from this budget will fall way below what the utility regulator assessed as need under the current price control period 21. It would be helpful if the Minister could indicate the basis of RRI borrowing. For example, has the Executive approved this borrowing just as a means to access additional capital to provide flexibility to DFI to effectively reduce the conventional capital allocation to Northern Ireland Water? And also, if the Minister can answer, is this RRI borrowing being used as a mechanism to provide the Executive with additional capital to help fund other priorities within DFI or elsewhere? Turning to roads, the Committee continues to be concerned by road safety and the limited maintenance service for our road network. In terms of the wider road safety, particular focus is needed to tackle driver behaviour to ensure we not only adopt a responsible approach to our driving, but also that our vehicles are roadworthy and legal. At its meeting on the 30th of April, the Committee wrote to the PSNI to seek further detail on the recent Operation Lifesaver undertaken by the PSNI. In response, the Committee was concerned that on the 16th of April, some 724 motoring offences were detected in one day. These stark figures are extremely worrying. The Committee will continue to play its part in supporting meaningful initiatives that seek to minimise the human cost that so many families have had to endure. Turning to TransLink, the uncertainty of funding presents an ongoing significant challenge in planning for future years and is insufficient to meet requirements under the public service contract. Not only does this impact the range and frequency of services that are available for our citizens, the committee is also acutely aware of the potential impacts on those in rural areas and Section 75 groups. The committee recognised the legitimate concerns around the impacts of reduced funding on services to those living with disabilities who are reliant on public transport. Therefore, the committee will be particularly keen to consider the associated equality impact assessment on those associated groups once TransLink's final allocation is known. Our commitments under the Climate Change Act will also require significant and sustained levels of funding to encourage a modal shift from our reliance on cars. However, until this occurs, we cannot simply expect people to move towards public transport without viable and convenient solutions to support this, particularly those in rural areas. Not only does our infrastructure lie at the heart of our aspirations to grow our economy, but it also underpins so many of the Executive's priorities within the programme for government. Therefore, we must ensure that as a committee, our focus is on how the resources are utilised by the Department to deliver the best outcomes for our citizens. Now, very briefly, I want to touch on some points as DUP infrastructure spokesperson. I have to say, since taking up position, Minister Kimmon's decision-making around some of her budget has been questionable, to say the least, in a cash-strapped department. And I want to turn in particular to the fact that she allocated $145,000 to Irish language in Grand Central Station. Yet, it would seem that this is a party political move, a station not opened a year, and yet we see Hill Street pedestrianisation not move forward, more money going to be spent on stakeholder engagement in terms of that project, and still no indication from the Minister of the Major Roads Prioritisation Programme and how that will fit into the budget. So the Minister seems to have some blinkers on when it comes to funding infrastructure that meets the needs of everyone.
Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to reflect on the 2025-26 budget through the lens of health, a subject that affects every single person and family across Northern Ireland. I want to begin with welcome, but also with realism. The budget arrives against a backdrop of sustained austerity from Westminster, a period of rising inflation and growing demand in the health system under immense pressure. I welcome the intent, but let's be honest, money won't solve the problem alone. How we use it will define whether this budget represents a turning point or a missed opportunity. Yes, the £8.5 billion allocated to health is significant, over 50% of all day-to-day spending, but if we don't change how we work, not just how much we spend, we'll keep cycling through the same crises. This budget, though imperfect, does give us a platform. The challenge now is to use that platform not reactively but strategically. £215 million have rightly been earmarked for elective care and to reduce waiting lists, and that is essential. Patients have waited far too long, many in pain, and for some, sadly, it will be too late. But this isn't about queue lengths, it's about dignity, and it's about people being seen when they need help, not when it's too late. Mr. Speaker, we've been through waiting list initiatives before, but what has changed structurally to stop them from growing back again? What is to stop the Assembly from collapsing tomorrow and the situation to become another 5 years of inaction in this place? If this money simply buys short-term outsourcing but doesn't reduce the need for repeated cycles of intervention, we'll be right back again here next year using... Mr. Speaker, let me turn to primary care, the bedrock of our health system, and as we've already heard today, part of the system that has been neglected for far too long. I welcome the £3.5 million to support GPs, dentists, pharmacists and family health services with increased employer costs, but let's not pretend that this addresses the deeper truth. Our entire primary care model is outdated for the demands being placed on it. GPs are dealing with complex and unmanageable pressure, and now many have been forced to consider returning their contracts. They need funded adequately to prevent these contract handbacks. They need multidisciplinary teams built up around them, mental health professionals, social workers, physiotherapists, but many practices still don't have access to these supports. Our pharmacists have stepped up again and again, delivering vaccines, offering triage, keeping pressure off GPs and hospitals, but they are barely breaking even under the current model.
Many are using their own savings in order to keep their services running. That is not resilience, that's fragility wearing a brave face. Dentists too are absorbing high-risk caseloads from children and vulnerable adults, and yet they are still operating under a contract designed for a different time. And as we all know, very few dentists in Northern Ireland are now taking on NHS patients. And then there's the voluntary and community sector, so often the glue between statutory services and people's lived experiences. These organisations are working at the sharp end of health, tackling important issues such as sexual health, HIV awareness, addiction, domestic abuse, cancer support and mental well-being. But year after year they are left in limbo, waiting to know if funding will come through. And now we're seeing something even more worrying. Organisations like Positive Life and those previously supported through the reduced core grant scheme are being left without the necessary funding to continue, and some are facing closure. Let's be absolutely clear, if these organisations disappear, the cost won't just be felt in our communities, it will be felt across the whole health system, in GP practices, in NE departments, in mental health crisis teams, in long-term conditions that could have been prevented or treated or managed earlier. It's not just a moral failure, it's a strategic one. That's not a system that values prevention, that's a system that chronically undervalues what works because it's not hospital-based. Now let's talk about transformation. The 21.3 million allocated from the Transformation Fund is welcome, and the further 25.7 million held centrally is an opportunity. But let's not allow that money to sit idle. It must be activated quickly, and it must be aimed at shifting the foundations, not just tweaking at the top. While I welcome the commitment of the 69 million this year towards the new Mother and Children's Hospital as part of the broader £671 million project, this must not repeat the infrastructure mistakes of the past, where capital bills that went way over schedule and way over budget were still unfit for purpose before they were even open. We need real and working infrastructure that delivers for people, not just headline ribbon cutting. Mr. Speaker, this budget doesn't solve everything, but it sets a tone. The question for this Assembly and for every department and for every minister is whether we have the political courage to follow through. We can't afford to paper over the cracks again. We can't afford complacency, and nor can we afford cynicism. What we can afford and what the public expects from us now is leadership. Let this budget be the start of doing things differently, no more of the same, but better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like the previous speaker, I rise to welcome the budget, realising that it is not everything that we may have asked for or may have wanted, but that it is a significant platform to move forward for our health service. I also welcome the additional 50 million for waiting lists and the ring fencing of the 215 million. I think that these are important steps forward. However, it is the allocation of this budget that will actually be so important and will actually make the difference. Prioritisation, the making of decisions on how best to allocate funding based on the needs of our health service and general population. It might require doing things differently, or maybe deciding that an alternative approach is necessary. However, one thing is absolutely certain, and it was reinforced by Professor Bengoa when he was here last October, and that was that reform of health is an absolute essential. Without reform, Professor Bengoa said, that doing everything the same way all the time, that actually health will soon demand and eat up the entire funding for Northern Ireland from our national government. So it is really important that not only are we looking at prioritisation, but we're looking at reform of health services as well. And just to remember in this chamber that we spend more per head of population on health, yet we have the worst outcomes and the longest waiting lists of anywhere in the United Kingdom. Our cancer waiting times are an absolute disgrace. 2/3 of women who discover a lump in their breast are not seen by a consultant within that departmental target waiting time. That is a shame on all of us, but it is a shame on the system that has allowed that to happen over a long period of time. So reform, it's not an option, it is an imperative.
and without reform, we will continue to let people down. We will continue to let women down. And last week I got statistics from the department which indicated that in the Belfast and South Eastern Trust, 25,000 children are on a waiting list to see a paediatrician. These are not acceptable statistics, and therefore we must use the money we have in the best way possible to get the best outcomes. Departmental officials recently informed our Health Committee that of the 8.5 billion, 7.8 billion was simply being rolled over. I would not like to think that this is just more of the same from the Health Minister, because that is not good enough. All of the 9 programmes of care all received a percentage increase of a similar nature. No indication of prioritisation to allow a focus on primary care, acute care or waiting lists. We cannot continue to do the same thing all the time, because we will just get the same and decreasingly more difficult outcomes. Last year, total administrative costs in the health service totaled 305 million and management costs 264 million. Well over £500 million on bureaucracy. And it would be hard to find anyone in Northern Ireland who thinks that they have got value for money for that level of spend. Department of Health staff now total more than 1,200. This exceeds the number of staff in the department and the HSC board before the HSC board was actually dissolved. The current 109 million departmental administration and management costs exceeds the respective total for the HSC board and the department jointly prior to the dissolution of that board. Now, much of the rationale for removing the Health and Social Care Board was to reduce bureaucracy and avoid duplication. And we've gone through the pain of abolishing it, but actually we've ended up with greater costs and even more staff. Now, that is not an example of reform. We need to find genuine efficiencies, not simply moving people out of one office into another, and providing more funding for frontline services. That is what people expect of us, and that's what we should be given. Trusts, it's probably a can of worms that I shouldn't go into today, but trusts really do some really good initiatives, and I was reading about some in the Southern Trust over the weekend. But there is no uniform delivery of healthcare across Northern Ireland. What a person in the Southern Trust may expect to get is not the same as someone in the Northern Trust. And I don't think that those inequalities are good enough for a modern-day health service. Others in this budget debate have mentioned the health estate funding. And Minister, I cannot go past the appalling management of capital projects in the Belfast Trusts. 15 months after the handover of the maternity hospital to the Belfast Trust, we received a letter in the Health Committee last week which said that they could not give us any indication as to when the building would be safe to use and occupied by mothers and babies. Now, that's just not good enough. And I've said before, and I've said it again, that this mishandling of projects needs an independent view and someone to come in and actually say what is going wrong and how can we save the health service money. The acute mental health building in the Belfast City Hospital grounds opened in 2019, potentially millions of public funding to actually set this right. It's just not right. In terms of waiting lists, Minister, I said I do welcome the ring-fencing of the 215 million, the additional 50 million, but today the Minister said that that would mean he would have to find 165 million from his own budget. And yet, I may be looking at this in a simple way, but I actually do think that is the job of the Health Minister, to find money within his own budget to tackle waiting lists. So in his initial brief on the budget, he said he had ring-fenced 76 million. So many challenges, Minister, and many things to do in the year ahead.
Thank you. Sinead McLaughlin.
We debate this budget. I want to start by recognising that having a budget and a programme for government in place in itself is progress. In most democracies, this would be standard. In Northern Ireland, it cannot ever be taken for granted. But while this budget is a step forward in process, it is not a step forward in ambition. We are facing serious challenges. President Trump's economic isolation and the ongoing war in Ukraine have proved deeply destabilising for the global economy. But almost every government is facing these headwinds. The real test is how we respond to them. For the Department for the Economy, its strategic aims are sound: creating more good jobs, boosting productivity, advancing regional balance and delivering a just transition to net zero. But these goals will remain little more than warm words if they are not backed up by meaningful investment. Nowhere is this clearer than in higher and further education, which are central to delivering the skills our economy needs, but which have been left underfunded, under-prioritised and overstretched. When it comes to further education, we already know that DFE has overcommitted funding this year by 0.8 million in further education and 6.6 million in skills for life and work and apprenticeships. These overspends must be addressed within this or the next financial year. In practice, that could mean actual cuts to courses, fewer student places or deferrals in essential capital spending. At the same time, the Department's 25-26 budget increases by just 4.2%. In real terms, this means cuts to skills and FE provision at a time when demand is actually growing. We are already hearing warnings, reduced course offerings, staffing constraints and possible delays to skills academies and apprenticeships. This is not speculation. These are the likely impacts of this budget. Further education is vital to our economy, but instead of being empowered, our colleges are being forced to do more with less. In higher education, the Department has made very little progress on its funding review of the sector, with some now calling for an increased burden to be placed on students. In the face of those calls, instead of defending students, the Minister has instead refused to rule out such an increase. The doublespeak on both sides of the border isn't just inconsistent, it's hypocritical. Let's be clear, our universities need proper funding, but the burden should not come from students by punishing them for an education. It doesn't work in England and it won't work here. Yes.
Given way, the member raises a very important point. Will she agree with me that it is entirely short-sighted for this House or for the Department for Economy and the Minister to burden graduates who are coming out of university with extra debt when they're expected to try and get on a property ladder, set up a family and maybe settle in married life? This is actually worsening their situation, and this executive have done nothing for younger people.
I would totally agree. I mean, the cost of living is really impacting our young generation. They are really worse off than their parents and those that have gone before them, and now we're saddling them with more debt. The Minister should stick to her party's word and rule out any increase. Mr. Speaker, without proper governance here, we simply cannot meet the challenges we face. We cannot raise productivity, which remains 13% below the UK average, without a serious approach to skills. We cannot build a green economy without workers trained in clean energy and advanced technologies. And we cannot tackle regional inequality if places like the North West continue to be overlooked in infrastructure, university expansion and skills development. More broadly, this budget lacks strategic coherence. The Executive claims to be doing what matters most, but how can that be true when budget decisions are not clearly aligned with programme for government priorities? As Pivotal has noted, some areas like housing, childcare and water reflect programme for government commitments, but most allocations continue as before without strategic reprioritisation. Even after the final programme for government was published, it remained unclear whether waiting list reductions in health were backed by new investment. NICFA is also right to say that departments cannot continue working in silos. Government must act as a whole, not a collection of isolated parts. We need pooled budgets, shared planning and stronger leadership from the Department of Finance to deliver outcomes that cross departmental boundaries. And we need to move beyond using austerity as an excuse. Yes, there are structural financial constraints, but there are also choices. Choices about where we invest, how we prioritise, and whether we plan for the long term with a shared agenda. Childcare requires cooperation between the economy and education. A green economy needs DFI, DERA, DFC and DFE all working together. Tackling economic inactivity must involve health, communities and the economy in a shared plan. None of this can be delivered with single-year budgets disconnected from strategic planning, and multi-year funding certainly is a must if we are to deliver meaningful change. Mr. Speaker, I stood for election to deliver better for the people I represent, and it isn't happening. For working families, it's not happening for young people, and communities have waited too long for action. This budget does not deliver that. It falls short of the ambition that we need and the urgency that this moment demands. The SDLP cannot support this budget. We will vote against the motion, not for the sake of opposition, because this region deserves better. Thank you.
Speaker, and I rise again to speak on yet another budget debate. It seems to be punishment, I don't know, that I end up speaking on all finance-related matters, including the budget. Must have been a bad boy in another life for another guise, and I'm sure my heart goes out to the Minister with regards to what this is. This is a set-piece budget where chairs of committees will place on record the stresses and strains of the department that they scrutinise. And it's more about placing on record issues about the budget as opposed to actually talking about the budget. And I get that. I've been here many years and I get that. But sooner or later, this executive and every executive has to be tested on its effectiveness. What is the difference between direct rule, where ministers from England, Scotland and Wales direct their departments, and in fact the departments are in charge, and this devolved executive and assembly? It is because ministers are here to make the difference. It is local politicians here who are meant to make the difference. And of course the opposition is meant to enhance that in this executive, or in this assembly, sorry. And we should always respect the difference between the executive and the assembly. It strikes me that the SDLP are going to vote against this budget, not for the sake that they're in opposition, but just because they don't think it's the right budget. I will remind this House that the SDLP usually always used to vote against the budget when they were in the executive. Why? Because they had the luxury of being able to do so, because of their numbers. So it's the set-piece budget debate that we all have to go through and thole. But does it make a difference? And I suppose the question I pose today is, and the challenge I put down to the executive, and indeed to this assembly, is do local politicians actually make, local ministers actually make a difference to the budget? And we have some really great ministers in the DUP, and of course there are ministers in our parties which we scrutinise. But there is also another issue, and the SDLP did touch on this, to be fair, and that is the silo approach between departments. There is absolutely no point in having a programme for government and having a budget aligned to it, albeit closely or not so closely. And then you have, of course, the executive legislative programme. So really you want the legislative programme to be the power behind the transformation. Legislation and bills coming forward here that actually meets and greets the programme for government. And then the budget there is to finance the programme for government. And I think we have still a lot of work to do in order to get to the point where all three of those are aligned. The short mandate, of course, won't help, and the year after year, one-year budgets won't help. But hopefully, we will get to a point where all of those 3 stars align. And in that way, we will be able to be more effective and efficient for our people who we serve. But there are many issues, and we can talk about the budget book and the fact that they have alluded to the programme for government within it, Table 4.1 and Table 4.3. But even there, when I look at that, provide more social, affordable and sustainable housing. And that is a novel aspiration. That is exactly what we require. But we won't deliver to provide more social, affordable and sustainable housing just by throwing money at it whenever we can't get the infrastructure right underneath the ground with regards to the water and the sewage systems. I have some developers in my constituency who can't build houses because they can't get sufficient infrastructure underneath the ground. And they're having to go through novel engineering experiments in order to try and satisfy water service, to try and satisfy the planners. If they do satisfy water service, they won't satisfy planners, and they are going round the ring, and they can't get to build the properties which we need in order to equip our people with sufficient and efficient and effective housing. That's just one aspect. Protecting Lough Neagh and the environment. Look at the mess that Lough Neagh is in. What are we really doing to solve that issue? Who are we blaming? It seems to me that we can blame the farmers and get away with it, yet government itself is polluting Lough Neagh and nothing is being done, nothing is being said, nobody is being taken to court. And when they do get took to court, who pays for that? The ratepayer. It's our people. Our people pay for that. So I think there are massive challenges. We have a health service that we spend more per head than any other part of the United Kingdom. But yet it's failing. It's failing our people. It's failing our people by the growing waiting lists for cancer, for other conditions. But worse than that, there are brand new spanking hospitals that can't even be opened. Talk about rubbing salt into the wounds of our most vulnerable. There are many challenges out there, many things that we need to fix. And I want to test this executive to make sure that they do it. I want to scrutinise properly and efficiently and effectively to ensure that this devolved executive and assembly delivers for its people and takes control over governance, takes control of the civil service. Yes, I will, yes.
The independent member of the DUP for giving way. I have to say I find his remarks absolutely fascinating, and that I would nearly welcome him to this side of the House because it looks like he's reading from our hymn sheet. Does the member agree with me then, from what he has said to the House, that the history and the legacy of this executive has been disastrous for many years? Indeed, his party's been a part of that.
Yes, I think the Speaker for the extra minute, I think the member for the intervention, and again, we haven't been able to get things right because of a silo mentality and everything else that goes with it. And of course, the part that his party played over the last number of years in government and the atrocious pieces of legislation that his party brought in, to the point where they were going to even sack nurses for doing their job. So there are many issues out there. There are many issues out there that we have to get to grips with. I just want to make sure, and I will do all I can to apply pressure on every department in this place, on every minister in this place, to ensure that the civil service is as effective as possible, and the ministers deliver the promises that the devolved assembly and executive was meant to bring them. And that is my job as an MLA in this place, in order to fight tooth and nail for my constituents of North Antrim, and that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is exactly what I tend to do. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, today I rise to make some remarks on the final budget for 2025-26 in my capacity as the Alliance Party member for the Committee for Justice. The process of setting a budget for any government is not necessarily a straightforward one, with competing pressures between and within each department, particularly in knowledge that prioritising one project, programme or plan may be at the detriment of another.
Without leadership and without strategy, funding won't have the opportunity to make the most impact and get the most value per pound of the public purse. That's why having a programme for government, a roadmap for delivery, has been absolutely vital to aligning where public monies should be spent. It's with this roadmap in place that it is incredibly welcome that the Department of Justice has received the third largest non-ring-fenced resource departmental expenditure limit, coming in behind health and education. Whilst more is always needed, and there are still outstanding concerns, including exceptional pressures in the realm of £227 million to be dealt with, this signifies a constructive and workable foundation for the year ahead. It must also additionally be noted that a proportion of these sums will be redistributed to other departments for collaborative projects that Justice is the assigned lead on, including the Executive Programme on Paramilitarism and Organised Crime. As a historically underfunded department, this budget allocation recognises the role Justice plays as a department that cross-cuts through many of our PFG commitments, particularly in its role for creating safer communities. The justice system as a whole interacts with some of the most vulnerable people across our society, not just when something goes wrong, but actively seeking to protect and intervene before troubling circumstances even arise. The driving mission of the Department of Justice in this new financial year, as before, is to work in partnership to create a fair, just and safe community across Northern Ireland, where each and every one of us respect not just the law, but each other. The financial remit of this department covers a plethora of work, including but not limited to preventing and educating on domestic and sexual abuse, funding for the PSNI, tackling paramilitarism and organised crime, reducing court delays, and ensuring high standards within our prison service. At a time where budgets are being stretched and hard decisions are being made, the Minister and her department have not shied away from the challenge. We cannot afford to do things the way we always have. Transformation is vital for the longevity and sustainability of every department. I also welcome the recently announced allocation from the Public Service Transformation Board of £20.45 million to help speed up and transform the criminal justice system, and £2.19 million has been allocated to an electronic monitoring project. The Justice Committee has received regular updates on the financial position of the department and has been kept informed of developments throughout this process. On the 29th of January, a written briefing on the draft budget was sent to the committee, and on the 6th of February, an oral briefing took place with officials. The Minister additionally appeared in front of committee in March, where she spoke of the department's financial position, including the welcome steps she has taken to raise the need to increase policing numbers with a degree of pace to the Secretary of State, the Finance Minister and other executive colleagues. The Minister highlighted the role her department has played in collaboration with the Chief Constable of the PSNI and the Policing Board in submitting a business case to the Department of Finance to move workforce levels up to 7,000 officers and over 2,500 staff over the next 3 years. The Minister outlined that it works out about £40 million a year for 5 years to do the recovery work needed. I commend the Minister and her department's commitment to this. The Department of Justice portion of the budget, including the indicative allocations via the June monitoring round process towards safer communities and public sector transformation, have set a foundation to work off for the year ahead. However, with the known pending exceptional pressures and other factors, including an increase to national insurance contributions and a rise in legal aid fees, challenges still lie ahead. I look forward to working on the committee this year as we support the Minister to resolve these concerns. Thank you.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise as a DUP member of the Committee for Communities, along with my colleague Maurice Bradley, and further to the budget briefing we received at committee on the 8th of May. We do note with concern that the allocation to the Department for Communities for this new financial year has left a shortfall compared to the bid from the Minister. Whilst that is not a unique outcome, it has resulted in shortfalls in various work streams. Despite this, we do welcome that the Minister has made some important additional allocations, mentioning first the increase of £2.8 million to voluntary and community sector groups to cope with increases in employers' national insurance contributions, the real living wage and other inflationary pressures. I know that this need for groups receiving neighbourhood renewal funding was raised with the Minister during his recent visit to meet groups in Ballysillan and other parts of North Belfast. They also highlighted the need for confirmation of funding for the remainder of this financial year, which we trust will follow on quickly from the passing of the budget bill today. Likewise, there is an increase of £3.8 million for various arm's length bodies, and also to be welcomed is the additional £3.7 million this new year for the Supporting People programme and other measures to tackle homelessness. For the administration of social security benefits, we welcome the funding of an extra 400 staff for this year, though that is not yet recurrent. The Minister has previously expressed his commitment to reducing error and fraud in the benefits system, with the potential to retain a substantial percentage of savings resulting to fund public services in Northern Ireland through Invest to Save. We urge the Minister and officials to continue making the case for this to His Majesty's Treasury and the Office for Budget Responsibility. Turning to the departmental capital budget for 2025-26, the allocation of £270 million capital DEL and £48.1 million financial transactions capital regrettably left a substantial shortfall of £161.3 million in the department's bid, which is greatly disappointing. There is a desire to increase that allocation during the year, though we understand that in-year monitoring rounds are expected to be lesser amounts than in previous years. Whilst the budget for new social housing during this year currently provides for 1,000 new units, we do acknowledge that the Minister has brought forward some innovative ideas to address housing need. This includes financial transactions capital to support intermediate rent, the purchase of 600 properties for emergency accommodation to take pressure off non-standard emergency accommodation, and in the review of the points system, the removal of intimidation points, which was deemed by many to be unfair. Finally, we did have a briefing at the same committee meeting on staffing levels, particularly for the administration of social security, both in Northern Ireland and for GB, for the Department for Work and Pensions. Currently, 22% of positions are vacant. There is the need to increase the rate of recruitment, but also to consider if all posts are needed, or if appraisal of these could result in efficiency savings. These are matters that the committee will continue to monitor and to come back to. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Sean Mulholland.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise today as an Alliance spokesperson for communities. So while the total of 940.9 million resource DEL, 270 million capital DEL and 48.1 million in financial transactions capital does provide substantial funding, there are critical challenges that remain. The Department's earmarked resource funding of £184.1 million meets key needs, including, as mentioned before, the benefit delivery staffing and the universal credit services, which are essential for vulnerable individuals. However, the £98.6 million shortfall in non-ring-fenced resource DEL poses a serious risk to service delivery, and we have to examine whether that funding gap will hinder the Department's ability to meet demand. Capital funding remains another area of concern. The £270 million allocated falls £161.3 million short of the Department's request, potentially limiting investment in infrastructure projects that are vital for community development. And while the full allocation of £48.1 million in financial transactions capital is welcome, we have to assess whether that will sufficiently support long-term improvements and investment. So, despite the urgency and significance of proposed changes to the disability welfare payments, no budget line has been allocated to address their impact, and the Minister has indicated that he will rely on in-year monitoring. This omission for me is really concerning, as those reforms will undoubtedly be the most pressing issue facing vulnerable citizens in our society in the coming year.
with potentially devastating consequences. The full scope and breadth of these cuts remain unclear, and the Department's failure to consistently collect vital data, such as how many individuals receive 4 points in a single element of the PIP assessment, leaves us as policymakers and legislators in the dark about how these changes will unfold. So without that robust financial planning and clear data, the repercussions could be even further reaching, risking the well-being of thousands who rely on disability support. And equally troubling for me is the lack of forward investment in the Executive's anti-poverty strategy, which the Minister's Department is responsible for leading on. Tackling poverty should be at the heart of the Government's agenda, but this strategy has been left without any necessary funding to drive meaningful change, again having to rely on in-year monitoring. My concern is that without dedicated financial backing, efforts to reduce poverty and provide essential services to those in need will remain stagnant, further entrenching inequality. And that absence of those committed resources in the budget threatens to undermine any improvement of living standards and supporting communities most affected by economic hardship. And whilst maintaining the discretionary support grants at £25.5 million does provide stability for those facing financial difficulties, the broader financial landscape remains constrained, and with a £17 million funding gap, the Department is left navigating those severe limitations, restricting opportunities for new investment and reinforcing the urgency that we need for robust financial planning. And whilst the Minister says that employment is the best way out of poverty, I acknowledge that employment can be a crucial factor in economic stability. I do believe it is misguided to claim that it's the best route out of poverty. It's not just a matter of job availability, it's deeply entrenched in systematic inequalities, institutional barriers and a lack of social protections for the most vulnerable that we see in this budget not being addressed. And a truly effective approach to tackling poverty requires us to prioritise equitable access to healthcare, that has been mentioned, housing, education, welfare support, ensuring that individuals are not left behind. So when we can remove those structural barriers and offer meaningful social protections, like the removal of the 2-child limit, people can move out of poverty with dignity rather than being forced into precarious employment. And economic justice demands a much broader, more inclusive approach. So moving on, housing is a fundamental pillar of our society. Reliable and appropriate living situation directly impacts both the physical and mental well-being. The housing crisis is still persisting. It remains one of the most pressing issues facing our communities. So while £100 million in the budget has been earmarked for social housing, it is significantly inadequate, leaving a £161.3 million funding gap that will hinder progress in meeting the growing demand. The allocation for new build social homes that will allow around 1,000 new starts falls well below the target of 2,000, reinforcing concerns that too many families and individuals will continue to face housing insecurity through this budget. Furthermore, homelessness prevention measures, though receiving an additional £3.7 million, still lack the necessary investment to truly tackle the root causes of housing instability. And without that comprehensive, forward-thinking funding, the housing crisis will simply deepen. Having a housing supply strategy is useful, but when it's not backed by adequate resources and funding lines in the budget, it will not allow us to meet the challenges we face. And moving on then, so the investment in arm's-length bodies like the Arts Council, libraries, NI, national museums is again a positive step in maintaining public engagement with arts, culture and heritage. Significant barriers remain. Funding constraints continue to limit the ability of arts organisations to plan for the long-term sustainability of their organisations, to deliver ambitious and innovative projects and to sustain operations in the face of rising costs. Between inflation, pay pressures and the lack of dedicated investment for sector-wide growth, it creates instability, making it difficult for artists, cultural practitioners and heritage organisations to thrive. And furthermore, accessibility and inclusion in the arts requires meaningful, long-term support, yet financial limitations often prevent that expansion into those underserved communities. So without that strategic, long-term and sustained funding, so not a one-year budget, Northern Ireland risks losing vital cultural assets that enrich our society and contribute to economic growth. In conclusion, if we are to truly build a fairer, more inclusive Northern Ireland, we have to prioritise investment in the services and strategies that protect our most vulnerable. And while this budget
for the Communities Committee or for the Communities Department provides critical funding. It is insufficient in key areas. It leaves too many gaps that threatens progress, and we have to demand long-term strategic solutions that address poverty, housing insecurity, employment barriers and the sustainability of our cultural and heritage organisations.
McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, budgets are in essence moral documents because they don't just detail how much we spend, but they actually detail what we value and what we really want to spend our money on. And regrettably, and I do regret this, if this budget is the executive statement of values, then I'm afraid that the message is loud and clear from the executive that healthcare doesn't matter enough. And in this budget, health receives $8.5 billion. But don't be misled by that headline, because the department asked for a 10.6% increase just to stand still, but was handed barely 4%. That's a real-term cut to hospitals, GPs, mental health services. And if we take a little bit of stock here, the executive is $16.9 billion in day-to-day spending, and of that, only $215 million has been earmarked for reducing waiting lists and investing in elective care. Our health service is collapsing under the weight that it carries. The executive is simply watching it happen. And here's what the real-term health, those cuts to health means in real life. Over 450,000 people on hospital waiting lists, a mental health system stretched to the breaking point, 400 million spent on agency staff last year because we're not working to retain our own staff. But where's the urgency? Where's the investment? Where's the transformation? Why isn't health the #1 priority for this executive? This budget is not just about money. It's about outcomes. Underfunded care means longer waiting times. It means more burnout for people. Worse survival rates. That's what the budget means in real life. And let's be honest, the executive promised transformation. Parties promised that health would come first, but when the chance has come, they have blinked. They have allocated just 2% of the biggest block grant in history to the outcomes contained within the programme for government priorities. That's not transformation, that's simply tinkering at the edges. Where is the vision? Where is the reform? Where is the courage? And we have been clear. We have said in our documents that we've produced that we would commit to spends within departments where there was the priorities for programme for government. We would like to see more money set aside for those priorities, be that health, housing, childcare or economic inclusion. We cut waste and end the cycle of agency dependency and overspending on failed projects. By grasping fiscal powers to gain control over income tax levies and borrowing powers to shape our own future. By creating a regional investment bank for long-term health, infrastructure and workforce planning. About future-proofing our finances with a Future Generations Act that ensures long-term well-being is at the centre of every pound that we spend. But instead, this budget refuses to take control of our future and simply blames everyone else whenever things fall apart. Deputy Speaker, people are exhausted, not just by the waiting, but also by the waiting for leadership. If this executive will not prioritise the health of the public, then the SDLP will stand in this chamber and in communities and call it for what it is, a betrayal of trust and a budget that fails the sick. Thank you.
And I call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on behalf of my party, but also as a member of the Education Committee. And I'd like to address some short remarks primarily towards the budget as it pertains to those issues under the remit of education. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you will know that there are a range of projects and programmes that members in this place, kind of reflecting the comments my colleague behind me made recently, not least myself, who would love to see delivered in our schools and for our young people through the auspices of the department. The Minister would doubtless share such enthusiasm, but as members will be aware, he is limited by the parameters set by the Finance Minister through budget allocation. And it will be no surprise to any member in this chamber that he has made clear previously that he does not believe the education allocation is nearly enough. And in fact, in March of this year, he said he was facing the pressures of around £400 million. However, I would also want to recognise that the Finance Minister is in a precarious position, but there can be few greater priorities, I would imagine, than the education of our children, both ethically and in terms of the investment that delivers for our society. Specifically, I want to note the Resource Del allocations contained in PFG priorities. Firstly, deliver more affordable, accessible and high-quality early learning and childcare, and I do note that £50 million has been made available and will remain centrally held for allocation. I would also want to acknowledge the reference that the Finance Minister made earlier on today that an additional £5 million from June monitoring will be added to that. Under the priority area, better support for children and young people and special educational need, £15 million has been allocated. Mr. Speaker, both of these are PFG priorities, and whilst we are speaking today about the 25-26 budget, it would be short-sighted of me not to make the point, and if there is a point in the speech, I imagine this is it, that these will need replicated and increased in 26-27. The independent review of education outlined that our education sector literally requires an additional hundreds of millions of pounds to address long-standing shortfalls, and there are a range of other consistent demands on the education budget, and I'm sure I could speak for hours. Apparently I'm limited to 7 minutes, but I won't be doing that. However, it is also worth addressing the pressures on special educational needs, and I will quote directly from the new SEND reform agenda, which says the following: while some actions contained within this delivery plan can proceed without additional funding, full implementation will require significant investment. The high-level estimate for the cost of this delivery is £570 million over a 5-year period. There is also significant pressure on the capital budgets within the department. These include major capital, which is new schools, SEPs or school enhancement programmes, and minor works. But I do also want to acknowledge the ring-fenced SEND capital that the Education Minister has introduced specifically to build new schools for special needs kids. I would reflect that members of the Education Committee, mainly from executive parties, regularly ask the Minister to do more: raise funding for schools, reintroduce programmes, or perhaps refurbish more buildings. All very notable and all very worthwhile. Mr. Speaker, it is worth making the point in conclusion that the Education Minister can only spend the money that is allocated to him. He has no magic money-creating wand, certainly not one that I'm aware of, so if you want him to do more, more must be given to him and the department to be able to achieve this. While the 25-26 budget demonstrates a commitment to education through increased allocations and targeted investments, it is my understanding that significant funding gaps remain. Addressing these shortfalls is imperative to ensure that every child in Northern Ireland receives the quality education they deserve. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise as an infrastructure spokesperson for the Alliance Party to support the budget today and to highlight why infrastructure is so strategically important for many of our ambitions as an Assembly. Since restoration last year, my role has given me the opportunity to speak with engineers, builders, planners and developers, and has shown me just how significant a role the Department for Infrastructure plays in all our lives each and every single day. A successful, thriving economy, cohesive communities, healthier and happy people are all underpinned by foundations that are fit for purpose. And if we can get the basics right in planning, water and transport, then we can achieve more for Northern Ireland and the people who elect us to this place. I've said it before, but in my opinion, the Infrastructure Department doesn't get the respect or consistent funding that it deserves, with short-term politics leading to costly delays in the short term and long term. Years of instability and collapse have also made things worse over the last number of years, and this is why we must collectively work together as an Assembly to introduce multi-year budgets and the establishment of an independent, expert-led Infrastructure Commission to protect and direct investment into major capital projects while being guided by the engineering experts. The decisions made by the Minister in this department are fundamental to the majority of aims listed in the department or in the programme for government. Water, transport and planning are key to building homes, protecting the environment and economic growth. Passing this budget will give stability and clarity to our public services, but all departments will be required to operate within a difficult financial landscape in the year ahead, as we've heard so many times already today. The Department of Infrastructure is no exception, and I recognise that whilst DFI's resource and capital budgets have increased by 13.9% and 12% respectively compared to last year, there are still significant challenges for the adequate baseline funding of Northern Ireland Water, TransLink and other departmental functions. The financial challenge for Northern Ireland Water is well rehearsed in this chamber and in the Infrastructure Committee. The appointment of forensic accountants to investigate resource overspend was a scenario alluded to back in February when Northern Ireland Water informed the Infrastructure Committee that there was not enough money to keep the business running in 24-25. Whilst I agree with the Minister's remedial actions, the budget allocated to Northern Ireland Water was not adequate to begin with. We are facing a potentially worse picture next year when resource and capital costs are due to rise significantly. Compared to an assessed capital need of £549 million, indicative allocations show that Northern Ireland Water will be underfunded in the next financial year, well beyond the £3 million that triggered that forensic accountant intervention. Ensuring Northern Ireland Water has sufficient baseline funding to enable the continuation of water and wastewater services is one of the highest priorities in the Assembly. Without decisive action from the Minister on a way forward which can plug the gap between what DFI can allocate and what Northern Ireland Water actually need, the threat to our environment, public health and economy will remain. Turning to the funding of TransLink, public transport will play a key role in the realisation of net zero emissions by 2050, especially as surface transport is our second largest emitting sector. They have similar concerns that running out of money may be a risk, especially with the increase in national insurance contributions. I've heard firsthand, Deputy Speaker, that there is a strong chance that plans for a nighttime bus service in Belfast will not come to fruition because of a shortfall in funding. The budget document itself states that the capital budget outcome will not facilitate the high level of investment initially identified by the Department, which will result in delays on progress for some key schemes. A similar level of investment into active travel is necessary, and yet we've seen a glacial delivery of the Belfast Cycle Network. This is thankfully picking up speed, and I've been fortunate to call down to consultations on schemes in East Belfast, but we need to pick up the pace. There are arterial routes in and out of the city centre which do not have a viable cycle alternative that is safe for cyclists. Additionally, the cycle lanes that we have are not protected, which endangers the safety of those who choose to cycle. Safe and accessible active travel infrastructure is vital to ensure a clean, sustainable transport system that works for everyone. Mr Deputy Speaker, to conclude, and potentially for the first time in this chamber to quote Bill Hicks, is there a point to anything of what I've just said? Today, in my opinion, I think that there is. Today's budget is a step forward, but it isn't enough. Infrastructure also needs political stability from all of us. It's not just about money. Multi-annual budgets and informed decision making. Only then will we see better connectivity, health and environmental protections in the future. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker. Much has been debated in this chamber today and on previous occasions about the various budget bills. While the debate on the 25-26 budget may appear rather technical and complex, the key fact is that this is part of the mechanism for formally agreeing the 19.44 billion of the overall total government expenditure of 35 billion in Northern Ireland. That's around £18,400 per head of population in this part of our nation. As the Minister has already stated, the Northern Ireland Executive published its draft budget in December last year, conducted consultation, and as part of the process of the draft budgets, departments assessed their draft budget positions in line with their departmental equality scheme arrangement. It was noteworthy that this, the first proper budget cycle post the restoration of the Assembly, that many of the commitments made by the parties at Hillsborough Castle to prioritise health were pointedly ignored in the first draft budget that was then published. That, to say the least, bizarre accounting measure of reporting the health budget from the opening rather than the closing position was one of the many reasons our party was not able to support the budget process at that stage. I'm delighted to say the new Minister has reverted to normal good financial management practices, well done Minister, for this year's budget, noting properly that the 25-26 health budget position has been baselined against the 24-25 closing position. Well done. While we await the implications of the forthcoming comprehensive spending review from Whitehall, it is clear since last autumn much has changed on the macroeconomic level, with the global uncertainty increasing. But what is now becoming abundantly clear is that pressures on our budget allocation are not going to decrease. Our party has regularly called for a prosperity agenda linked to a clear growth strategy that is put at the heart of government, an agenda that must tackle the high rate of economic inactivity at 27%, which stubbornly remains and is growing, even as levels of unemployment are at historic lows. Building a pathway to prosperity with the brakes imposed by the Chancellor's rising national insurance contributions will require agility and creative thinking. We knew from this budget that the Finance Minister is fully aware of the departmental pressures. Because he and his department have been fully informed by the work of the Fiscal Council, though not yet put on a statutory basis, and the Fiscal Commission, know that the delta between what we have and what we need is significant. That figure, in broad terms adjusted for inflation, has been steady at around about £500 million per annum over the last decade. We know, because of the great work of the Fiscal Commission and the Fiscal Council, that Northern Ireland was not being appropriately provided for on a needs basis. The fact that even the Treasury recognised this at Hillsborough means that they've quite easily factored in a rise to 124%, an uplift that's only beginning to partially bring us into line where we should be. We understand Professor Holflin's review is nearly ready to be published. Hopefully, he will recognise that our need is probably closer to 126 or 128. But even if that is supported by Treasury, it will still probably fall short of what we need. Yes, certainly, yes.
Just walked into the chamber, very courteous of him. Can I ask, he mentioned about it being published. I think the Minister could confirm for us. I don't think there's currently a plan to publish it, is my understanding. It's been provided to the UK Government. Does he agree with me that it would be helpful if it could be published for us to see now?
I think it's very important for us to be able to do that. And I'm sure the Minister will refer to that as we come through. But thank you very much indeed, Matthew, for the intervention and the extra minute. Much appreciated. I talked earlier about efficiencies and reform. As MLAs, we must be critically examining how we spend our public monies. There are several red flags that we should be highlighting, each one of these having a detrimental impact on this year's budget. The first one is how departments are reporting their monthly outturns against budget allocations and pressures. Looking at the flow of expenditure in the Department of Economy, for instance, especially the monthly variances of transfers, should have actually raised considerable cause for concern. It is no surprise that their accounts were not only qualified, they were disclaimed. In the private sector or any properly run not-for-profit organisations, heads would have rolled, but regrettably not in this department. In fact, the fact that our departments cannot manage public procurement should, again, be a shock and a wake-up call to greater scrutiny and accountability. While ministers are ultimately responsible, as we have seen over the last year, sometimes it's the politicians who are the last to know about massive overspends in capital projects. It is very clear the culture of miscommunication, to put it mildly, within our senior civil service identified in the RHI and COVID inquiries remains. The Audit Office reports with depressing regularity over our shortcomings in public procurements, in buildings, in IT, roads and much else. Minister, we're going to be hard-pressed asking the Treasury for more resources when, quite frankly, we're showing levels of ineptitude of our public finances remain readily apparent. There also seems, as the next election is soon upon us, a reluctance to address the revenue-raising issue. We note that the Economy Minister is tentatively kite-flying discussions around tuition fees, particularly as our higher education sector is falling further behind the leading universities in the rest of our country, with cutbacks in staff and courses, while at the same time pushing hard for expansion in Londonderry. The mismatch between ambition and delivery is worryingly large. Coupled with Ulster University's appalling record of capital build project management, we must have real oversight into how Magee campus is being procured and managed. I wish the Finance Minister well in his endeavours with the Treasury. However, claiming the continued austerity argument whilst our own public finance stewardship has been shown to be questionable presents more, I'm afraid, Minister, than just representational challenges. In-year pressures have been mounting not just for health, but particularly in justice. The funding does not meet the needs of the PSNI, our prison service, the justice system at all. We must commend the Chief Constable for putting his service first, and one can only imagine the frustration that such an experienced policeman must have felt to be chastised by our Permanent Secretary, who seems to be more interested in process than delivering for the people of Northern Ireland. Another area of immediate concern has always been reported there seems to be little urgency around the issue of Northern Ireland water. While forensic accountants have been brought in to examine 1% of its budget, the lack of investment on our water infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure is holding back everything in Northern Ireland. It is a real drag on the future of our economy. Our agriculture sector is known for its large contribution to the economy and support of the countryside. The challenges for farming are multiplying, with the need to replace the farm payment system with some form of ring-fence funding that can be delivered with certainty. But that, again, is going to be problematic. Health, as agreed by all parties and given prominence in the programme for government, now needs to have the funding attached to it that allows us to do the difficult task of transformation, whilst maintaining and improving existing services. While we welcome the belated recognition that tackling our appalling waiting list needs to be an executive-wide priority, the decision to allocate £165 million of already existing funding will almost certainly require an executive-wide response to allow the Department to come to a break-even budget position. We took the health portfolio because nobody else wanted it, because we believe in delivering for all the people in Northern Ireland, much the same way as the Executive has been constantly chasing its shortfall of £500 million. Health has been constantly trying to catch up with the cuts imposed by the Health Minister Michael McGinty in 2007 as the need for the health services grow. I think I shall draw my remarks to a conclusion there, Mr Deputy Speaker, but indeed there is a lot to do if we are to get this budget across the line, and we need to be extraordinarily careful if we're going to be able to go to the Treasury again and ask for more money.
Okay, time's up. I call Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This budget is a masterclass in managed decline, trying to paper over the cracks of damage done by decades of disinvestment from London and dysfunction and the dearth of ideas here. As my party colleagues have mentioned already, if doing what matters most is the Executive's guiding principle, it certainly doesn't appear to include doing things differently. If we'd a pound for every time that we've heard, oh, next year we'll move to multi-year budgets, well, we'd be in a much better financial position now. What we have is an Executive of optics, governing by press release, yet the carefully choreographed photo ops and promises of leadership for all is starting to wear thin. People still can't get a GP or dentist appointment. Their daily journeys are peppered with potholes. Local businesses are struggling to stay afloat and keep people in work. The dream of owning or even accessing a secure home is nigh on impossible. The reality on the ground bears no resemblance to the press conferences in the Great Hall, and people are right to ask, if this is leadership, why aren't our lives getting any better? Let's begin where the cracks are most visible, on our crumbling infrastructure. 70% of our road infrastructure is now classified as poor or very poor. For many constituencies, potholes aren't just a nuisance, but a menace. 1 kilometre of the Strand Road in my own constituency, a main arterial route, has had 400 pothole repairs in the past 5 years, yet the area doesn't warrant resurfacing. The Strategic Road Maintenance Plan recommends an annual spend of £143 million just to keep our roads in a steady and safe state. That target hasn't been met once in the last decade. Instead, we get patchwork repairs and escalating costs. The collapse of Stormont meant fallback funding from monitoring rounds also vanished, and our roads, like other public services, were left to disintegrate. Meanwhile, compensation claims have soared to £25 million in the past 5 years. The cost of doing nothing is not zero, it's millions. This isn't belt tightening, it's strangulation. We need investment in maintenance, not just vanity projects. The public isn't crying out for flashy announcements or more consultations. They're crying out for their streetlights to work, for their drains not to overflow, for roads not to ruin their cars. This budget once again fails to confront the crisis in our water and wastewater infrastructure. Northern Ireland Water and others have been very clear: without improved and sustained investment, housing development will stall, pollution will worsen, and public health will be at risk. Certainly.
On the Infrastructure Committee, to see, as he noted, like I have, that despite all the talk, the actual allocation for wastewater goes up by less than 2% from 24-25 to 25-26, below inflation and far below what's needed to invest.
I thank the Minister for that, or the member for that intervention. It does go up, but in real terms it goes down and falls far below, as Mr McReynolds highlighted there, what is required and what was identified as being required in the price control plan. But the Executive continues kicking the can down the road. The Executive celebrated the long overdue housing supply strategy earlier this year, but what hope is there of solving the housing crisis if the infrastructure isn't there and plans can't be approved? Ms Mulholland outlined how this budget will build nowhere near enough homes. Yet the Executive sits on hundreds of acres of vacant public land and owns buildings costing millions to maintain, assets that could and should be repurposed to provide social and affordable housing. Emergency accommodation costs have ballooned from £700,000 to nearly £8 million. Now, I raised the alarm on this years ago about these figures, but ministers looked away and showed little appetite to confront the consequences of inaction and its inevitable cost to the public purse and to people. We've constantly raised the need for an infrastructure commission to tackle £3 billion capital overspend, but instead, what has dominated headlines? A row about £150,000 spent on Irish language signage at Grand Central Station, a project itself, by the way, which ran over budget by tens of millions of pounds. The selective spats over such issues, while we ignore the daily dysfunction, bleeds public funds dry and sucks public confidence in politics. Moving to public transport, we can't advise people to leave the cars at home when the public transport isn't up to scratch. 1 in 5 rural bus services cancelled. Fares have gone up multiple times, yet investment remains nowhere near what's required. In 2023, the South Rail network reported a 28.5% increase in passenger journeys. We had an increase of 7.1%. This underscores the huge disparity in investment. We need a reliable, affordable and regionally balanced public transport network to reduce car dependency, protect our environment and boost the economy. Moving briefly to Maboy Dump. Is the money there in this budget for its remediation? The cost of delay is mounting to the taxpayer and to the environment. It's the perfect metaphor for how this Executive operates. Avoid action, avoid responsibility and avoid reality until it collapses in crisis. And that collapse in motion can be clearly seen within our health system. Our health system is hemorrhaging staff, no longer just to better paid jobs down under, but to Donegal. Waiting lists are obscene, people are turning to credit unions and other less reputable sources to borrow money for private care. Now, we hope the reimbursement scheme will help in part to address that situation, but we need preventative care, not just crisis management. We've heard much lately on the cost of obesity. That's why the Barnett consequential from the sugar tax levy should be ring-fenced here to address related health issues such as obesity and type 2 diabetes. Instead, there's a complete lack of political will to implement such simple solutions. Departments need to work together. The mental health crisis here continues to deepen, yet the budget fails to address it. The removal of funding to vital services like Northlands will leave more vulnerable people without the help they urgently need and shift the burden onto emergency services, justice and the housing system. That includes investing in policing and community safety. The Chief Constable has been quoted that this budget is beyond disappointing. Policing numbers are cause for real concern. Response times are up, confidence is down. The perception of policing is shifting, not based on any political ideology, but in the public's struggle to access basic services. Communities don't feel safe because call-outs aren't answered and many crimes aren't properly investigated. We acknowledge we need more money from Westminster, but we also need better ideas here at Stormont. And finally, a word on political hypocrisy. In the South, Sinn Féin calls for more water infrastructure investment, housing reform, planning overhaul, all laudable, yet all opposed or neglected when they sit at the head of the table here.
Time's up, Mr Durkin.
They are ruling by fooling.
Thank you. I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In my 11 years, this budget is more of the same, with only tighter margins and bigger consequences. Of course, there's a job to be done in keeping services ticking over. People still need hospital appointments, classrooms still need teachers, and police still need to be on our streets. And I don't underestimate the challenge of delivering day-to-day services within a limited budget. But if all we are doing is keeping things ticking over, we will never fix what's broken. We are hemorrhaging money trying to keep a lid on a system that has cracked years ago. We're firefighting, we're not reforming. We're reacting, we're not planning. We're surviving, we're not transforming. And firefighting, reacting and surviving is necessary to keep the services going. But transforming is about turning off the tap to a sink we're trying to empty. All of this comes at a cost, not just a financial cost, but a human cost. A cost paid by the people we represent in longer waiting times, reduced access, poor outcomes and greater inequality. Consequences of a system that's out of step with the people that it's meant to serve. We are told there is no bottomless pit of money. We've heard that from a number of ministers today. But that makes it all the more important that we start spending our money wisely. We need to think upstream. We need to shift our mindset from a short-term crisis management to long-term investment in prevention and better outcomes. We started doing that in 2016, the government that I was part of. But then that government collapsed for 3 years, and we should not underestimate the problems that we are seeing in our public services and not having government for a sustained period of time. But we're not seeing any evidence of that shift. The funding set aside for transformation, although welcome, feels like an afterthought. It's fragmented and lacks coherence, and we're hearing very little about where it's going, what it's achieving, or how it fits into any wider plan. If there is a long-term vision for transforming public services, it's certainly not being communicated. Or maybe this government just doesn't know how to do it. This budget once again shows the limits of our current system of governance. We talk about power sharing, but in practice it's shared out government. Departments pulling in different directions, ministers protecting their own silos, and very little incentive or pressure to genuinely collaborate. Transformation will not happen unless we govern differently. That means embedding an outcomes-based model that holds departments to account not just for what they spend, but for what they deliver. It means designing services around people, not structures. It means working across portfolios to tackle the complex, interconnected issues that don't fit neatly into one single department. Things like health inequalities, education underachievement and economic inactivity. We need departments for those three things in itself. And crucially, it means recognising the role of the community and voluntary sector, because they are doing a huge amount of the heavy lifting in Northern Ireland. In every part of our region, community organisations are delivering frontline support, often with limited and insecure funding. They are picking up the pieces where statutory services are falling short. They know their communities. They innovate out of necessity. Yet their role is seen as optional, as something to be funded if we can, when in reality they are essential partners in delivering public services and achieving social outcomes. It is not acceptable to expect the community sector to plug the gaps indefinitely. And it is not sustainable, and it is not fair. If we're serious about prevention, about early intervention, about building resilient communities, then the community sector must be resourced properly and built into the strategic planning of government, not treated as an afterthought. Deputy Speaker, the public deserves more than a budget that just scrapes by. They deserve better than underpowered strategies and disconnected spending plans. They are entitled to effective, timely and dignified public services. We cannot allow mediocrity to become the standard. Yet without reform, that's exactly where we're heading. So yes, we do need to keep the wheels turning for everyday public services. But we also need to be honest about where we're going, because right now it feels like we're going round in circles, spending just enough to get through the year, but never addressing why we're at breaking point year after year. This is not about criticising individual departments or ministers. It's about the need for genuine structural reform, for collective accountability across all government departments and ministers, and for a clear shared purpose that puts people, not process, at the centre of our public services. And Deputy Speaker, I know I am saying this all in vain. I know this budget will pass, and I know this time next year I will be making the same speech. But we are going to be facing the same issues, making the same points, and wondering why nothing has changed if we genuinely don't change how we do things. Thank you.
Cara Hunter.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the budget is not just a set of numbers, it is a test of whether this executive can turn words into action or whether it will continue the cycle of failure, short-termism and blaming and shifting that has held the North back for far too long. Apologies. Let's be clear. The public deserve a budget that works, one that matches resources to the priorities of our people here, with clear targets and outcomes that improve everyday life. Instead, what have we got? Despite receiving the largest block grant in the history of devolution, just 2% of this budget has been allocated to the Executive's own programme for government priorities, the results of which mean that 98% of public spending is disconnected from the very goals ministers claimed that they would deliver: reducing waiting lists, building homes, investing in childcare and, of course, growing our economy. This budget doesn't reflect ambition, it reflects complacency. It reflects a government more concerned with managing political optics than delivering for the very people that it seeks to serve. We were told things would change when the Executive returned in February, that there would be transformation, fiscal sustainability and, of course, reform. But what we have got instead is a rerun of the same tired approach: siloed spending, political self-interest and an unwillingness to grasp the tools of real change. And while this Executive blames Westminster, and yes, the funding model is deeply flawed, they cannot continue to pull the wool over the eyes of the public by ignoring their own failure to act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 3 years ago, the Independent Fiscal Commission provided the Executive a roadmap: devolve more tax powers, expand borrowing flexibility, establish a reserve fund and strengthen fiscal autonomy. Yet sadly, not one of those recommendations has been implemented. Instead of building the future, they borrow the excuses of the past. In the programme for government, the Executive identified childcare as a top priority, but while ministers themselves tell us we need to spend $400 million a year for proper early years support, they have allocated just $50 million. That's not investment, that's neglect, and parents will tell you the very same. Meanwhile, public services are crumbling down around us. Agency staff costs in health have doubled to $400 million. Overspends on major capital projects now total to $3 billion, and the cost of division, or political dysfunction and failure to build shared services drains another $800 million every single year. Furthermore, this budget does little to nothing to address the glaring failures in our education system, which is facing a financial crisis. We have ongoing concerns from teachers, from principals and from our communities. They really feel that their children are being failed. We urgently need more funding to ensure schools can support their students effectively. We are witnessing an education system under significant stress that is currently not equipped to deal with the growing demands that are being placed on it. Mr. Speaker, the mental health services for our students in particular is something I'd like to allude to today, as I feel that they remain woefully inadequate. Mental health support in schools is not a luxury, it is an absolute necessity. Yet the response has been to underfund this area while disregarding the root causes of mental health distress, such as poverty and, of course, a wider lack of support. Our children are growing up in an environment where their mental health is being overlooked, and as a result, their futures put at risk. The issue of child poverty and inequality is also one I feel strongly that continues to be ignored. The recent report by Bernardo's shows that a quarter of parents are struggling to provide enough food for their children. And despite these alarming statistics, I don't feel there's any meaningful action to tackle the structural causes of poverty. And as a direct result, children are left without the basic necessities, and schools are expected to pick up the slack with inadequate resources. Most troubling is the recent decision to fine teachers up to £2,500 for engaging in lawful union action, which is a direct attack on their rights. Rather than focusing on resolving the underlying issues that have driven our teachers to take industrial action, chronic underfunding, overwork and inadequate support, that sadly there has been moves to criminalise their efforts to improve their working conditions and our wider education system. This move only deepens the crisis and further demoralises an already overburned and overburdened teaching profession. The SDLP has published a credible, costed and ambitious alternative with very fancy logos and our plan for change. It starts with the basics. We would like to commit at least 10% of departmental spending to the programme for government to back those priorities, backed by time-bound targets for change by 2030. We would publish departmental business cases, create a public spending dashboard and empower the Fiscal Council to monitor delivery. That's transparency and that's accountability. We would grasp fiscal devolution, starting with the taxes identified by the Fiscal Commission. We would reform super-priority measures, not by cutting what's essential, but by ensuring that every pound delivers maximum social impact. We would establish a Northern Ireland Regional Investment Bank backed by unspent capital, oh my gosh, I can't speak today, I need a coffee, and designed to unlock investment in housing, green energy and of course enterprise. We would work with the Irish Government to develop shared budgets because health, infrastructure and economic development don't stop at the border. But above all, we would future-proof our finances here by introducing a Future Generations Act, ensuring that every spending decision reflects our shared priorities, promotes sustainability and delivers for the next generation, not just the next election. This isn't a theory, it's not aspiration without action, it's a plan grounded in reality, driven by values and very much ready to go. The North can no longer afford a government that picks fights over flags. We need leadership focused on affordable childcare, decent jobs, clean energy and homes that people can actually live in. People here are tired of promises, they want results, they want public money spent wisely and they want a government that plans beyond tomorrow. Mr Deputy Speaker, this budget fails that test, but the SDLP is ready and has a better answer, because the people of the North deserve a budget that works, not just for headlines, but for homes, hospitals and hope. Thank you.
Carroll.
Speaker, I think it would be fair to describe this budget as another year of crisis management, another year of what were once winter pressures in our emergency departments, but now those pressures are felt 365 days a year. And another year of a growing housing waiting list whilst private rents soar and landlords evict tenants into homelessness. Another year of toxic algae spreading across Lough Neagh and our waterways like a disease. This is another cruel, punishing budget for working class people and I am voting against it. And I urge all executive parties who complain about Westminster austerity to do the same and refuse to do Keir Starmer's economic bidding. It looks like health and social care trusts are expected to generate hundreds of millions in savings this year, otherwise known as cuts. And in the Northern Ireland Deputy Speaker Confederation for Health and Social Care described these cuts as counter-strategic and a risk to patient safety. But plough on they do. In practice, this will look like pay deals for workers lower than those implemented in Britain, reduced funding for the community and voluntary sector, a restriction of domiciliary care packages and fewer care home beds. But the budget announcement by the Finance Minister in April did bring some welcome news with increased funding for tackling health waiting lists. But Deputy Speaker, plans to increase our reliance on private hospitals to clear waiting list backlogs are nothing more than stealth privatisation, and a reimbursement scheme will pay back patients who can afford to pay upfront for private treatment south of the border. This is effectively a subsidy for private hospitals in the south. Apart from the madness of strengthening the private sector at the expense of the NHS, most of the £215 million ring-fence to tackle waiting lists isn't even extra money. £165 million has already been ring-fenced from the Department's general allocation, which the Department says will intensify the need for the health and social care to make further savings to live within our means. So presumably, the Minister's plans to tackle waiting lists will be funded by cuts to vital services like domiciliary care packages. That simply means more people, Deputy Speaker, stuck in our hospitals, unable to go back home with an appropriate care package in place. That means more people waiting in corridors and A&E for a hospital bed to become available. That means more patients sitting in ambulances waiting to get into A&E and more people in a state of medical emergency waiting on an ambulance that will take hours or days to arrive. Is this one of the catastrophic cuts the Minister will refuse to sign off on? Any investment in tackling waiting lists that relies on making cuts or efficiency savings elsewhere in the system is a recipe for complete disaster. And on housing,
An extra £100 million in the budget means around 1,000 new social homes this year. This falls far short of the Department's target of 2,000 per year. The Department's EIA states that the constrained capital budget for housing will have a disproportionate impact on almost all Section 75 equality groups. That should come as no surprise. The housing crisis doesn't discriminate. Migrants are victims of it as well, and something the proposers of tomorrow's motion would do well to remember. More and more working class families, Deputy Speaker, are waiting on social housing because they can't afford private rents of 1,000 or more in Belfast. And in the meantime, they're sofa surfing or living out of suitcases in temporary accommodation, far from work and school and friends and family. But there are measures this executive could take that require minimal investment, including rent controls and a no-fault eviction ban. But maybe the cost of upsetting landlords is just too great to bear. No doubt the Department will be allocated more money for social housing in dribs and drabs through monitoring rounds, but this is no way to fund a social housing development programme that's supposed to prioritise the building of social housing based on need. In terms of social security, at least 35,000 people in the North will be impacted by the Labour government's cuts to PIP and universal credit. And there's no money in this budget to mitigate these inhumane costs, never mind the two-child limit, which affects nearly 1 of 5 children in my constituency. Our health and social care service, our social security system and the wider economy will all suffer as a result of the tens of thousands of people being forced into poverty, destitution and unemployment. But that's another problem for another day under this budget. As long as this executive is content for Westminster to hold the purse strings as our public services crumble, there's no time to take a step back and think about whether the rich should finally start paying their fair share. The Department of Education, Deputy Speaker, has a legal duty to encourage and facilitate the development of Irish medium education.
I'm very concerned by the news about Bunscoil Slevigiv. The department accepted an application for an extra nursery class. However, since then, the school has been told that the pathway funding has run out. So you can have extra space for young people, but we won't fund it. That is entirely scandalous. I ask the Minister of Finance and his officials to address this question as soon as possible, along with the Department of Education.
The
pathway budget was 4.4 million last year. The Stormont budget has promised 4.2 million for the Open in Portrush this year. Many people will be asking the question, is that an example of the Executive's political priorities? And of course that is not even to mention the poor condition of many Irish medium schools throughout the North. Many people will also be asking, what is the point of having a Sinn Féin Finance Minister or First Minister if schools are in such poor condition, despite the efforts of those working in them? Gaelscoil and Lunine in my constituency is housed in an ancient site that is no longer fit for purpose. I asked the Finance Minister to provide funding so they can have a new site and a new school.
Deputy Speaker, there's been political consensus that rather than punishing the poor, we should find more progressive ways of raising revenue for our public services. But despite this, the war on the poor continues unabated. Ordinary people are being hammered by a 5% increase to the regional rate this year, with absolutely no improvement in the delivery of services to justify it. And young people are facing possible tuition fee hikes of more than £1,000 a year. Sinn Féin Economy Minister refused to rule out the other day. I hope the Sinn Féin Finance Minister will refuse to rule that out today. Students are already paying extortionate rents.
Time's up, Mr. Carroll.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Speaker. At a time when our communities face immense social and economic hardship, this budget represents a deeply worrying failure. But not surprising, this executive has an appalling record over the years and has failed our people time and time again. And let's just look at the appalling record and legacy of this executive. They've presided on your watch, on the watch of this executive, the worst health outcomes and the longest waiting lists in Western Europe, crumbling school estates, crumbling roads, a mental health service that is failing vulnerable people in our society on a daily basis. Even though we've identified how to fix it, nothing has changed, nothing is moving, nothing is improving. Spiralling housing lists going out of control, with vulnerable people left to live in hotels and to live in accommodation that isn't fit for purpose. Again, we're well aware of the challenges and the problems faced by our society. Where's this executive? Doing nothing, eyes closed and hands over their ears. I will.
Thank you for highlighting that point, particularly around housing. Will the member accept that the proposals, albeit it's not as a result of what the executive is doing, but the proposals by the Labour Party to introduce changes, particularly to welfare and especially PIP, will have an incredible negative effect on many people's ability to afford their housing costs? And indeed, some use that benefit as a top-up for their rental, those that are in private renting.
Absolutely.
The member has an extra minute.
When it comes to benefits, yes, the British government, whether it's Labour or the Tories, have been failing vulnerable people, and again, we're seeing this play through with the changes to PAP and ultimately the impact it has. But we have to remember that it was this executive, a previous executive with the same parties in it, that wrapped the welfare bill up in a big red bow and passed the powers back to Westminster that are actually creating the legislations affecting people's lives here on the ground. That power was handed back. People here now complain about that, but they gave the British government the authority to make those changes over the lives of people here in our society, in our community, and that's having a direct impact. Also, elderly people. Our elderly people in our society have been very badly treated by this executive. Health outcomes have deteriorated vastly over the last number of years. People have been left to go into care homes because they can't get the support within their own home, which is a far cry from what previous health ministers have offered in their role as in the executive. And also young people. Young people in Northern Ireland have been failed day and daily, and this week, we've heard about the challenge facing further education in universities, and we're sympathetic to the universities, but the first reaction to that by the executive, particularly by Sinn Féin ministers, is let's increase tuition fees. Let's increase tuition fees. The impact of that has been understated, to be honest about it, Mr. Speaker, because quite simply, when a student graduates, comes through university, they're at a part of their life where they're going to be settling down, creating a family, trying to get on the property ladder, and they're hindered with huge amounts of debt, huge amounts of student debt, that has a direct impact on their ability to pay for a mortgage. But yet, I have a lot to go through. In the south, we have the same party calling for tuition fees to be scrapped. In the north, they're saying let's increase them. So basically, Mr. Speaker, by implication, that means that students in Lifford, under Sinn Féin's remit and government in the south, would get free tuition fees. But whilst they're in government in the north, students will be expected to pay thousands and thousands of pounds, and in fact, they'll continue increasing them. So where's the border when it comes to Sinn Féin? It's clearly through their policies, and they need to be honest with the electorate, because their postcode lottery that they have allowed to roll out over the last number of years is unacceptable, and it is fooling no one whatsoever, and our students won't be fooled, and we'll be standing firmly in their corner as we have for the last number of years. Also, poverty in this place has spiralled out of control. 1 in 4 children are living in relative poverty in Northern Ireland. That is a shocking statistic. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? It's worsening day by day on the watch of this executive. On the watch of this executive, who have promised the sun, the moon and the stars to people when it comes into an election, but when they actually get into power, into the executive, deliver very little to try and improve people's lives. And my God, when you actually look at the record of this executive, it's embarrassing. What actually can you point to that has been a success? Because even with the various projects that have been rolled out, be it Stroul, the A5, the transport hub, all have overspent. That comes down to a complete and absolute incompetence at the heart of government to get projects done in a timely fashion and in a cost-effective way in the interests of our taxpayers. The truth is this executive has no vision, no ambition and no plan. The plan for this executive is very simple. Stand still, look busy for photographs and pretend that everything is going good. But on the ground it's very, very different. In our emergency departments it's very different. In homes right across Strabane and Omagh and various parts of Northern Ireland, it is very different. People are struggling on a daily basis. And guess what? It is the responsibility of this executive to improve people's lives, to bring about change that will actually uplift our people and offer them some hope for the future. So this week, when we hear about tuition fees and the concern about young people leaving these islands, this part of this island, to go elsewhere, it's not just down to the challenges with further education, it's everything, because this executive has absolutely failed at everything it has touched. It is a disaster. And people on the ground are starting to realise that the DUP and Sinn Féin loving in government has not been to their best interests. And we're going to see, after the squabbles of who's First Minister or Deputy First Minister has ended and the dust finally settles, at the end of this mandate, the DUP and Sinn Féin and other executive parties need to point to what they've actually achieved in government that have improved people's lives. Because I can tell you the picture out there is very, very depressing and worsening by the day. Sinn Féin are in government, the executive, they have the First Ministry, they have the Economy Minister, the Finance Minister and the Infrastructure Minister. And previously, when Nicola Mallon held the Infrastructure Minister, we were starved for funding. But there's no excuse in that regard now, because all the Infrastructure Minister has to do is speak to the Finance Minister in her own party and get the funding to resolve the wastewater infrastructure crisis that is hindering the progression of all things in Northern Ireland in terms of development for housing, etc., etc. It's time to get real, Mr. Speaker, and the truth is this executive should have a very red face, because this budget is a sham and it is going to leave people worse off than they were yesterday.
And standing here today, we've already heard some of the problems that we face, and many of those are very apparent. In our offices, we deal with many issues. Health, education, housing, the list goes on. And I'll start off with housing. I already referred earlier to the major issues that we're going to be facing with as a result of the drastic changes to welfare that is coming down the line at us. Now, I don't know how or in what way the executive is making preparation for that, but one thing's for sure. We're not providing enough. There's 47,000 people, as we know, on waiting lists at the moment for social housing. We're not providing enough social housing. The consequence of that is people are moving into, or looking for, I should say, private rented sector. The private rented sector houses, partially as a result of Liz Truss's wonderful ideas about finance, the rentals have gone up there. There isn't enough money being provided by housing benefit to cover the rental and the rates that people have to pay. People are dipping into already difficult circumstances, are dipping into their benefits to try and top that up. So therefore, what's happening is people are driven deeper and deeper into poverty. Now, what or if the anti-poverty strategy will come anywhere vaguely near that, I really don't know. But we have a storm facing us, unless there's a major shift by the UK government around benefit reform. A major shift. We're already in difficult circumstances, and that's before we even go to the infrastructure issue. The infrastructure issue, which because of lack of adequate investment, we believe, although there are other issues at NI Water which have to be resolved too, because of inadequate investment in infrastructure, we're seeing, of course, the availability of houses isn't there, but the market then decides the price. Lack of available housing in any given area pushes up the price of housing. Pushes up the price of housing, makes housing less available to many young people and certainly to many families. As a result of that, we talk about affordable housing and all that. Affordable housing becomes a concept, not a reality. Not sure how the executive is going to attempt to address that, but we haven't heard anything from them on that. Nothing at all. Yep, sure.
In this last 2 or 3 hours, listening to the opposition telling us what the executive isn't doing, I'd be intrigued, and there's an opportunity for you. What would the opposition do on that point?
Minister, I have to say, I don't have a bank of hundreds of civil servants around me and advisors and special advisors to come up with what government should be doing. This is what government should be doing. Lead the way, government. Now you've got an executive.
Members,
lead the way.
Order.
Okay. Well, of course, I don't know whether you've read our document, and you probably haven't. There's that many other documents that you should be reading, but anyway. We're seeing very little product. Now, we'll probably see, now, I'm saying now, we'll probably see a host of announcements about this review, that review, the other review, probably in the 6 months that run up to the election. I can safely predict that. Again, more smoke and mirrors. More smoke and mirrors till we get the length of the election, get the other side and see how it's going. However, I'll return to some of the budget issues that are facing us at the moment. And these are issues I'll go to, say, Deirdre. The farming community. The farming community, the removal of ring-fenced agricultural funding. That transition has caused some problems in the farming community itself. The other issue of inheritance tax, Mr. Speaker, we'll not need to go there because you're well appraised of that. It's not an issue. It's an issue for the executive, not an issue caused by the executive, of course, and I accept that. There have been cuts to our rural community support around the issues that we're facing, environmental government and pollution challenges. There are significant issues, including, as you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the issues around Lough Neagh. That which we know of. There's the underfunding of bovine TB eradication efforts, and it is predicted this year that it will cost upwards of 60 million by way of compensation, by way of provision for veterinary and other charges that will cost 60 million. It is, from reliable sources, likely to cost 70 million next year. Now, I really don't know at what point we arrive at clear actions to address that, at what point we arrive at some direction to address that, and I really say this advisedly, we cannot have any more reviews around this particular issue. There has been some provision by way of a direction towards an action plan. However, this is costing the taxpayers multi-millions. We cannot drift any further on TB. Many other issues have cropped up around the Balmoral show last week. We see Nutrients Action Programme, we see stick without carrot down south. We see how the government has very, in a forward-thinking way, has directed that nutrients action can be addressed, and it must be addressed. I accept that. But you cannot inflict even further responsibilities on a farming community, many of whom have very little income, each annual income. You cannot inflict further impositions upon them whenever you're not supporting them and encouraging them to do what they need to do. That requires investment, and it requires nurturing our agricultural communities. Many of those, all of them in fact, bar those who step way out of line, are custodians of the environment and of the land. There are other issues that will be facing us, and really the Maboy dump issue. I really don't know what to say about that one. It seems to have been about the place forever. What cost? The illegality, I say, the illegality of others will bring upon the public purse, I really don't know. But it is one coming down the line. Other issues such as nature farming, these are good ideas which are coming from the DERA, from the department. But getting sufficient support to help with them and to help with new ideas in the community and nurture those and make sure that our farmers are fully supported is incredibly important. They want to do the right thing by the environment. We want to do the right thing by the environment, but they require support. They require support. So, Shinner Major Talarachugam.
That's all I have to say.
That's what I have to say for the meantime, and I look forward to the Minister in his response as to the Executive what it's doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we move on, could I just caution members that any coloured document be moved around to other members and that may be used as a prop will not be permitted as a prop. Props are for the theatre. That's the document that I think one member has just waved. Props are for theatre. This is a parliamentary debate. I call Justin McNulty.
We have been asked today to support a budget that is supposed to shape the future of the North, but instead
It reads like a list of missed opportunities and broken promises. In 2022, people and communities across the North were promised that things would change. They were told by both Sinn Féin and the DUP that their health service would be rebuilt, their children's schools would be properly funded, and that the housing crisis would be confronted head-on. 3 years on, and this budget tells a very different story. Let's start with the issue that touches every family in this place: healthcare. Both Sinn Féin and the DUP promised an extra $1 billion for health at the last election. Today, what do we have? The Executive has found an additional $331 million from the last fiscal year, but trusts are going to have to find $400 million in savings. Talk about giving with one hand and taking away with the other. Not surprising from this Sinn Féin DUP-led Executive. This is a threat to frontline services, theatre closures, cancelled operations and vacant posts that go unfilled while patients languish in hospital corridors and on waiting lists. In fact, the Confederation for Health and Social Care have described this budget as unworkable, counter-strategic and undermines the value of additional funding. And they have estimated that the cuts will be equivalent to the loss of 10,000 staff. Waiting lists haven't been reduced. They've grown. The people who are promised action are now waiting months, sometimes years, for care. Behind every number is a mother waiting on cancer treatment, a child waiting for speech therapy, or a carer waiting for support that never comes. This is not transformation. These are broken promises. Again, going back to the last election, Sinn Féin promised 100,000 homes over 15 years. The DUP pledged to support construction jobs and invest in housing infrastructure. But here's the reality. Just 100 million is earmarked for social housing. Now that might sound like a big number, but it's not even a drop in the ocean compared to what's needed to deal with a housing list of over 45,000 people. Every week I speak to young couples who've given up on owning a home, parents raising children in temporary accommodation, pensioners in damp, unsuitable housing, families buckling under the weight of extortionate rents, dreaming of a home of their own, but with no light at the end of the tunnel. How can the Executive claim to be building a better future when they aren't even fit to build enough homes? Both Sinn Féin and the DUP said that they would improve access to special education needs provision, and that they'd ensure fair funding and build more schools. And yet today, schools have been told to cut classroom assistants, scrap breakfast clubs, and delay repairs to buildings that are falling apart. Children with additional needs are being failed year after year, time and again, due to a lack of assessments and resourcing and a complete lack of urgency from this Executive. The Executive talks about giving our people the best start in life, but their budget and their inertia all but ensure that some won't even get off the starting blocks. Both parties spoke in 2022 about boosting our infrastructure, roads, digital connectivity, water. Travelling around some of our rural roads, especially in South Armagh, is akin to travelling along the surface of the moon, given the scale of the craters and the potholes. This year we were told that 105 million will go to NI Water. That might sound impressive, but the fact is that NI Water needs 5 times that amount just to stand still. As a result, development has been stalled because the infrastructure can't cope. These aren't abstract technical issues. They are barriers to new homes, businesses and investment. The Executive cannot be taken seriously when they claim to support growth while underfunding the very infrastructure growth depends upon. Count Corla, this budget reflects not just what is in the Executive's bank account, but what they view as a priority, what informs their values, what they believe our people deserve. Irrespective of how the Executive parties spin this, there is no escaping the reality that people we represent deserve better than this budget. They deserve better than broken promises and mediocre leadership. They deserve better than warm words, posters and platitudes while schools, roads and hospitals crumble around them. Through this budget, the Executive are sending a message to patients, parents, pupils and pensioners. Wait your turn. Accept less. Be grateful for crumbs. This is not a message the SDLP will stand behind. Those are not our values, and we cannot support this Executive budget. This budget fails the ambition test. This budget fails the integrity test. This budget fails the delivery test. This budget fails the hope test. But what else would you expect from a Sinn Féin DUP-led Executive?
Okay, members, that brings us to the end of the list of speakers. I'm now going to ask the Minister of Finance to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion. And Minister, you have up to 51 minutes.
Thank you, last Concordia. We've had quite an extensive debate. I think we've had 27 speakers at this stage in relation to the budget. And as perhaps is understandable, it has back and forth in terms of what the Executive priorities should be, what the Executive has prioritised, what members would like to see prioritised, and which is the most important department in the Executive. And the passing of a budget in the Assembly and this place is somewhat less complicated than it might be elsewhere, in the sense that we don't have to go through a range of taxation policies and other fiscal issues because our powers are somewhat stifled here. But we do set a budget, and to set the budget in some ways isn't that complicated for colleagues, whether you be in government or whether you be in the opposition or whatever stance you may take in this place. Because basically you've got £19.3 billion to spend. Your taxes that you vary are your rates, and you decide what you want to set your domestic rate at and your non-domestic rate at, and then you move forward with your block grant, and at this stage it comes to around 19.3 billion. So you divide that by your number of departments, your priorities, and where you want to go in the direction of travel. My job as Finance Minister is to bring proposals to the Executive and engage with Executive colleagues around what they believe the priority should be, and am I in the ballpark of where the direction of travel is. And after discussion and engagement, you present a final budget to your Executive colleagues, and they endorse it or they don't endorse it. But in endorsing the budget, what they're doing is stepping outside their silos. Because I heard comments today in the Chamber about silo mentality and silo working, and no engagement and no cooperation. But each of those Executive Ministers who sit around that table have to make a decision. Am I prepared to back a budget that isn't everything that I wanted, doesn't cover all the priorities in my department, but for the greater good, am I prepared to back that budget? And on this occasion, Executive Ministers did exactly that. And they prioritised certain areas within the public expenditure which matched our programme for government commitments and public expectations, and they, as Donny Donnelly said, they set a tone. This budget sets a tone. It sets a tone that says we are going to take on head-on the waiting lists, that we're not going to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different outcome. And yes, it presents challenges to the Health Minister, but it also presented challenges to the rest of the Executive, because as how we approach that. So there are those who say the Executive hasn't prioritised health. Well, we're spending £8.5 billion on health. Should I spend 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, 9 billion? Feel free to stop me at any time. So it is, okay, 10 billion, 11 billion, 12 billion, 12 billion. But you see, every time that health spend goes up, do you know what's going down here? Education, communities, economy, agriculture is all going down. So When the people who ask for 10 billion for health, I'm spending, and the executive spending, billions less elsewhere. So if that's your justification, do it. The member wants to give way.
Minister, giving way, because I want to respond to the point he's making. Mr. Carroll can speak for himself what he's calling for. We did publish a paper today, but I've talked to you about this stuff. I talked about the Assembly today. What you described as a budget where you just divvy out the money you get from London. What I'm saying to you is we need more than that. A true Republican finance minister would be looking for new powers to raise money and not simply relying on that model of funding. So can we hear that kind of ambition from you in the next time we hear in the budget?
Yeah, I heard the Deputy Speaker refer to your document as a prop. It wouldn't prop up very much, I can assure you. So it is. And I'll tell you why the document was produced. Because it's not an alternative budget. It is not an alternative budget. You have had 6 months to produce an alternative budget. You knew my first challenge to the opposition today would be this: show me your alternative. And you quickly produced a 5-point plan, which you give to the media over the weekend. Yeah.
Members, order. Sorry, Minister.
Because that's about as much use as it is.
Apologies. I am sure the members heard me ask that that prop not be used during this debate. The members are... Order, members. Order. Order, members. Order, members. Mr. McGrath, I'm speaking. And you'll hear. And what you'll hear is this. I cautioned on the use of a prop only when I had relevant previous examples and guidance in front of me. So let me be clear. The next person to raise that prop will be asked to leave. The guidance is here, and members are free to come to the table and look at it. Minister.
So, the document was published at some stage over the weekend. It hasn't been shared with me formally. I have managed to get a copy of it. Okay, you have produced a budget process going forward, but you haven't produced an alternative budget. You've had 6 months to produce an alternative budget. Would you spend 8.5 billion on health, or would you spend 9 billion, 9.5 billion, 10 billion, or 8 billion? How much would you spend on health in this 25? I'll give way this last time. How much would you spend on health this financial year?
I appreciate the Minister giving way, and he is, to be fair, very, very willing to engage in debate, and I think that's to his credit. He wants us to produce an exact alternative to his document, and I have lots of issues with his document. I'm not going to waive any document about. Deputy Speaker, I just want to ask this robust question. Will he give me access and my colleagues to his officials, the thousands of officials he has working for him, to test our costings, as they do south of the border? Let's not be partitionist about it.
I don't have thousands of officials working on a budget. The member meets the budget team on a regular basis, and he knows it's single fingers. The member has every document I have access to in terms of facts and figures around the budget. Every department and every committee has access to the budget figures I have. So all the information you have, and the equation is quite simple. Divide 19.3 billion by your priorities. How much would you spend on health this year? Is it 8.5, 9 billion, 10 billion, or 11 billion? That's what I want to know, because that's the decision that members in this chamber and the executive had to decide. And the executive, in a corporate act, decided that they would prioritise health, that they would ring-fence funding for issues such as health waiting lists. But not only that, the executive provides an additional £15 million for special educational needs. How much is the alternative budget providing an alternative for special educational needs? We will spend an additional £15 million to build skills needed both now and in the future. It provides £5 million additional to make our communities safer, £2 million towards ending violence against women and girls, £5 million towards protection of Lough Neagh, £21.3 million to health, justice, infrastructure and special educational needs. It has set out quite clearly what its priorities are. So those who vote against the budget today, while they may make speeches, some of which were informative, some of which were complete, utter nonsense, to be quite frankly honest with you, So they were. And they brought nothing whatsoever to either the debate about the budget, to the well-being of this society, or the future direction of this society. It is quite easy to stand up and be negative, produce negativity, demean our public sector workers, it has to be said, in relation to the public services that are being delivered on a daily basis, and claim again and again that we are governing over a disaster. I don't think we are governing over a disaster. I think we're governing over a huge, huge challenge at this time, and I do believe that if the executive continues to work in a collaborative way, that we can take many of those challenges on. So that's my mission in politics and moving forward. I am not going to allow myself to be dragged down into this cesspit of negativity that sometimes circulates around this place. I am not going to set the budget on the latest headline. I am not going to set the budget on quite questionable reports at times which are published. And I'm not going to set the budget on whoever shouts the loudest in this chamber or outside this chamber. That's not the way it's going to operate. We are going to work to a plan. We've got the programme for government, we've got our budget, the ISNI strategy will be published, and we will push forward despite all our challenges. And will there be fiscal devolution at some time in the future? Yes, there will. Will there still be challenges for the budget? Of course there will. And we will still be waiting on people in this chamber to tell me, how much would you spend on health? Thank you very much.
Okay, members. Order, members. Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order. Order, members. Members. All members. Thank you, Mr. Honeyford. Members, the question is that the motion stand on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Order, order. Do we have tellers? Members, order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Gemma Dolan and Anya Murphy. Tellers for the noes, Jerry Carroll and Mark Durkin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors. Members, please resume their seats. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
67 members voted, of which 57 voted aye, 85.1%. 29 nationalists voted, of which 21 voted aye, 72.4%. 27 unionists voted, of which 26 voted aye, 96.3%. 11 others voted, of which 10 voted aye, 90.9%. The motion is carried by cross-community support.
The motion is agreed. On fasten the doors. Mr. O'Toole, point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Speaker's Office to reflect on the treatment of the official opposition in today's debate for a number of reasons? I appreciate that you gave guidance around the use of what you call props. That's your right. But today the Leader of the Opposition was limited to 5 minutes to speak as Leader of the Opposition. The Speaker, the Minister, I'm afraid, had an hour. On a day when it appears multiple executive ministers have not even been bothered to turn up to vote on the budget, the official opposition has been not only shouted down, and perhaps that's fine, that's what comes with being in opposition, but our speaking time was curtailed, specifically mine, and we were effectively narrowed in our ability to hold the executive to account. So I would ask the Speaker's Office to consider those points.
Mr. Toole, I'm very happy to refer that to the Speaker's Office with a full account of the information that was before me at the time, as well as the advice received from officials of this Assembly. And I'll ask him to advise as well if that's challenging the ruling of the Chair.
The rule of the Chair in relation to
Mr. O'Toole, would you resume your seat? I didn't put any words in your mouth or say that you were. I reassured you that I would convey your request to the Speaker's Office and that I would add to it that they should clarify if you were challenging the ruling of the Chair. Okay? Before we move to the next item on the order paper.
Okay, members. Okay, we're going to move on to the next item of business, which is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the draft Farming with Nature Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. So the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. So therefore I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to propose a motion on what is the last item of business in this Assembly for the day, and hopefully a bit more conciliatory than earlier. The Farming with Nature Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 give my department the legal powers to introduce the Farming with Nature package. The Farming with Nature package is one of the key priorities within the department's new Sustainable Agriculture programme. My ambition for the Farming with Nature package is to scale up nature-friendly farming, with all farmers being rewarded for delivering environmental public goods alongside important food production. In addition, the package aims to contribute to the delivery of many of DAERA's strategic environmental outcomes by supporting farmers and land managers to make substantial contributions to environmental improvements and sustainability. The Farming with Nature package is being developed through a co-design and engagement process which includes the Agricultural Policy Stakeholder Group and also the Farming with Nature Group, which comprise key agriculture and environment stakeholders. It is proposed that the Farming with Nature package will be introduced using a phased approach. The first phase will be the Farming with Nature Transition Scheme, which is planned to launch in June 2025.
the Farm with Nature Transition Scheme aims to support biodiversity on farms by funding a range of environmental actions. These include hedgerow planting, creating riparian buffer strips, and farmland tree planting, plus more. It will underpin the overall Farming with Nature package and allow farmers to implement actions that would deliver additional habitats, protect watercourses, provide green infrastructure for nature corridors, and increase carbon sequestration. The second phase, Farm with Nature Landscapes projects, will allow a group of farmers to collaborate and develop innovative approaches to restore nature at a landscape scale in Northern Ireland. Further phases are planned, initially focusing on priority habitats. The Farm with Nature Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 are being introduced to make technical amendments to Assimilated Direct Legislation Regulation 1305/2013. The regulations amend Article 28, Paragraph 5 to allow the Farm with Nature Transition Scheme to operate on a yearly basis rather than seek 5 or 7-year commitments. In practice, this means farmers can apply annually to carry out environmental improvements. The amendment of Article 28, Paragraph 10 will allow the Department to set out the conditions of the scheme whilst maintaining the varies which allow the current environmental farming scheme agreements to operate. The regulations also amend Article 35, Paragraph 8 to enable the Farm with Nature landscape projects to operate for a minimum of 1 year, and Article 35, Paragraph 10 will be amended to allow for farmer groups to be established and conditions set as part of the intended design of the landscape project scheme. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that concludes my overview of the Farm with Nature Regulations Northern Ireland 2025. I'm happy to answer any questions raised during the debate in my closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and I call Patsy McGlone.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Maybe it's a case of age before beauty, Patsy. Possibly. Principal Deputy Speaker, the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs first considered the SL1 for these draft regulations at its meeting on the 10th of April 2025. The committee heard from the officials that DAERA intends to make a statutory rule to introduce the Farming with Nature Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 to provide the legal powers to implement the Farming with Nature package as part of the continued rollout of the Sustainable Agriculture Programme. The committee heard that the SR would be led before the Assembly under the draft affirmative procedure and that the Farming with Nature package will replace the current environmental farming scheme. The committee were advised then that the new simpler scheme would be launched in 3 phases starting in 2025 and will have an annual scheme will have a cap, unlike the former EFS scheme, which was over a 5-year period. The phases are as follows. Phase 1 is the Farming with Nature Transition Scheme, Phase 2 is the Farming with Nature Landscape Projects, and Phase 3 is the Farming with Nature Priority Habitats. The committee had a number of queries for officials, including seeking the key differences between the previous and new schemes, the 5 aspects of Phase 1, and were advised that a farmer can select the ones most suitable to the farm business as opposed to all 5, the range of stakeholders involved in the co-design, and a query around the voluntary nature of the scheme and that the minimum of 3 qualifying hectares were still applied. The committee then agreed to write to the Department for clarification regarding when was it first considered that the Farming with Nature scheme was required to replace the EFS, and when did work commence on that scheme? If the Minister has powers to move funds between the relevant schemes under the Farm Sustainability Transitional Provisions Regulations Northern Ireland 2025, and is it the intention that the voluntary element of the scheme be removed during the course of this mandate? Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee had then been due to consider the draft SR at its meeting on the 10th of April. However, this was postponed as there had been a drafting issue identified by the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The committee, however, did consider the response it received from DAERA to its queries on that date, and the Department's response stated that since the outset of the development of a farm policy in 2018 to replace the EU-funded CAP, it has been the intention that environmental farming and schemes would form part of a farm support package, and that it was formally named as the Farming with Nature package in 2021. Article 13 of the Farm Sustainability Transitional Provision Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 provides the powers to move funds between the relevant schemes, and finally there has been no discussion to date on removing the voluntary element of the scheme. Perhaps the Minister may speak to that. At our meeting on the 8th of May, we then considered the final draft SR and heard from the officials that the amendments as highlighted by the ESR were technical and typos, and that these had tightened up the SR and made it more readable and understandable. There were no further queries for the officials, and members agreed to support the SR as drafted in this debate pending the ESR report, which was issued on Friday, and the draft SR was not drawn to the special attention of this Assembly. So in conclusion, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee agreed to recommend the Farming with Nature Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be affirmed and made by this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. Patsy, you're definitely on now. Thank you.
The SDLP welcomes the statutory rule regarding the Farming for Nature regulations. It marks a significant step forward in addressing the twin crises of biodiversity loss and environmental degradation. The Farming for Nature regulations are necessary, science-based and long overdue. However, as we debate this legislation today, I also want to bring into this chamber the voices of those who will be most directly affected by its implementation, our farmers. Over the past year, I've been in regular contact with farming communities right across my constituency in Mid-Ulster. Many of them care deeply about the environment. They understand, perhaps better than most, the importance of healthy soils, clean water and functioning ecosystems. After all, they work with nature every single day. But they are also worried, and understandably so. Farmers are telling me that while they are committed and broadly support the aims of these regulations, they need clear guarantees that the Department will back this legislation with the funding, practical support and fair incentives required to make the transition sustainable. These regulations insist on a significant shift in practice. They will require change in nutrient management, habitat protection, soil care and livestock systems. That's no small ask, especially in the current climate of economic uncertainty, rising input costs and the pressures that already weigh heavily on farm families. And those of us who were at Balmoral last week will have heard about that. So let us be absolutely clear. Regulation without support risks alienating the very people we need to bring with us. This Assembly must recognise that our farmers aren't the enemy of nature, they are essential partners in restoring it. And if we expect them to meet higher environmental standards, then we, as legislators and policymakers, have a duty to ensure that they are not left to shoulder that burden alone. That means committing to a well-resourced programme of support, necessitating targeted grants to help our farmers invest in infrastructure and low-impact technologies, access to agri-environment schemes that support sustainable land management, on-the-ground advice and technical assistance, not just compliance checks, and a coherent long-term vision for agri-food policy that values nature and food production equally. Mr. Frio Lasciancolia, this is not about compliance, it's about creating a new model of farming that's resilient, productive and environmentally sound. May I also add, we must move beyond the false dichotomy between farming and nature. The truth is that there is no future for farming without nature. Without pollinators, healthy soils, stable weather and clean water, our food systems simply won't function. And likewise, there is no future for nature in Northern Ireland without the active engagement of our farmers. If properly delivered, these regulations can become the foundation of a positive partnership, a partnership that supports farming families to remain on the land while restoring the ecological health of that land for generations to come. But that won't happen by decree alone. It will happen when we listen, when we design policy, not just in the environment, but with those who live and work on the land. It will happen when we take seriously the lived experience of farmers and respond not just with rules, but with respect, resources and realism. Real risk lies in failing to act. If we delay, we will only deepen the environmental crisis we already face, and we will make future reforms more costly, more urgent and more painful for farmers and society alike. We should not underestimate the opportunity that lies before us. The North has a chance to lead and to show how a small rural region can support both a productive agri-food sector and a thriving natural environment. But that leadership has to be rooted in fairness and partnership. Frio Lasciancolia, I support the Farming for Nature regulations because they're essential, but I urge the Department and this Assembly to ensure that they're delivered in ways that uplift, not undermines, our rural communities. Declan
McAleer, please.
And I thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber today in relation to this SR on the Farming with Nature. As Robbie said, this is something that we have considered at the committee and had written briefings on and oral briefings on as well. And from Sinn Féin's perspective, we support this SR. We support the purpose for the objective is to increase the extent of habitats on farmland through schemes such as increasing the number of habitats, protecting watercourses, creating nature corridors, and indeed increasing sequestration. We recognise that it's important to have a successor to the environmental farming scheme, and I do recall at the very outset, whenever this came up for discussion, the department had said that they'd look at previous environmental schemes to see what was good and what wasn't so good and try to pick the best bits to create this one here. And so we welcome the fact that this was co-designed in partnership with the APSG and the Farm with Nature co-design group, which was established in June 2024. However, in saying that, there are a number of issues which we highlighted in the committee and which I would appreciate the Minister to perhaps maybe address in his response to today. We understand that the Minister has indicated that there is going to be a cap on this here. However, we don't know what the cap is. And I think that there are farmers who are welcoming the fact that this Farm with Nature scheme is coming in, but they recognise also that it's going to be funded out of a cut to their single farm payment. So obviously there is a concern there, and also the fact that farmers are also anxious that this may go exclusively to landowners, people who aren't producing food or farming the land. So that's something perhaps that maybe the Minister could address in his response today. Also, we pose again questions as well. How does this scheme interface with other schemes? Like, for example, tree planting is part of the Farming with Nature, but how does that interface with the woodland grant schemes and the other schemes that have been brought out by Deira Forest Service? How does it interface with the farm sustainability payment, given the fact that the application window is not aligned with the farm sustainability payment deadline? Also, the correspondence says that all actions must be completed by the end of March 2026. So, I don't know, from today onwards, I'm presuming it'll be autumn before applications can be made to this here. So actions have to be completed inside 5 or 6 months, which I think will be challenging. And whilst that may be the planting season for hedges, it's not a good time of year to be fencing. This is the time of year you want to be fencing along rivers, for example, not in the dead of winter when it's wet. And so I suppose the other thing is it's referenced as in phases. Am I right in saying that you can choose one of the phases? The phases aren't like successions as such, that you can go into phase 1 or 2 or 3. And I suppose finally, just in the phase 2, the briefing note mentioned third-party landscape project coordinators, and I'd be grateful for a wee bit of information as to who might these project coordinators be, or the groups or the organisations, and how will they be appointed by department and work with clusters of farmers. So I welcome this SR today, and we support it, and I thank you for coming here today, Minister.
Thank you, Jacqueline. I call Michelle McElveen.
particularly given that it's often not financially viable for these businesses to take actions with the sole aim of improving the environment. However, it also has to be the case that farming with nature policies coexist alongside productive agriculture. There's an underlying fear that although the Minister's intention presently is to respect the voluntary nature of this scheme, that could change going forward. Coupled with the destructive proposals around nutrients, many in agriculture hold legitimate concerns over what the future holds. Whilst these regulations are framed as being technical, and I don't want to repeat many of the concerns that the previous speaker had highlighted, but we do need to see some clarity from the Department on the operation of any cap on the value of claims, as well as assurances that the overall level of financial support available will not be reduced. It's welcome, however, that the intention is to avoid a prescriptive approach in terms of the actions and supporting actions available, as well as to allow future claims, irrespective of whether the annual claim has been reached in the previous year. But, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it would be irresponsible to consider today's regulations in isolation from the Minister's harmful proposals for a Nutrients Action Programme. These proposals show a deep lack of practical understanding of the realities faced by farmers on the ground, and the Minister will have heard this loud and clear at Balmoral. Instead of working with producers to find balanced and science-led solutions, the plan threatens to undermine an industry that's already under immense pressure from rising costs and other climate adaptation requirements. The agri-food sector is the backbone of our rural economy, and these proposed restrictions could devastate farm incomes, jeopardise Northern Ireland's food security and lead to unintended consequences like farm consolidation or even abandonment of productive land. The Minister needs to scrap these proposals, return to the table, engage with stakeholders across the industry and deliver a new approach that protects both our environment and the livelihoods of those who live and work in our rural communities. And I'll finish with this, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Farmers have led the way in sustainable practices for years, and I have no doubt that the outworking of the future Farming with Nature policy will once again demonstrate this. But as a party, we fully support responsible environmental stewardship, but it must be achieved through genuine partnership, not punitive measures. We support the measures before us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And just in time, our next speaker is John Blair. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to express this evening my support for the draft Farming with Nature regulations announced last week by the Dairy Minister at the Balmoral Show, a timely occasion for such an announcement. Indeed, Principal Deputy Speaker, the Balmoral Show highlighted the pivotal role that agriculture plays in the daily lives of individuals and communities throughout Northern Ireland. Our rich agricultural heritage was showcased, along with the emphasis on farming as a significant contributor to our local economy. It was encouraging to see the Minister's presence at the show over a number of days, if not every day. His commitment to finding a balance between agricultural sustainability and environmental responsibilities is truly commendable, especially in today's challenging landscape. Addressing these issues presents a significant ongoing challenge for various reasons, including budget constraints, as discussed moments ago, literally, in today's budget debate. The Farming with Nature regulations represent a further initiative from the Minister that will move us closer to achieving a more sustainable agriculture sector in Northern Ireland. If passed, the transition scheme will commence next month, empowering farmers across the region to adopt nature-friendly practices that not only preserve but also enrich our environment. The intentions behind this package are clear: to support our farmers in cultivating a future where agriculture practices contribute positively to the protection of our habitats and our ecosystems. The actions outlined in the initial phase, such as planting new hedgerows, trees and farmland and multi-species winter cover crops, are essential for enhancing biodiversity, improving soil health and sequestering carbon. These steps lay the groundwork for making genuine strides in mitigating climate change while supporting our agriculture sector. Importantly, the Minister has emphasised that this is just the starting point for his department's ambitions, with plans to significantly expand these initiatives in the coming years. Principal Deputy Speakers have said many times already in this chamber, farming and environmental sustainability must go hand in hand, and these regulations mark a broader commitment to sustainable practices that will grow in both scope and impact. They are, I think, a necessary follow-on from and appear to build upon the environmental farming scheme, and I hope the Minister, when he responds, can clarify further the future of that scheme. In closing, I would urge all members to support the regulations today so that farmers can be recognised and rewarded for their vital role as custodians of the land. The Alliance Party will continue to ensure that nature-friendly farming becomes an attractive and financially viable option for our farmers. Farming with Nature is an appropriate title for a timely programme because there can be no farming without nature. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker will be the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Mr Andrew Moore, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. And Minister, just to say, this isn't the last item. With another motion after this, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I just want to say to everyone, thanks for the constructive comments in this, and from the feedback from my officials in terms of the engagement at the Balmoral show in terms of the Farming with Nature scheme, that was extremely positive, and people are looking forward to taking part in it. And I really want to put on record my thanks to officials who did a great job at the Balmoral show over those 4 days. It was really, really impressive in terms of the deer stand, but also more broadly in terms of their engagement around that. And the Balmoral show, I'll try to swerve back to Farm with Nature, just so I don't go too far, but the Balmoral show was a really good example of, Farm with Nature that's occurring and what's best about our agri-food industry. And I'm very proud of us putting our best foot forward over those 4 days. In terms of some of the comments were raised, I think it's important I go back and deal with those. Some of the comments were raised particularly by the Chair in terms of whether the scheme will be voluntary, and the plan is that the scheme is voluntary, and I think that is an important point you have raised, and hopefully people are happy with my clarification in relation to that. Patsy McGlone asked some questions in terms of funding and then also in terms of knowledge transfer and support. And there is funding within the budget this year for Farming with Nature. It's 4.8 million of capital, and it's really important that we grasp the opportunity for the next budget that's going to come forward, which will be a 3-year resource and 4-year capital, hopefully. And hopefully we can give certainty to everyone around this, particularly Farm with Nature, but more broadly around that. I was glad to get the agreement, the only minister in the UK to get agreement to get the funding ring-fenced for agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development in this and future financial years. But once we get that envelope, then hopefully we can give people a bit more reassurance, particularly with regards to Farm with Nature, because it's important we plan for the long term around this. The other issue that was raised by Declan was in terms of taking the learnings from other schemes, and we've been seeking to do that. And I want to put on record my thanks to everyone who's engaged with this from the agriculture and environment community, because that's really important that their voices are being heard and they're providing an input in terms of shaping something which is fit for purpose. There's different stories you'd be told in terms of AFS in the south, and then obviously it's been moved on to acres. You have elms in England, so there's lots of learnings to be taken from this. We have lost pace in terms of the rollout of agri-environment schemes in Northern Ireland, and what we're seeking to do is make a start on this from next month in terms of the rollout of that. You asked in relation to the cap, and I think that's an important point. The cap would be £9,500 per year, and you can apply every year, and this scheme will be for 2 years initially, and then we'll review the scheme after that period just to consider any future rollout. The other point was raised in terms of the farm sustainability standards. So in this year it is not linked to that because that's still to be finalised, but there will be a desire obviously to go forward to consider how that relationship would emerge, but that's a separate discussion in terms of the farm sustainability standards. You outlined as well, Declan, in terms of the challenge in terms of being able to get the schemes out before the end of the financial year. Don't underestimate that. We're seeking to progress this as quick as possible, and I do appreciate the engagement from the committee in regards to this, but pace will be important, and I'm looking for everyone here to be able to promote the scheme so people can take it up, because it will be hopefully popular, but it's also voluntary as well, so something hopefully we can encourage people to come towards it. And I think that's an important thing, that we're seeking to people to buy into this, and we're seeking to support people in regards to that. In relation to other points, Michelle McAveen raised some issues which I'm aware of, which were raised at the committee, and it's consistent with that. I do recognise the concerns and the very complex nature of the Nutrients Action Programme, and that's why I've extended that by an additional 4 weeks to give people an opportunity to be able to consider that and respond. Back to Farming with Nature, John also raised the issue just in terms of the relationship between farming and nature, and that's why it's Farming with Nature, and it's absolutely key that we understand that there's an interrelationship with that. Farmers are the custodian of our countryside, and they are the people who are helping us deliver the change that's required in terms of nature recovery and on addressing biodiversity loss. I just also want to be open. You asked it in terms of AFS. When I came into office, there was a policy decision made to move towards Farm with Nature, which is what I'm presenting to you today. We're looking to scale that up, and this is not the ceiling of my ambition in terms of the Farm with Nature transition scheme. But we also have to then move at pace with Farm with Nature. We need to make that our focus in terms of resources. So that there won't be any future applications opening in terms of VFS. I know that's difficult, but our sole focus here is getting Farm with Nature out on the ground and scaled up so that farmers can access that, and I think that's important to give that clarity around that. I have a strong commitment to Farm with Nature, a strong commitment to agri-environment support schemes. That's why I secured that ring-fence funding for agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development, and that's why we will continue to engage with the committee on this journey ahead in terms of Farm with Nature, because I'm very, very grateful for the fantastic work the farmers across our country have done in terms of actually enabling that nature recovery, enabling respect for our biodiversity, and we want to give them the tools to do that, and the Farm with Nature Transition Scheme is a start in terms of that journey. So that concludes my closing remarks, and I thank members of the committee who have engaged through the committee process. There will be further secondary legislation through negative procedure to come in relation to this, but thanks for the opportunity to engage in this and for the support. I think we're all collectively together in terms of giving people the tools through Farm with Nature.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the draft Farming with Nature Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, will you take your ease, please?
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Finance. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to 1st of October 2025 in relation to the committee stage of the Deaths, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Finance to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit on this debate. I call the Chairperson to open the debate on the motion. Matthew O'Toole.
Mr Deputy Speaker. First of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do want to start by saying that the committee very much welcomes this bill, and that is a unanimous view of the committee. Obviously, often we're debating, including today, there is dissent, but the publication of this bill is something that's been unanimously welcomed. It is the culmination of significant engagement between the committee and the department, and I also want to highlight that in bringing this motion for extension, the committee sees the 1st of October date, which we are moving, as a limit rather than a target, and I think that's very important, both internally for the committee's deliberations, but also for members participating in today's debate. Now, that date represents a compromise arrived at in deliberations by members who I think have been trying to balance the need to provide credible scrutiny of a piece of primary legislation, obviously to retain the public confidence in the scrutiny functions of the committee and the House at large, but also get this vital piece of legislation scrutinised and hopefully into law. It remains the case that the committee aims to complete its report on the bill without any undue delay prior to that date. So I don't propose to set out the provisions of the bill itself, but I will quote the description of the bill's aim in the accompanying explanatory and financial memorandum. It states, "The aim of the bill is to amend the law relating to the manner of notification of deaths and stillbirths and the manner of giving particulars relating to them. It will also provide a legislative basis for the introduction of a baby loss scheme and will address differences in registration processes for births and stillbirths between some same-sex female couples and opposite-sex couples." The bill was introduced into the Assembly on Tuesday the 25th of March 2025. It subsequently completed its second stage on Monday the 7th of April, with committee stage starting on Tuesday the 8th of April. Immediately prior to the Easter recess, as members are aware, because Standing Order 33.2 states a statutory committee to which a bill stands referred under this order may, within the period of 30 days from date of referral, consider and take evidence on the provisions of the bill and report its opinion thereon to the Assembly. Without an extension agreed to the committee stage for the death, stillbirths and baby loss bill, the last day of committee stage would be Wednesday the 4th of June, when the committee would be required to lay its report on the bill. The committee discussed whether this would be achievable, understanding that in order to meet this deadline, the committee would have to forego any call for evidence, as well as making time for any evidence to be taken on the bill. This could have resulted in the committee receiving some criticism for not sufficiently scrutinising the bill, recognising the sensitive issues that it deals with. Having said that, it is important to state that there were members on the committee who advocated that there should be no extension to the committee stage. Others suggested that it should be longer than the original extension date of the 7th of November that the committee considered. So the original date, to be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the purposes of the House being aware, was that the committee stage finished on the 7th of November. Others wanted it to finish on its original date in June. So we effectively settled, after, I have to say, a fairly constructive discussion and a well-mannered one, we finished on what's effectively a compromise date of the 1st of October. The calculation of a bill scrutiny timetable generally includes a call for evidence of 6 to 12 weeks, with both written submissions and survey responses being received and considered. A number of in-person evidence sessions being held during committee meetings, with sufficient time for these being built into the committee's work programme, and other committee business being progressed in a timely and thorough manner in tandem with consideration of the bill. In agreeing a compromise date of the 1st of October, the committee will shorten its call for evidence to 4 weeks and eliminate other periods which are normally included in order to provide flexibility. This call has already been published in Citizen Space with a closing date of the 9th of June. And in order to speed things up, the committee has agreed a list of key stakeholders who have been contacted directly for their views on the bill. And obviously I would use the platform of this debate in order to encourage any members who know anybody who might be interested, either private citizens or organisations, in the provisions of this bill to make their views known to the committee. The shortened timescale also reflects the hope that this bill, as it is well supported and non-controversial, will not throw up unanticipated issues that require additional time to consider. The committee is also balancing its scrutiny of the bill against expectation, hope, perhaps rather than expectation, certainly hope on my part, of receiving 2 further bills before the summer recess. Members have also anticipated that additional meetings of the committee may be necessary. In requesting that the Assembly supports this extension, the committee asks that members give us the flexibility we need to discharge our statutory scrutiny role with respect to this bill. At its meeting on the 7th of May, the committee agreed to this motion to extend committee stage along with a revised committee timetable. And can I thank the members for their the way they approached that discussion, because there were legitimately held differing views. So I welcome the fact that we had that constructive discussion. In drawing up a timetable for the committee's scrutiny of the bill, we are also cognizant of the advice provided by the bill and committee clerks, as well as the fact that while it is not controversial, this bill does deal with very emotive issues, obviously touching on the extraordinarily sensitive subject of baby loss. The timetable reflects the job of scrutiny at hand and the well-established best practice steps for applying this. Members also reflected on the desire they share with the Minister to deliver the benefits this bill provides in as timely a fashion as possible. And to be fair, the Minister has been consistent on that point. Though we were pressing his department to bring forward the bill quicker, he has clearly said that he wants to implement a scheme as soon as his department can. At the conclusion of the second stage of the bill, the committee was charged by the Assembly with a duty to scrutinise this bill on its behalf. The committee will do this by drawing out and considering all its provisions and their implications, some of which may not be initially apparent. The timetable for completion is by the 1st of October is fairly tight for undertaking the processes that are expected in a committee stage. As I said, to repeat, that is not a target, it's a limit. Little time has been allocated for additional activity beyond that which is expected, and the call for evidence period is relatively short. It is also important to say that this bill is unusual in that its provisions have not yet been consulted upon. Most bills are developed and discussed with stakeholders over a period of months, if not years. Having said that, clearly there is widespread support for the provisions of this bill, and indeed the bulk of the bill is extending the provisions of the Coronavirus Act which relate to registration of deaths. The nature of this bill is such that it has not been through that conventional consultation process, and so potentially it does mean that there are issues that we need to be alive to that could arise, which have not already been thrashed out through a consultation process. Most bills are expected by stakeholders who have already thought through their views on the bill, and this is certainly in relation to the stillbirths matter. There may not have been the stakeholders may not have had the opportunity to think in detail about the legislative provision, so that we will hope that they'll have the opportunity to do that through our consultation process. That obviously is part of the point of having a consultation process. Key stakeholders will be approached to give evidence on the bill, which will have to be developed in live time. The timetable only allows for a few weeks between contacting these stakeholders to give evidence and them appearing in front of the committee. This represents a degree of risk, as the committee must have the scope to consider the responses to its call for evidence. Additionally, if their evidence highlights the need to seek further witnesses, we will have a limited timescale in order to contact those additional witnesses and ask them to prepare their evidence. One of the most important issues that the committee has considered with respect to this bill is the clearly immensely sensitive topics that are dealt with: death and particularly stillbirth and miscarriage. While the bill provides an enabling power to introduce a scheme of baby loss certificates without including detailed information on the operation of the scheme, the committee's call for evidence is likely to bring forward responses that will produce highly emotive personal testimony. So the committee wants to make time to consider this evidence in a respectful and appropriate way. We will also be ready to act on any additional issues that those stakeholders raise, should members feel it appropriate. The extension date has the committee completing its work prior to Baby Loss Awareness Week in October. This week will be an important part of raising the profile of the bill and what it intends to do. The committee is keen to work with the Minister during Baby Loss Awareness Week to raise public awareness of both the issue of baby loss and the bill's provisions as part of that week. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a relatively short extension. It's shorter than committee stage extensions normally are. The committee regards it, to repeat, as a limit rather than a target. The committee also recognises that in agreeing, should the Assembly today agree to this extension, it will also mean another extension to the provisions that we have been using on the deaths and stillbirths registration under the Coronavirus Act 2020, and that it was, in a sense, the initial purpose of this bill was to put the Coronavirus Act provisions. I'm sure Mr Frew, if he's speaking on this, might have one or two comments to make about that, but those, the initial purpose of this bill was to put the registration provisions, the emergency provisions from the Coronavirus Act into permanent law, and subsequently, through our conversations with the Minister and representations from others, this additional provision around baby loss certificates has been added, an enabling power to allow the Minister to create a scheme. We think, I have to say, everybody in the committee thinks that's a good idea, but the key point is that we we need to do some level of scrutiny in order to be robust about our role as a committee. So the committee commends this motion to the House and seeks members' approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Gemma Dolan.
And as the Chair has outlined, this is a compromised date. I don't feel the proposed extension to the committee stage this bill is necessary. And my colleague Deirdre Hargey and I outlined this at the Finance Committee. Repeatedly in recent months there has been a strong desire from members across this chamber to see this legislation brought forward, which will see measures introduced during the pandemic in temporary legislation put on a permanent basis. These changes have become the normal registration process and have been viewed as positive by stakeholders, the public and funeral directors. Agreeing to additional committee time means delaying the implementation of these positive changes, which we don't think is necessary. However, that being said, as I did at committee, I believe this extension will pass today. So we're just putting our votes on record.
Thank you. Call Paul Fruit.
And I rise to support the motion on the date of the 1st of October 2025. I think it's important that we do have a consultation period and a period of scrutiny, not least the fact that this bill has not had a normal consultation lead-in period, simply because it is establishing what is already a norm with regards to the registration of deaths and stillbirths that have been ongoing since the Coronavirus Act 2020. Which brings me on to my point that the Chair raised with regards to the Coronavirus Act. That was a period where this executive caused massive harm to our people. Not only the executive, but the zombie assembly caused massive harm to our people. But this is probably the one provision out of that dastardly act that actually helped people. And it removed the rigmarole of registering a death and stillbirth. And so I think that it's only right and proper that that should be supported. It's in fact legislation catching up with technology, and to me it should have been brought in well in advance of any pandemic. So I certainly support that provision, but the very fact that this bill has been added on to with regards to the baby loss bill, the baby loss certificate, this is something that my party has pushed for and campaigned for a large number of years now. And we were delighted to see it coming into this bill. But again, it is a sensitive issue and one that we feel we need time to consult on. Notwithstanding that, it should be put on record that in England, Wales and Scotland, there is no statutory act to implement baby loss certificates. So there is no real need for it to be implemented in a statute book here. But this is the route that the Department of Finance is going down. They'll have their reasons for that, but there's absolutely no reason why the Department of Finance cannot proceed with their processes and even their consultation on a baby loss certificate in the interim, parallel as to we scrutinise this bill. So there's absolutely no delay with regards to the implementation of baby loss certificates, and it should be able to come in a timely fashion. This bill will give an enabling power to the department, but as I say, in England, Wales and Scotland it's not statutory. So I do hope that the department will proceed at pace with this whilst we get down to the work of scrutinising this bill. I still have outstanding questions on this bill, so I think it's good that we will be given this time to scrutinise that and to make sure that we fill in any blinks of understanding that we may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the committee chair, Matthew O'Toole, to respond to the debate.
I'm not going to detain the Assembly too long, Mr Deputy Speaker. People have probably heard enough of me today speaking about various things, but on this important subject, I think I hope members will have seen that the committee very much wants to process, scrutinise, and I would anticipate pass this or do our work as a committee and refer the bill back to the full Assembly, hopefully to be passed into law, and then for a baby loss scheme to be designed by the department promptly. The key thing is that I think we do a credible piece of consultation and scrutiny. We can stand over with the 1st of October as a limitation on that rather than a target, and then we come back and we do our jobs promptly. It has been said, but it's worth clarifying again, the vast bulk of what is in this bill is transferring over to primary legislation what was already in the emergency provisions of the Coronavirus Act. That's sensible. and shouldn't detain us too long. As has been mentioned by Gemma Dolan, people in, for example, the funeral director sector are very supportive of that and very concerned of any suggestion that would be delayed. They very much want those provisions passed into law permanently. In relation to baby loss, there are very clear sensitivities that we want to tease out and understand. I think there's going to be a widespread support for this. Making sure we've the scheme designed carefully is going to be very important. But I look forward to doing this work speedily but effectively, and then hopefully referring this back via the committee to the full Assembly. So I commend the motion and thank members.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, that takes us to the adjournment. Item 6 on the order paper. The adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.